At only 6 years of age, this child already stands apart, watched closely by the state. Officials whisper his name carefully, labeling the boy a danger to national balance. With one clean strike, no hesitation, no buildup, the moment turns irreversible. That single blow carries enough force to erase what should never fall. A level 6 monster, once a national threat, collapses and disappears completely. You might ask how a child reached power that bends rules and reason. Number, I'll tell you. In a former life, he pushed his body and will beyond limits to gain strength. That path was soaked in cruelty. Warriors broken under his hands without mercy. By every standard, he was not a savior. He was the story's villain. Fate answered his rise by sending someone meant to stop him. Even facing greater raw power, the hero refused to retreat. The hero Shenryan invoked a divine technique beyond mortal tolerance. The clash ended with both erased, bodies and souls consumed together. Death was not the end. He awakened reborn in the Miramira. There, his training grew harsher, surpassing even his brutal past life. Yet destiny repeated itself. That same man stood before him again. This time the opponent's presence felt heavier, sharper, far more dangerous. Their conflict stretched on, days bleeding together under relentless combat. When silence finally returned, the result was painfully familiar. Defeat claimed him once more. No excuses, no escape. Again he trained, refined his body, emptied his mind through meditation. He mastered qi until it moved as naturally as breath. He learned techniques so sharp they could split mountains with nothing. At the peak, Shimrian appeared and spoke without emotion. Not today, friend. Death followed, and reincarnation claimed him for the 5th time. This time he forged a massive army, crushing foes endlessly until sanity cracked. Another loss would demand several more rebirths just to endure himself. Even madness could not erase the pattern chasing him. That man appeared again, unchanged, unavoidable, waiting. Their collision shook everything. Power meeting, power without restraint. For a moment, victory finally seemed within his grasp. But history repeated, and loss closed in once more. Even hundreds of rebirths would not loosen that pursuit. No matter where he fled, the man followed his shadow. This marked his 6th return to the world. He entered life again, trapped in the body of a newborn. And here, at only 6 years old, the boy called Yung Wu had already slain a level 6 threat demon. In this life, he refuses to fall to the hero again, resolve hardened by memory. Even more so in a world filled with awakened individuals rising everywhere. A world where human-forged weapons barely scratch demon flesh. Stress gnaws at him, hair thinning as the shadow of defeat lingers. After a demon falls, silence settles over the ruined site. Soon after, a hunter reaches the location to investigate. Reviewing the security footage, he finds only a 6-year-old boy. He cannot grasp what kind of monster this child may become. More alarming, 2 boys with unnatural strength appeared together. Such timing feels far beyond coincidence. And of course, the identity of this boy is already known. Back home, the protagonist spends his time playing casually. His mother interrupts, her voice sharp with concern. He claims training, prompting her to ask if he plans to hit classmates again. The contrast alone makes the moment almost absurd to witness. A legendary martial master, feared across countless eras. A man who lived through 5 complete lives, crushing and breaking warriors without mercy, now stands scolded by an ordinary woman. He does not even choose what appears on his plate. It matters little if he shattered nations or defied gods. When his mother declares dinner is broccoli, broccoli is what he eats, without question. At school, a boy boasts that he will defeat Youngwoo today, despite having lost to him many times before. He even trained a new technique with his father for this. The power behind it is undeniably real. With a single strike, a tree is shattered apart under the force. His rage burns from being humiliated before the girl he admired. He wonders if Youngwoo will attend Kang's birthday to be embarrassed. Suddenly, Youngwoo appears, calmly stating that he will. Among the children, he stands as the unquestioned boss. Even now, a hint of darkness shows on his face. Later, at the Golden River clan house, the birthday celebration is already underway. Youngwoo truly arrives at the event. Kane beams with joy as he greets everyone present. The protagonist watches, clearly uninterested in the spectacle. Suddenly, a blonde girl steps into the room. She stole the spotlight instantly, a familiar face from commercials drawing every eye. Kang rushed forward to welcome her, eager and loud, claiming the moment. Youngwoo felt only disgust. At that age, faces blurred. Boys and girls meant nothing. Kang, on the other hand, softened fast, completely taken by the blonde girl. The girl named Harry soon shifted focus, scanning the room with interest. Spotting a handsome boy, she moved in and began casual chatter without hesitation. Tan ended up forgotten, stranded alone at the edge of the room. His face flushed fast, turning brighter than a bell pepper under heat. Rage followed. He snapped at Youngwoo, ordering him to stay away from Hara. Deep down, Kang only wanted control, to rule the playground like a king. Youngwoo cared about one thing only, knowing when the cake would be served. Later, inside the Patriarch's chamber, news arrived about his son's birthday party. The Golden River clan leader only smirked, seeing through the childish excuse. The meeting existed for a reason. The clan leader carried a cursed rift core. The others insisted it be discarded immediately, before consequences followed. He dismissed them all, refusing to part with it. In his mind, a small curse could never threaten him. Without warning, the entire area trembled violently. Back in the birthday hall, chaos filled the air. A crater tore through the wall. Youngwoo stood embedded at its center. The blow had come straight from the boy, heavy and unchecked. Kang felt pleased, proud of the power behind his strike. Was crushing a classmate normal now, especially during your own birthday? The crowd buzzed, convinced Kang was something special. He even boasted loudly, claiming he would protect Hara from Youngwoo. She never said she was afraid. Not once did she ask for protection. She calmly warned him. Youngwoo had not actually lost yet. Anger flared. The boy insisted he took the hit directly. The girl only asked if he wanted to place a bet. That was when realization finally struck. Hara possessed the eyes of God, able to read an opponent's condition. Simply put, the boy had never been defeated. The truth arrived too late to change anything. Youngwoo said he allowed the punch, calling it a birthday gift. The statement left the boy stunned, unsure how to react. After 6 reincarnations, he felt that much courtesy was fair. Now the turn shifted. The counterattack was coming. Youngwoo launched at Kang, moving at a speed beyond reason. He was determined to end it here, making sure the boy never dared challenge him again. Kang begged for it to stop, but the moment had already passed. The mansion trembled once more, walls groaning under the force. The Patriarch noticed the disturbance and grew curious. He prepared to investigate who was clashing with Ken. The assistant stopped him, bringing up the rift core instead. Even the awakened clan leader died after obtaining that core. He urged the Patriarch to hand it over so it could be destroyed. The Patriarch answered calmly, admitting he had already lost it. He spoke as if misplacing nothing more than a car key. Attention shifted back to the party. The children stared in shock at what they saw. Youngwoo had been thrown once again across the room. His cane slipped from his grip. Yet the boy's presence felt abnormal, heavy, and dangerous. This time, the blonde girl was truly terrified. She screamed for everyone to run. At that moment, the hunter from before arrived at the mansion. He was tracking the child seen in the footage, and he assumed Kang was that boy. Panic spread as the children fled in all directions. Ken had completely lost control of himself. Hera pleaded with him to calm down. He answered coldly, saying he would kill anyone in his path. He even lashed out at her. Was he not the one who claimed he would protect her? Any trace of reason was gone. So was the image of his imaginary girlfriend, and likely a few teeth soon after. On the verge of fainting, Hera prayed for someone to save her. The boy advanced straight toward her. Suddenly, he was hurled away at full speed. Youngwoo rose with a demonic expression carved on his face. Without letting his rival land, Youngwoo struck again mid-air. Kangshan felt the blow, his grin vanishing into pure pain. Memories flooded back to where everything first began. He recalled winning the martial arts tournament, filled with joy, while his father stayed cold. His father warned him not to boast over what was expected. Holding the trophy, Kenshan felt tears gather, shrinking under the weight. Then his father gently placed a hand on his head. With a wide grin, he openly congratulates the boy, sealing the moment as a clear victory. The praise restores Kenshan's lost joy and pride in a single breath. His memories snap back. Pain fades, shadows return, and blame locks onto He Jung-woo. Crashing down from the final blow, he admits his father praised him only once. Before another word escapes, a fresh punch cuts him off cold. The strike drives the boy straight into the wall with crushing force. The protagonist ignores the childish rivalry, holding that sharp, cruel smile. Kane-chan rises slowly, confused by the reaction he just received. The message is clear. His weakness is no one's fault but his own. That truth drags the demonic look back, red eyes burning with rage. He surges up for a counter, so fast the onlooker barely tracks him. A clean kick shatters Young Lu's threatening stance in moments. The impact sends him spinning through the air into the wall. The prodigy lies there, fury and pain colliding inside him. Kai and Sharon stand tall again, wrapped in red malice, echoing his words. His face twists beyond recognition, something fit only for exorcism. In Lee Holdick's room, the clan leader endures scolding over the lost cursed artifact. His assistant tears through the room, shouting angrily for him to help search. Leader Lee doubts the curse could affect someone so strong, yet his assistant, lacking details, clearly fears the rumors. Rumors of cursed cords that control their hosts, just like what grips Ken Chun now. As the boy relentlessly batters Young Woo, L finally understands. He is possessed. Young Woo spits blood he barely has left after the crushing blow. Once more, his body is hurled hard into another wall. Kane-chan grows deeper in that dark aura, mocking his rival as he marks him. He sneers that the rival always thought himself special, eyes glowing, smile sharp. Kane-chan recalls finding a strange stone on his father's shelf. The beautiful blue stone called to him, promising boundless power. Drawn in, the boy grabbed it without hesitation, seeking strength. The instant he touched it, power surged, energy wrapping everything around him. He tells his rival how badly he wants victory. Remembering his rise, the wicked prodigy laughs again, his twisted humor showing no limits. Peter K. and Sean stare in fury, unable to grasp what amuses him. Flatter Young Woo clever, shaped by many reincarnations, explains the demon is only pretending to be Kang Chun. The boy hates those words and tries to silence him with a punch. This time the strike misses, cleanly dodged. He counters fast, seizing Kang Chun by the hair. He grinds it in, boasting he outclasses any second-rate demon. Kang Chun's face is smashed, the final spark that breaks him. Hatred floods him, body failing, so he strikes back with words alone. Wearing a matching demonic stare, Hajumbu pins him, revealing the boy hosts a parasite. Being mocked as a worm finally snaps the demon's restraint, drawing its violent intent forward. The smaller monster moves first, catching the attacking hand before impact with effortless speed. The boy freezes for a brief moment, caught off guard by the sudden reversal. That shock ends instantly as his face is driven straight into the wall. Natty finally feels pain as the cold surface presses against him. Badajangu shows no concern, advancing slowly while his opponent realizes this. Kane is unhinged. Cruel delight spreads across the villain's face, confirming the truth that he is a monster. The demon inside the boy accepts it needs a stronger vessel to continue. As if answering that need, an unaware singular enters the room, asking what is happening. Without context or warning, the young man starts questioning them about Kang Chun. Confusion hits when the boy suddenly grips him around the waist. He asks if the boy is the one he seeks, and Lai instantly senses something wrong. A massive black aura engulfs them as the singular begins screaming uncontrollably. Before resistance forms, it is already over, possession complete. With the demon abandoning little Kang Chan, Melon stands before a new host. The singular's eyes glow differently now, fully controlled as the demon declares the end. They rush to the hall entrance only to face a scene beyond understanding. His son lies drained on the floor, defenseless, igniting the clan leader's fury. He demands the obvious answer, asking if the singular caused the boy's condition. "You should leave while you can. I'm in a bad mood." That reply pushes Holbeck to release his power, smiling as he says, "All are you cranky." He admits his strange laughter came from pure nervous tension. The clan leader lunges at absurd speed, unleashing a deadly strike. One blow obliterates an entire side of the hall. The possessed singular endures it, even surpassing prior Lee generations, clutching the shattered arm. Despite the damage, he still threatens the man who reduced him to ruins. That fury fades quickly, replaced by stunned disbelief. The muscle-bound leader still stands firm, fist tight, ready again, without pause. Holduk unleashes celestial annihilation once more, forcing the possessed deeper into stone. The impact dislodges the hidden blue stone from its concealment. The assistant notices instantly, recognizing the cursed rift core. He shouts urgently, practically commanding the leader to retrieve it. The brute moves to comply without hesitation. Before his hand reaches it, the stone disappears completely. Ha Jung-woo, waiting for the moment, moves faster and claims it first. The assistant panics again, warning of its danger and demanding immediate removal. Jung-woo remains indifferent, waving farewell to the demon, intent on destroying it, as the spirit offers power in exchange. The boy only laughs at its ignorance. Deciding it ends now, he closes his hand, shattering the stone without debate. The clan leader and assistant stand frozen, shocked by the loss of such value. The boy keeps crushing what remains, grinding the stone until nothing but dust remains. Above them, the sky stays clear, blue and unchanged. Outside the clan mansion, parents finally reunite with their children. The clan leader's assistant moves through the crowd apologizing, while medics tend the injured. Through tall windows framed by curtains, calm has fully returned. Inside, the assistant treats the clan heir, who complains of pain, joking that he remembers nothing at all. Sean feels certain now, watching the boy's demeanor normalize as he cries, fearing friends will shun him and his birthday is ruined. He recalls being beaten, but Chan quickly brushes it off, calling it a bad dream. The boy notices his father is missing, and Tron hesitates, unsure what to say. A sudden noise upstairs pulls both their attention. Kangshin nervously asks what is happening, while the assistant only mutters, "Elsewhere." A young man resembling Lee Hogak is slammed to the floor. Collapsing at the clan master's feet, he appears to surrender completely. Hajumwoo watches with his usual bored expression. The young man kneels beside the clan leader, witnessing the scene. This is the clan eater's eldest son, begging his father for forgiveness. Lee Hoga meets Ha Jung-woo directly, realizing he defeated his younger son. The boy calmly asks if he is being accused. Lee Ho-guk explains the misunderstanding, realizing his son was controlled by the artifact. Like Park Sum-ho, the boy listens carefully to every conclusion. He learns this was why he was matched against the older brother, who lost easily. Ajamu smiles again, pride quietly surfacing. The clan leader grows excited, asking if the boy wants to spar with him as well. Ajamu does not see a challenge, only stubborn pride, answering with an awkward smile. The eldest son rushes to stop it, reminding his father Ajamu is Kanchun's friend. Holduk ignores the plea and repeats the challenge with enthusiasm. The eldest son grows tense, convinced this will end badly. Ajamu smiles, accepts casually, and asks if it is free. The question erases all doubt, convincing the brother the boy is insane. Lee Holduk claps his hands, bursting into delighted laughter. With tears in his eyes, he praises the boy's courage and spirit. Sounding almost instructional, he tells Ha Jung-woo that power and courage must align. Internally, the boy thinks the leader is simple and ignorant. Holduk assumes fear and asks directly, receiving a flat denial. The leader's excitement spikes, his grin stretching wider. The boy teases him, asking if he is the one feeling nervous. The leader attacks in a flash, admitting he did hesitate. Hajumwoo leaves no opening, slipping past the punch effortlessly. More rapid strikes follow, relentless and sharp. The small monster evades until crashing into a pillar, giving the brute his opening. He activates the celestial dragon fist. The blow slams straight into the boy. Kang Churn and Assistant Charm sprint toward the crash, moving fast to stop chaos. Xiong panics, fearing Lee Hugak may cross a line against a 9-year-old. They freeze as a body flies past, smashing into a wall before their eyes. The clan leader lies crumpled on the ground, silent and clearly unconscious. The wall is torn open, the gap far larger than anyone expected. Heavy footsteps echo from the broken stone and drifting dust. A familiar smile surfaces, pulling old memories from 10 long years ago. Young Roo steps out at 17, lifting his beerphones after hearing his name. That smile looks untouched, unchanged by everything that passed. A-Jump studies the hole, noticing it has never been repaired. Kangshan greets him like an old friend, calmly asking why he is here. The young man points out the hole, wondering why it stayed for 10 years. Kang Shan explains simply. His father would never permit repairs. Lee Holdek appears, questioning why anyone would erase that mark. He calls it his first defeat, but Jum shuts it down. Defeat is no trophy. Even the leader agrees. Losing to a brat is nothing to praise. Bo the manic grin laughs it off, saying Ha Jung-woo is truly powerful. He strikes without warning, convinced the boy cannot match him. The young man barely slips past the thunderstrike, startled by the greeting. The attack veers off, crashing into Kang Chan instead. Drunk on excitement, the father keeps praising the divine chai from Jung-woo. The boy recalls past lives, never once sharing power so freely. He smiles now, knowing Murim is gone. This life is just for fun. Beside him, Kang Chun staggers up, yelling for it to stop. Only then does Lee Holduk realize the mistake and cuts the lightning. His son trembles, struggling to stand even for a second. Anger flares. He shouts at his father for using that power carelessly. Assistant Shang arrives, backing the clan head. That power had a cost. Ajamu looks lost, scratching his head, searching his memory. Chang states the price, 10 billion won. While Jung-woo feigns ignorance, they argue over the sum, until the young man admits remembering. The assistant reminds him of threatening to sell it elsewhere. Jung-woo defends himself, saying the money was needed then. Chom turns serious, reminding him he is not McLean vice leader. Jum gives up arguing, content with high pay from part-time work. Poldek laughs it away, hugging them both, saying the past made them stronger. A girl suddenly calls Jung-woo by a cute nickname, pulling his focus. She leaps up, hugging his waist, leaving him completely baffled. He scolds her gently, asking who taught her to call him darling. Hurin. Hulda, youngest daughter, points straight at her father, his face filled with pride. Wearing a bold, shameless grin, he declares he will do anything to make Jung-woo his son-in-law. Jung-woo freezes, thinking about a child taught to call him darling while pinching his cheeks. Holcott ignores the boy feelings, warning that his wife and the boy mother are close friends. Already furious, the boy wonders aloud if he should beat the man again. Mocking him openly, the leader laughs about his son-in-law wanting a fight, fueling Jung-woo anger. In one last try, Holdoff asks about the future, but Jung-woo walks off holding the child, saying he does not know. Lee Hulvik stays curious, noticing the power gap narrowed despite the divine chi. Sojia urges his daughter to hurry and intercept him first, her confidence obvious. Jung-woo watches him silently, judging without a word. The boy and Kang Chun move down the sidewalk together. The clan successor asks if they will truly be brothers-in-law, but the answer stays uncertain. He shifts topics, asking if Jung-woo plans to focus on magic. Confused, he asks what Jung-woo believes he lacks. Jung-woo stops, explaining swordsmanship is his strength, yet his style remains incomplete, stunning Kan Chun. Ha Jung-woo says carrying a sword openly would draw unwanted attention. Inside, he seeks greater strength, sensing he may face his past enemy again. They arrive at Singular Academy, where powered humans train and graduate. Crowds fill the gates, cheering loudly for friends and family. The two feel overwhelmed by the sheer number of people. Soon, they notice confusion as strangers shout different names at them. Several girls rush forward with excitement. Kang Shan feels puzzled, knowing who they mean and seeing little resemblance. The truth hits. The real stars stand behind them, one ordering him aside. The girls follow, telling them to move away. One popular guy shoves Kang Shan aside with a slap. The boy stares in shock, struck by a girl idol. Rage spikes as he hears them insult him as an ugly obstacle. He struggles to grasp why they see him that way. His temper rises fast, inherited from his father. It fades instantly when a blonde idol is hurled between him and his friend. A drummer watches in stunned silence. Worry spreads as Kang Shun asks what just happened. A new figure steps through the crowd, jaw clenched tight. A boy with suited followers advances, pressuring the clan successor. Kai and Shun finally realize the man is Park Kyo. Jung-woo simply watches, unmoving. The man introduces himself as a Black Tiger Clan rookie, scar and tattoo on display. Kenshin senses the moment to teach the rival successor a lesson. As he moves to act, Jung-woo stops him, gripping his arm firmly. He tries to protest the situation, yet the boy's stance is firm and unmoving for unclear reasons. With only a slight tilt of his head, He silently signals everything to his nearby friend. It becomes clear the girls also intended to confront the arrogant man who struck their idol. Even facing that pressure, the man shows no fear or hesitation at all. Enraged, the girls shout demands, forcing him to take responsibility for harming the celebrity. Meanwhile, the blonde man struggles up, relying heavily on support from his companions. The Black Tiger clan successor stays rooted, unmoved by the piercing screams around him. He calmly explains he never apologizes, his tone carrying even greater arrogance, wearing a relaxed smile. He says he will make an exception since they insist so strongly. The girls recoil in shock as he casually stretches his hand toward them. A strange green mist begins to form slowly within his open palm. The haze condenses, shaping itself into a glossy green apple. He tosses the apple toward them, treating it like fair compensation. The girls stare in confusion, sensing ridicule and failing to grasp its purpose. Moments later, the apple bursts, releasing green smoke that engulfs every girl. They collapse coughing and choking, voices breaking as they cry for help. The Black Tiger successor and his group sneer coldly, mocking their expressions. He lectures them harshly about meddling uninvited, while his allies belittle them openly. The affected girls slump helplessly on the ground, still begging desperately for aid. His response is cold and brief, stating their suffering is entirely their own fault. Without warning, Kang and Cheon charges Park Tae-ho, stepping past the fallen girls to strike. The punch is stopped by a sharp kick, both fighters locking into equal balance. The arrogant tiger mocks him, warning meddling will ruin him like his father and shame his clan. Yuzin answers without fear, hurling the same words back with crushing force. Nearby, students gather quickly, filming and watching the successors clash. Youngwoo continues to observe calmly, trusting his friend to manage alone. Burning with anger, Kang Chun demands to know why Park Hee-do poisoned harmless girls. The man shrugs it off, dismissing the accusation as if nothing happened. Behind them, the girls suddenly recover, confused and unaware of what occurred. With a mocking grin, Park Hee-do claims he only blocked an arrogant celebrity path. Kang Chun turns to the watching crowd, seeking support and confirmation. None side with him, yet all admit the blonde idol abuses fame constantly. Hajamu laughs nervously, realizing the rival is twisting the situation skillfully. Sean Ovely grows furious and begins shouting angrily at the surrounding boys. Using the distraction, the Black Tiger successor quietly prepares his next strike. By the time Noam Kainshaw senses danger, the snake-like attack is nearly upon him. Still, he reacts in time, gripping the arm and launching a clean counter. For a brief moment, the tiger followers tense in visible concern. Even the girls now cheer loudly, urging Kang Chun to punish the delinquent. Standing in control, the boy calmly asks if he should strike, stating arrogance deserves correction. Liu reacts, and Park Hee-ho snaps back, hurling curses at his rival without restraint. Wakenshaun steadies himself, confidence rising after reading his foe. Poison useless here. The pressure fails completely. The tiger successor only smiles, calm and unshaken. He seizes Kangshan's arm, the motion sharp, like a practiced trick unfolding. Even Young-woo senses something wrong, an unease cutting through the moment. Before it escalates, an academy representative steps in, halting the chaos. He commands them to retreat. Kangshan yields slowly, the rival still standing proud. The boy burns with rage and says this isn't over, voice tight and sharp. His opponent turns away, telling him to give up, leaving no doubt. The official faces the crowd, ordering everyone to proceed with their tests. The first trial begins. The sprite takes the stage. Jungho and Chiangqian sip their sodas, acting like nothing just happened. Our protagonist mutters a harsh remark, making his friends spray soda everywhere. He wipes his mouth, deflects the insult, claiming he'd never act before their teacher. Hajumwoo warns him not to start fights he cannot finish. Consequences wait. With a crooked smirk, he adds that Part QO must think he's an idiot. Heinz Schand looks shaken and guilty, his friend watching coldly, no remorse shown. Youngwoo suddenly grabs his arm, the movement quick, startling the boy. He calmly asks what he's doing, tone flat, eyes locked forward. The coat sleeve lifts, revealing clear finger marks left behind. The dark prodigy recognizes the chi absorption technique and grows uneasy. That realization means only one thing: another reincarnated being is present. The scene remains within the Singular Specialization Academy grounds. A Jamam frowns, worry surfacing as memories of a past life return. He remembers his fifth life, a sect member battling common enemies. He cut through them easily, sword moving without hesitation. After 13 fell, he aimed for 8 more before resting. Then a voice called out, its path pulling his attention aside. Another youth his age had already captured every remaining enemy. With a maniacal expression, he said he wouldn't leave any for Youngwoo to enjoy. One captured enemy was a girl, crying and begging to live. The maniac covered her mouth, silencing every desperate sound. Wearing a terrifying smile, he said he soon put her to sleep. He activated the chai absorption technique without pause. The girl's eyes widened, veins spreading across her face. Red energy beams surged, pure force converging on the maniac. Youngwoo shielded himself, bracing against the energy while watching. In that instant, he understood something far greater was unfolding. The captives were losing their life force, drained steadily. All of them were being sucked dry at once, bodies failing together. At last, the strange man stops, exhaling deeply. Like someone finishing an overwhelming feast, he surveys the fallen bodies and calmly asks if Youngwoo defeated them one by one. Ben answers that eliminating them together is simply more efficient. Despite his strength, the protagonist recalls this man caused him unusual difficulty. He remembers losing vital energy because of him during a critical fight, even in victory. Digging deeper into memory, another name surfaces clearly, the Blood Scholar. At death's edge, that encounter revealed a crucial truth. On his knees, the man regretted not draining the power of 10,000 humans to ascend. Walking toward the test grounds, Youngwoo remembers the Blood Spirit body's terror. He recalls Seer Moon praising the Blood Scholar, who challenged him after draining 3,000 lives. In his final breath, the man even vowed to reincarnate and finish his power to destroy him. Still, Youngwoo restrains judgment, needing proof that Park Tito is truly that reincarnation. Hangsham's voice snaps him back as the boy approaches. Youngwoo asks why his friend delays the test, but the boy fixates on the marks. A loudspeaker calls candidates to testing areas as Kang Chun voices complaints. The prodigy smoothly shifts topics, urging his friend to test, choosing silence until certainty. Inside a classroom, a teacher fills the blackboard with complex formula. The board becomes crowded with symbols as students watch in silence. Continuing calculations, the teacher asks about the link between mathematics and magic. Holding a book, he explains physics and math as foundations of magical understanding. While students groan in unison, the teacher only smiles calmly. Another staff member knocks, informing him it is time to begin candidate testing. Student, the blown die, prepares himself, ready to fulfill his role. At the testing court, teenagers gather, chatting in loose groups. Youngwoo stands apart, his level 3 ID card marking him clearly. Nearby, a quiet girl with red braids stands alone, her card marked number 1. Suddenly, Park Tito appears, calling out directly to Youngwoo. Youngwoo studies the tiger calmly, noting future trouble reduced by sharing the magic course. With a mocking smile, Park Kivo feels superior seeing Youngwoo's low level. Deciding to exploit this, he orders Youngwoo to meet him at the exit. The braided girl immediately listens closely to their exchange. Youngwoo holds his stance, coolly asking why he should comply. Shocked by the defiance, Q questions if Youngwoo understands the situation. The delinquents behind him freeze, stunned by the boy's nerve. The Black Tiger successor steps closer, issuing pressure and warning against trouble. Fearless, the braided girl intervenes, asking if that was a threat. All eyes turn to her, surprised by her calm presence. Arrogant as ever, Park Tito demands to know who she is. With perfect manners, she introduces herself as Chai Yun John. Keeping her composure, she repeats her question about threatening another candidate. Wearing a mocking smile, Kubo tries to brush it off and dodge responsibility. The braided girl sees through it instantly and directly demands an apology. Even Youngwoo is caught off guard by her sudden firmness. One of Park Kivo's followers snaps back with crude insults. Unmoved, Cha Eun-jung forms a magic circle before her, asking if that is all they can say. When the thug mouths off again, she triggers her barrier and sends him flying aside. Youngwoo is no longer just surprised, he is completely stunned. The surrounding students fall silent, eyes locked on the display of power. The clan successor stays smug, smiling down at her and calling her arrogant. The girl does not retreat and repeats her demand for an apology, losing patience. The Black Tiger orders her closer, still refusing to apologize. Young-woo finally speaks, calmly warning him not to take another step. Park To turns sharply, questioning who the boy thinks he is. Young-woo answers slowly, syllable by syllable, telling him again not to come closer. The gang leader's glare twists with hatred, refusing to accept being restrained. Young-woo responds with a single cold look, far more oppressive. Park Kyo freezes, narrowing his eyes, unable to process the pressure. His body starts shaking uncontrollably, fear rising without explanation. His followers urge him forward from behind, but he snaps at them to shut up. The Black Tiger truly feels sick, though he cannot understand the cause. Young-woo notices immediately and allows himself a quiet smile. Xiao Yunjung steps in again, urging the boy to simply apologize. Cold sweat pours down as anger and panic mix together. He stares at the girl, yet his thoughts fix only on the sudden pain. His focus breaks and he lunges toward the quiet girl in frustration. His lackeys rush after him, trying to back him up. The charge fails instantly as he crashes into an unseen barrier. Those watching hear another sound from him and recoil, covering their noses. Park Kyo trembles violently, collapsing as the pain overwhelms him. His followers panic, asking what is happening to their leader. He weakly orders them to stay back as his strength drains away. At last, he can no longer resist and completely gives in. Of all his past outbursts, this humiliation stands as the worst. Outside the gym, horrified candidates scream and scatter from the spreading stench. Luckily, the hallways are lined with wide windows. Soon, everyone rushes for fresh air while cleaners move in. Even the teacher shields his face, unable to endure the smell. Ajana apologizes, but the blonde man says he witnessed everything. Asked why he did not interfere, Professor Richards laughs and calls it entertaining. With the exam disrupted, the janitor asks what comes next, and Richards calmly orders a written test. The janitor finally relaxes and casually asks if any candidates showed real promise. The blonde man's gaze locks onto Young-woo and his quiet protector, saying he already found potential. The girl instantly notices the professor studying her posture and conduct. She bows politely, offering an apology for causing trouble earlier. Richard smiles lightly, praises her conduct, and declares that she has passed. The girl lights up with pure joy, promising to work harder than ever. Richard turns to Young-woo next, sensing something unusual while the boy stays indifferent. That calm breaks when Young-woo feels the professor's aura exceed the data on his file. Richard checks the card and comments that the boy appears untalented. The braided girl giggles softly, and though annoyed, Young-woo stays silent. As Richard hesitates, a voice suddenly echoes inside his mind. Startled, Richard realizes the boy is communicating through telepathy. The shock is so strong he forgets about the lingering stench. He questions Young-woo mentally, asking if he can learn magic and martial arts together. Young-woo answers calmly, stating the paths are compatible, he just lacks magic practice. Their silent exchange continues as the crowd returns to the court. Young-woo explains confidently that he intends to master both disciplines. Richard grows stern, warning the boy not to underestimate magic. They lock eyes, tension rising as his acceptance is weighed. Young-woo insists telepathically that the evaluation must remain fair. At last, Richard speaks aloud, asking how the boy knows so much. Young-woo answers with a proud smile, saying he taught himself. Outside the academy grounds, candidates begin heading home. Kang In-shun waits near the gate, watching for his friend. He greets Young-woo warmly with an easy smile. The smile turns to laughter, but Young-woo does not join in. Kang In-shun mentions hearing about the incident with the rival. Young-woo explains calmly that it was caused by a mental technique. Shocked, his friend asks if Young-woo caused the diarrhea. The dark prodigy confirms it plainly, admitting responsibility. Kang In-shun beams with pride and starts asking about the technique. Young-woo cuts him off, warning him not to be obvious during testing. Confusion follows as Kang wonders if everything was planned. Young-woo explains his judgment, saying chi absorption users deserve punishment. Kang-shan frowns, asking what chi absorption truly is. Young-woo prepares to explain the technique in detail. He begins by recalling the greatest scumbag in martial arts history, In a dark, silent room, slow footsteps echo. The sound stops beside a bed, heavy and deliberate, hidden in the darkness. A terrified presence pants within singular. She trembles as the sound of footsteps creeps closer, each step tightening the air. The girl refuses to blink, gripping her only weapon with white knuckles. At last, a pair of legs enters her view, crossing into the room. The steps halt when the figure stops beside the bed. Close enough to feel, she clamps a hand over her mouth, forcing her breath into silence. He remains there in polished dress shoes, unmoving and patient. It feels like he is waiting, listening for the smallest mistake. After a tense pause, he turns and walks back the way he came. The door closes behind him, sealing the room in silence. She stays hidden longer, waiting for danger to truly pass. Slowly, carefully, she crawls out, every sense on edge. What she sees first freezes her in place with dread. Two men hang like ornaments on the wall and door, one in a singular uniform. Panic takes over and she runs, nearly falling as she moves. In the hallway, the sight worsens, bodies scattered in the same condition. Her mind screams that only a demon or nightmare could do this. A blade presses close as a voice asks why she left her hiding place. Reality crashes in and she cries, realizing the devil stands before her. It savors her fear and calmly says there's no salvation. Even as she screams, the young singular weakens, life slowly draining away. Dawn nearly breaks over the silent hotel. Morning light washes over the buildings of Singular Academy. Students pass through as an announcement echoes, signaling the start of classes. In the courtyard, the familiar duo stands together. Kangshan wears a puzzled look, sensing someone watching them. He means Chae-yoon Joan, who looks back and realizes she has been noticed. That exchange sparks Youngwoo's interest as he looks her way. Flustered, the nerdy girl shrinks back in embarrassment. Her magic slips unintentionally, causing a small disturbance nearby. Sharp-eyed Kangshan notices and asks what's going on since she was staring at his friend. Annoyed by the attention, she snaps for him to mind his own business. The moment passes and talk shifts back to chi absorption. An awkward pause follows when Kangshan realizes Jungwoo was never bothered, noticing something off. Nearby, Park Hyo arrives at the academy grounds. His usual arrogance is gone, replaced by a defeated, worn appearance. Even so, Kangshan is surprised to see him return after such humiliation. Youngwoo instead walks straight toward the Black Tiger, intent clear. With a calm smile, he says he still needs to clear something up. Hearing his name, the delinquent turns around sharply. Already hostile, he snaps and asks what his rival wants. Shaking and unbalanced, he accuses Youngwoo of approaching only to ridicule him. Calm as ever, Youngwoo reaches out and locks onto the boy's wrist. In one smooth motion, he drops him with a strike no one expects. Park Hyo barely recovers before hitting the ground, twisting at the last second. Enraged, he demands answers. Unaware Youngwoo can fight. Youngwoo explains he hides strength to avoid exposing himself to enemies. The Black Tiger successor understands the logic, yet burns with anger after being called foolish. That fury pushes him forward as he charges without restraint. His blow cuts air, missing its mark by a wide margin. Every follow-up strike fails just as badly. The disturbance draws attention as nearby students begin to gather. Park Hyo snarls that Youngwoo dodges like a rat, but the insult has no effect. Instead, it signals the counter. Youngwoo steps in and lands a clean right cross. The impact warps Park Hyo's face, leaving him stunned. The force sends him flying back into the wall. Blood spills as he collapses, yet Youngwoo is already standing over him. Park Hyo tries to insult him again, but cannot even rise. A brutal kick catches him, twisting his body sideways. He slams into the wall once more, nearly losing consciousness. He slides down helplessly, while Youngwoo watches to see if he can continue. When he fails to move, Youngwoo steps down on him without hesitation. Despite the fury, Park Hyo shows no resistance as he is lifted by the head. With cold eyes and an amused smile, Youngwoo asks if he wants more, voice steady. Broken and shaken, Park Hyo can only mutter threats of revenge. That answer earns nothing. Youngwoo drives his head into the ground again. He lifts him once more, studying the crushed expression closely, wearing a chilling smile. Youngwoo asks again if Park Hyo wants more. The only reply is wide eyes filled with disbelief. The battered successor feels like a helpless toy in Youngwoo's grip. Youngwoo presses him harder, demanding an answer, continue or end it. Suddenly, a red cloud of smoke blooms around Park Kyo. He reacts at last, releasing toxic smoke and launching forward. Youngwoo raises his arms to block, stepping back from the surge. The watching students erupt, sensing the fight might turn. Poison seeps in, and Youngwoo feels its effect spreading through him. A girl in the crowd protests angrily, calling poison use unfair. In that moment, the Black Tiger successor regains focus. He wastes no time, believing the tide has shifted. He rushes Youngwoo head-on, ready to strike back. The confidence lasts only an instant before realization hits. Youngwoo gathers his power and releases it, forcing a violent smoke burst from his body. Once again, Park Kyo is completely caught off guard by the sudden turn. Spectators shield their noses and mouths, realizing the dark cloud carries poison. The mist rolls outward, swallowing the entire area in seconds. The furious boy realizes too late his attack only strengthened his opponent, and now he is lost inside the fog. Youngwoo's voice cuts through the mist, shockingly close, freezing Park Kyo in place. He stumbles through the haze, shouting and calling his opponent a coward. Regret hits instantly when Youngwoo's hand clamps onto his head again. His face is driven straight into the ground with brutal force. Youngwoo questions him about chi absorption, his tone turning sharp and serious. Lying helplessly, the Black Tiger has no idea what Youngwoo is talking about. He barely speaks before another blow hits, knocking his words aside. The strike launches him again while Youngwoo barely shifts his stance. Even enjoying the fight, Youngwoo remains unconvinced. He rushes forward at full speed without hesitation. Precise strikes rain down in rapid succession. Unable to block or evade, Park Kyo finally loses consciousness. Youngwoo lands more blows until a commanding voice calls out to stop. He reacts just in time and halts mid-motion. Seconds later, an explosion tears through the space they occupied. The blast forces Youngwoo back from his fallen opponent. He stiffens, recognizing the technique, and turns toward its source. A red-haired youth steps forward, posture perfect, expression empty. Youngwoo immediately recognizes that aura from a past life and stares back. He studies the blank face coldly, suspecting another reincarnated being. For a brief moment, Youngwoo lowers his guard, sensing real danger. With Park Kyo unconscious, the redhead introduces himself as Tempstu from the student council. He positions himself protectively, stating Youngwoo has gone too far. Youngwoo responds calmly, saying poison forced him to retaliate. He adds that poison residue still lingers in his body. The redhead checks him carefully and confirms the claim. His gaze shifts to Park Kyo, knowing well the boy uses poison. Watching students grow restless, waiting for a clear resolution. Sir John M. Liu steps past Tempstu, moving toward Park Kyo without pause. Kyungsoo asks Youngwoo to remove his foot so they can talk, but is ignored. Laughing, Youngwoo claims he fears being poisoned again. The redhead argues the boy is unconscious, but logic fails to sway him. Kim-soo senses the cruelty in Youngwoo and understands why poison was used. He warns Youngwoo again, this time with a clear threat. That threat only excites Youngwoo further, his grin widening. The air around him shifts, and the redhead instantly senses danger. He switches tactics again, choosing restraint and urging the boy to stop. Youngwoo finally removes his foot from the fallen Black Tiger. Only then does Kyungsoo ask his name as curiosity spreads through the crowd. Youngwoo introduces himself with a smirk, stating he is a freshman from the magic department. He walks away confidently as the onlookers instinctively clear a path. Kyungsoo watches closely, thinking how unlike him this boy is compared to his own leader. A faint concern crosses his face. Sensing this, one could bring chaos someday. Inside, beat Hadami. The corridors have grown quiet again. Youngwoo moves on, angered that the Black Tiger used chi absorption without understanding it. That realization finally gives him the answer he was searching for. Elsewhere, at the horror hotel from before, Park Young-chien, leader of the Black Tiger clan, stands in shock. He demands an explanation as his eyes scan the lifeless bodies, sweating. A subordinate explains the culprit drained the life force of everyone present. The leader responds brutally, leaving punishment marks for such failure. Even the singular girl was not spared, Only her empty shell remains as he orders a hunt. The target, however, is already claiming new victims. In a dark corridor elsewhere, he grips a man as if weightless. His expression confirms this is the blood scholar reincarnated. Back at Singular Academy, daily student life resumes. Students sit quietly in class, waiting for the instructor. Youngwoo is among them, staring at a pile of gifts he does not understand. Two girls nearby gush over the hero who humbled the crybaby. Before they continue, another girl passes by their seats. Her blonde hair and familiar charm draw attention immediately. She ignores their stares and walks straight ahead, taking a seat beside her childhood friend, showing clear closeness. The other girls bristle and whisper about her monopolizing the prodigy. Unbothered, she smiles and tells him to ignore the gossip, feeling slighted. One girl vows to expose the celebrity online. Yutahara stands to respond, but the girls leave before she can. She sits back down and hears Youngwoo oddly agreeing with them. Anger flashes until he quickly explains himself. The conversation shifts to magic as Youngwoo asks about her interest. She says it is entertainment. Staying current matters in her career. When Youngwoo questions her choice despite her wealth, she grabs his arm, uncomfortable. He asks her to let go, but she holds firm. She looks at him quietly, memories resurfacing. Remembering the day Youngwoo saved her from danger, her gaze stays locked on him as she continues holding his arm. Youngwoo grows tense and asks what that intense look directed at him means. Blushing, she speaks plainly, admitting she has no plan to stop at kisses with her hero. Before she can continue, a heavy stack of books slams onto the desk, cutting her short. Shaggy Young arrives and takes the seat on Youngwoo's other side. The blonde fumes as Youngwoo ignores her and calmly asks the nerd about homework. The girl answers proudly, smiling as she confirms she finished everything. Flushed with irritation, the blonde uses telepathy to ask Youngwoo who that girl is. He answers casually, explaining they met during the test, making Yuhara lean closer after hearing he remembered her name. Her irritation deepens instead of fading. The two girls glare sharply at each other across Youngwoo. Tension crackles between them in a silent clash of pride. Youngwoo's device rings, breaking the moment and pulling both girls' focus. He checks the message and sees it is from his younger sister. She asks to see a movie together, but Youngwoo replies he has class and must reschedule. At the cinema entrance, his sister Su Lien stands with her friend, excitedly asking about him. Her mood drops when she hears he will not come. Even as Su Lien suggests going alone, the friend protests, but Su Lien walks ahead decisively, forcing her to follow. The movie runs long, and night has fallen by the time it ends. Su Lien hurries home, already dreading a lecture for being out late. She slows on a quiet street, sensing something off and sharpening her focus. The girl scans the dark road but finds no one in sight. She knows she heard something, yet whoever watches her stays hidden. Suddenly another disturbance erupts, startling even the unseen observer. Su Lien turns again, now fully alert. This time, she freezes at what approaches from ahead. Hostile figures close in, surrounding her from all sides. She screams instinctively, fear breaking loose. A burst of smoke marks the first strike. To their surprise, Su Lien responds fast, raising a magic barrier to defend herself. The masked attackers recoil, realizing she is no ordinary child. Calm but firm, she warns them police will arrive soon. One masked man counters, saying cameras were handled and no one will see them. Another orders the group not to hold back despite her age. She must be captured. As Youngwoo's sister, Su Lien strikes first as they advance. The one wearing an Iron Man mask nearly grabs her, but she escapes with a leap. Though holding her ground, she complains it is unfair while retreating. The Captain America masked man appears behind her during the distraction. Smiling coldly, he blocks her escape this time. Elsewhere, hurried footsteps echo through a long corridor. Youngwoo bursts into the emergency room, eyes sharp and resolve unbroken. Panicked over his sister, Youngwoo runs through the ward, calling her name again and again. He finds Su Lien at last. She rushes into his arms, shaking and asking why he came so late. He kneels to her level, avoiding excuses, focused only on what happened. Flustered, she points toward the criminals on stretchers, explaining they tried to take her. Each attacker lies bandaged and injured, groaning softly in pain. Youngwoo asks who left them like this, voice steady but sharp. Su Lien pauses, then starts recalling every moment clearly. She explains she was nearly captured by the one wearing the Captain America mask. She tried to twist away and escape as fast as she could. He was already too close, and she screamed in fear. Suddenly, someone struck him mid-air and sent him flying away. Like her, the other kidnappers never saw where the attack came from. While she struggled to understand, she heard someone speak nearby. That was when she saw several men in suits approaching with serious faces. One of them started to apologize, speaking with restraint. She did not recognize him and thought he confused her for someone else. The masked criminals remained standing, growing hostile again. Their mistake was ignoring that the suited men fought for survival. Confused and careless, the kidnappers stayed put, wondering how they were found. Then it was too late, as the leader ordered all of them taken down. The group moved instantly, overwhelming the masked attackers. With numbers and resolve, the fight ended quickly. Su Lian watched from a distance beside the leader, stunned. A faint sign of pain caught his eye and he rushed to her, frightening her further. He noticed her injured arm, and she said one blow had struck her there. Though she tried calming him, anger overtook his expression. He could only question why this had been allowed to happen. Rising in fury, he shocked the girl with his reaction. He shouted a new order, declaring a level 1 alert to eliminate everyone involved. As she tells Youngwoo how terrified she felt, he listens without interrupting. She adds that the masked men on the stretchers must regret it now. She believes they still will after leaving the hospital. Outside, Hajime waits in the parking lot, posture rigid and unmoving. Soon, a group of men approaches him in silence. The men in black suits stop before him. Their faces show fear mixed with despair. They bow deeply as their leader reports the girl was taken home safely. Youngwoo fixes them with his usual intimidating stare. His squad, Udino, former mafiosos long discarded, trembles under that gaze. One man steps forward, offering his life to atone for allowing the girl to be endangered. John Woosh turns away without hesitation, dismisses them coldly, says the punishment will wait. They bow once more, accepting the order without protest. Before the boy even steps outside, they are already gone. That disappearance pulls Youngwoo's attention back to the parking lot. He senses something off, slows down, studies the surrounding buildings. He dismisses the feeling and keeps walking toward the exit. The parking lot falls silent, empty, like nothing ever occurred. Almost empty, since someone still hides behind a concrete pillar. A chilling silhouette lingers, wearing that familiar medical smile in the shadows. The next day begins normally, as a woman and several children admire the Black Tiger clan gate. Inside, clan apprentices train relentlessly in martial arts. The children buzz with excitement during the visit. The teacher explains again that this is one of South Korea's 8 great clans. One child asks if that means it is the strongest place in the country. The teacher hesitates, avoids sides, says all clans serve the nation equally. A sudden voice interrupts, claiming that any ranking would put them at the top. It is Part Jumshi himself, leader of the Black Tiger clan, arriving with a bodyguard. The teacher feels honored by the clan master, who stays outwardly humble. Smiling calmly, he says he came because these children are the nation's future. In seconds, the crowd surrounds him, praising him, asking eagerly for photos. Nearby, Park Shum-hoo watches the scene with a very different reaction. The association group leader observes everything with open disdain. That disdain hardens into anger over secrets he knows are being concealed. The strange young man keeps watching, now joined by a colleague urging more backup. He refuses, saying exposure would be reckless and could spark clan war. The woman reminds him of one investigation still unresolved. During a meeting, 300 people vanished without explanation. Last year, passengers from 3 tour buses disappeared inside a tunnel. A hotel incident followed, every guest gone without a trace. He says all cases were labeled demon damage, but she links them to the Black Tiger clan. The leader agrees the clan is not innocent, fueling her outrage further. He calms her, asks for patience, knowing they are already under investigation. He reveals the clan uncovered something ancient in a tomb last year. Until they learn what lies there, action remains impossible. As the children leave, the two continue watching from afar, alert and wary. The clan leader offers his farewells with a warm, gentle smile. The smile fades quickly, replaced by a bitter expression. He confirms to Park Kivo that he has returned. The bodyguard answers yes. The massive clan base stands eerily empty. In one room, Park Kido lies bandaged on a bed, recovering from a brutal beating. The clan leader storms in immediately, cold and ruthless, tearing into the miserable state his son lies in. The boy flinches at his father's sudden presence, fear cutting through him instantly. He drops to his knees without delay, begging forgiveness, swearing never to disgrace the clan again. The old man responds flatly, telling him to finish what he starts next time, no matter the cost. Park Tito shakes under the weight of his father's crushing, unforgiving stare. Claire Mater continues, face twisted with disgust, declaring his son unfit to ever inherit his role. The boy can only bow his head lower, repeating apologies he knows change nothing. Memories flood back of beatings delivered whenever he failed to meet expectations. He recalls the hatred in his father's eyes, scorn mixed with punishment for every mistake. On the cold floor, buried in memories, he shields himself, knowing deep down his father demanded strength. He vows to reclaim his dignity, driven by humiliation, resolved to grow far more powerful. Dark clouds blanket the sky as rain pours down and trees sway violently. Workers in raincoats haul a massive box from a pit while Park Young Chiem oversees. Ignoring the storm, the tiger leader barks orders, demanding absolute care with the cargo. One trembling worker injures his hand, drops the box, and draws instant fury from the boss. The leader explodes in disgust as the man stammers apologies and excuses. Another worker snaps at him while sealing the box, everyone aware of the leader's temper. Through the cracked opening, the weight is explained, a human body packed inside. Back home, Park Keela senses something deeply wrong and turns sharply. A shriveled, dried man dangles from a hand, twisted, like lifeless fruit. Still wrapped in bandages, the mummy from the coffin now recovers, draining life nearby. The boy stays calm, asking if the creature had attempted escape. The man does not react, and the young master calmly proposes a deal. Park Hyo agrees firmly, offering help under one strict condition. He demands the technique used to erase anyone who stands in the way. A hard stare shows this request was never expected. Then a crooked grin appears, promising enjoyment, and the man accepts. Back in the present, Park Tito studies his injuries and the price of his choices. A staff member cuts in, stating training must resume without delay. Tito agrees, asks about the tatami, learns they have been unreachable for hours. Frustrated, he presses about all communication routes. The worker promises future action. Inherited rage surfaces, and Tito lashes out verbally at the helpless staffer. A sudden thought sparks as Tito stares at the trembling servant. He demands the man's hand, leaving the servant stunned and confused. Before understanding, Park Keel grips his arm, assuring it will be quick. A short scream erupts, then dies, as a massive surge of energy bursts out. Park Keel releases him, and the body collapses, completely dried and empty. The young tiger finally understands the truth. His bandages now useless. New energy floods him, sealing wounds and reinforcing his body with strength. With clarity, he sees the path to vengeance against his enemy, a jumbo. Blitz Sudma stiffens as a sudden noise and violent tremor ripple from somewhere nearby. He spins in place, eyes sharp, scanning the area for the source. In the city, two operatives quietly confirm the clan's communication lines are completely severed. After confirmation, Black Squad members escort civilians away, announcing a rift attack drill. The crowd groans at another drill, while warnings promise screams and chaos, yet total safety elsewhere. Jong-woo pulls together the last active members of his unit. Vice Leader Yang Onek leans in to whisper, prompting his superior to ask what is wrong. Yang admits fear has locked his body. He has never seen the boss this enraged. Standing before them, Hu Jong-woo smiles cruelly, declaring tonight ends the Black Tiger clan. At that moment, the Black Tiger clan base comes under full assault. An armed force surges forward, vaulting rooftops with lethal precision. Their leader rushes ahead, intent on crushing the attackers without mercy. A sudden strike slams into the fighters behind him without warning. Instantly alert, he recognizes an ambush and orders an immediate retreat. Too late. Several subordinates are already struck down and collapse rapidly. Moving with silent precision, he drops into cover, eyes searching for threats. Pressed against a wall, he scans the shadows, hunting the unseen enemy. A voice suddenly speaks from behind, breaking his focus completely. Youngwoo stands beside him, calmly warning against overconfidence despite standing alone, seizing the moment. The ninja leader attacks at once with his Gakana. Youngwoo flares with power and counters, his kick blocked at the last moment. The impact still sends shock through the ninja, locking his body in place. The enemy leader is hurled backward, crashing into splintering wooden boards. He lands hard, forced into a guarded position on the ground. Shaken by the strength, lingering tremors fade as something worse steals his focus. He looks across the field and sees his entire team scattered and defeated. Still stunned, he watches Youngwoo step closer with measured calm. Realization hits, the prodigy sinister ore has returned, and fear takes hold. Youngwoo smiles darkly, assuring him this fate will soon claim the entire clan. A mocking interruption cuts in, shattering the boy's oppressive presence. A masked unit arrives, their leader scoffing. Confident Youngwoo speaks empty threats. Even the ninja leader freezes as the Crimson Guard reveals itself fully. Florence steps forward, cool and dominant, questioning Youngwoo's understanding of danger. Youngwoo remains relaxed, exposing the site as a human trafficking operation. From outside, the Black Tiger Clan territory still appears quiet and untouched. Leaning against the outer wall, a lone leader probes the communication failure. Sue and a partner approach, revealing the clan is likely under attack. Shock spreads across the boy's face. No one sane challenges the strongest clan. He prepares to report to the association, but his partner does not move. She lowers her head slowly, hesitation clear, driven by another plan. She exposes her intent by rushing toward the site, driven by hope of finding her sister, leaving her leader stunned. He finally reacts, shouting for her to stop and come back. An invisible electric barrier answers first, shocking her the moment she tries to cross. The force throws her back to where she jumped from, and her leader rushes to her side. He pulls her up quickly, demanding to know why a barrier exists here. Inside the base, Crimson Guard warriors are hurled around relentlessly while fighting Youngwoo. Youngwoo stands unmoved at the center, calm as enemies surround him from every side. Frustration boils over, and the guards prepare a desperate counterattack. Youngwoo watches with amusement, likening them to moths rushing toward a fatal light. In an instant, a blade of light forms in his hand. Fear spreads as they recognize the weapon and its overwhelming power. One tries to warn the others to flee, but the attack is already unleashed. The strike tears through the group in a single sweeping motion. None of them react fast enough to defend. When the motion ends, a spiraling mark remains where every enemy was erased. One survivor realizes only the spectral blade could do this, questioning how Youngwoo wields it. Others struggle up, demanding why they are being attacked when they claim no wrongdoing. Youngwoo finds their confusion amusing and asks if they truly want the reason. The masked warriors shout that they do, since death is already closing in. Youngwoo agrees to explain, his presence sharpening the air around him. Every guard fixes their attention on him, bracing for the answer. He states coldly that this began when they attempted to kidnap his sister. Confusion spreads across the warriors at his words. Their leader defends them, claiming they only punish those who deserve it. That defense earns a sharp, icy glare from Youngwoo. With cold arrogance, he questions whether armed men like them deserve human rights. Silence falls, until a voice agrees with him from behind. Park Tito steps forward, fully healed, stunning allies and enemies alike. A guard warns him to stay back, but Park Tito ignores him. Gripping the man's arm, Park Tito questions him calmly, making him tremble. To prove his control, he activates chi absorption again, draining his ally completely. Another guard gasps, asking what power this is. While Park Tito focuses only on strength, a smile forms as his hunger for power grows with every pulse absorbed. Soon, multiple Crimson warriors lie collapsed, shriveled and lifeless. Park Tito does not stop, reaching for the next victim without pause. As energy is stolen, the man begs silently, but Park Tito shows no restraint. The team leader watches his subordinate fall and tries to call out. Realizing words are useless, shock freezes him in place. With no choice left, he turns and attacks his own superior. The blow lands, but Park Tito barely reacts, pushed back without injury. Seeing the young man hesitate, the team leader speaks up, trying to reason, demanding to know what he is doing. Jumlu remains nearby, watching closely as the Tiger Clan successor mirrors the man's stance. Wearing a confident smile, he says he is only making sure the Crimson Guard serves its true purpose. Shock flashes across the masked leader's face as he struggles to grasp what that purpose truly means. His thoughts drift back to the day he joined, when he swore an oath to defend the clan. He remembers how every member pledged their lives solely for the clan's protection. Back then, the mansion looked much the same as it does now, but Thakvan, the young master, was once a terrified child hiding in the dojo corner. Approaching gently, he asked the boy if everything was all right. It was clear little Kino was not, his body marked with bruises and pain, trying to comfort him. Haydn explained the harsh training was meant to make him stronger. The boy doubted it, saying daily effort was never enough to meet expectations. The young warrior fell silent, troubled and unsure how to respond. Changing tactics, he offered to personally teach him in the next session. At last, the boy lifted his head and met his gaze. With a warm smile, he promised to help little Kiho become a strong leader, unused to kindness. The boy suddenly wrapped him in a tight embrace. Through tears, he declared he would become that strong leader. Crying, little Kiho clung to him, promising to grow stronger and asking for guidance. The memory feels fresh, as if that hug happened only moments ago. Now, facing him again. Fear shakes him at what the boy has become, lifted by the throat. The Crimson Guard leader still accepts his duty, even in terror. He offers his life once more, believing it noble to protect the clan. Park Tito coldly rejects that idea, saying the guard exists only to serve the clan's will. Seeing the man as a mere tool, he begins draining his life force without pause. The once powerful leader quickly withers, his strength fading into nothing. Even then, he warns his master that the enemy they face is truly dangerous. Park Tito finishes the absorption, leaving behind only a dry shell. He drops the remains without care, admitting he needed that strength. His focus shifts back to his waiting opponent, wondering if thanks are deserved. Jumlu answers calmly, grateful as well, then asks again how Park Tito learned that power. Park Tito responds with a brutal strike to the gut, offering no explanations. Youngwoo watches closely, surprised by how much stronger his opponent has become. A rapid chain of attacks follows, but Youngwoo blocks every single blow. At last, one punch slips through as Park Tito declares, today is his lesson day. Throughout the Black Tiger base, cries and chaos echo without pause. The Black Squad leader and his vice leader battle fiercely against a full ninja unit. Holding the line, the captain asks how long they must endure this fight. The vice leader answers fast, saying they must stall until Jumlu destroys the clan. Remaining calm, Device urges him on, saying they only need to hold a little longer. As the exchange ends, he drives another heavy blow straight into an enemy. The impact sends the body flying until a wall finally halts the momentum. Silence follows as all opponents lie fallen, and the group assumes the fight is finished. Before any next move forms, a furious scream tears through the area. In a flash, one of them is struck at extreme speed before they can react. The Tiger Clan leader's bodyguard storms through, smashing Can into the wall like debris. The vice leader barely turns before a precise strike catches him as well. He slams into another wall, cracks spreading outward from the impact. Dazed, he lifts his head, searching for the source of such overwhelming force. His vision is crushed by a foot pressing his head into the stone, leaving a deep imprint. The Black Tiger Clan leader steps forward, pinning them down and demanding their identities. Rage consumes him, angered by invaders he cannot identify or trace. The bodyguard reports they are investigating, but the barrier blocks clear detection. Losing patience, the old tiger chooses a more direct method for answers. To everyone's shock, the squad vice leader speaks immediately, naming Diamond Gate of the Golden River clan. The claim leaves the old man openly doubtful. The bodyguard dismisses it as deception. No one would confess so easily. The man in black responds calmly, saying confession is easy when death is certain. That certainty fuels the clan leader's fury, killing intent burning openly. Before he can act, a violent crash erupts from the wall behind him. A body bursts through and collapses at his feet. Horror spreads as the Black Squad recognizes Youngwoo, wounded and unconscious. Their faces twist in despair, victory lost in a single moment. Rarely seen so helpless, Youngwoo lies buried in debris, motionless and cold. The clan leader freezes, struggling to understand how the boy arrived here. The answer follows as Park Tito steps through the breach, radiating vengeance. Even his father falters, calling his name to confirm the sight. Shock grips him as he recognizes the energy now pouring from his son. Park Tito admires his transformed body, clearly pleased with the result. He boasts that he claimed the monster's power his father sought to control. The old man snaps back in fury, shouting that his son was meant to use the monster, not become one, overflowing with arrogance. The boy calmly tells his father to go to hell. To prove his resolve, he seizes the bodyguard by the jacket. In moments, the guard is reduced to nothing but drained energy before the clan leader's eyes. The surge intoxicates the boy, who remarks that the energy tastes better than expected. His enjoyment only deepens his father's rage as Park Tito keeps smiling. The clan leader explodes, declaring his son became a monster the moment he learned that power. Unfazed, the boy reminds him he was always called weak and questioned as a true son. He asks calmly, which is worse, a weak son or a strong one branded a monster? The old man falls silent, unable to deny the truth in those words. Advancing with open arrogance, Tito tells his father to retire, declaring himself the new leader. The Tiger Clan leader scowls instantly, calling his son reckless and arrogant. The successor grins thinly, proposing a fair fight, saying the strongest deserves everything. The old man trembles, caught between rage, resentment, and something close to fear. A third voice cuts in sharply, ordering them both to stop before crossing a line. Young Woo, awake and seated, watches the scene like a stage play, joking they should fight already. Park Tito stares in disbelief, shaken by Young Woo's refusal to stay down. The fire prodigy mocks him, noting his subordinates have not even been eliminated yet. The young tiger scoffs, refusing to believe such a claim. The black squad lies scattered and unconscious until Young Woo calmly tells them to stand. To both father and son's shock, those thought defeated rise as if untouched. Young Woo orders them to leave and reinforce the outer barriers. In a blur of speed, the two vanish instantly to execute the command. With no more interruptions, Young Woo finally begins to speak calmly. Before he can finish, the Tiger Clan leader charges straight at him. A lightning-fast strike sends Young Woo flying, smashing through another wall. While airborne, he summons a spectral sword, preparing for a controlled landing. He does not expect his enemy to already be waiting behind him. The old man lashes out, blaming him for his son's fall, his form a blur. The black tiger's strike crashes down, slamming Young Woo into the ground. Young Woo barely cushions the impact, shock rippling through his body. He struggles to process it, certain his enemy was just ahead of him. Another killing presence erupts from behind, moving at terrifying speed. The follow-up strike lands cleanly, leaving him no room to evade. The assault continues as the old man unleashes a relentless barrage. Young Woo narrowly avoids the rest, realizing his foe warps space with enchantment. Park Young Shim remains unfazed, Rithcore eyes burning with resolve. He watches Young Woo like prey marked for the kill. The black tiger's explosion erupts toward him while he is still mid-air. But Young Woo responds calmly, revealing he has answers of his own. He counters the blast, admitting the technique is impressive but still inferior, slamming his spectral sword into the ground. Energy surges outward, cracking the earth toward his opponent. Park Geum. Jin leaps back, startled, trying to escape the rupture. Shock spreads as he realizes the boy can wield such a weapon. His eyes lock onto a movement that sends unease through him. The blade spins freely, releasing a precise whirlwind slash. The destruction dwarfs shattered walls, tearing through the battlefield. The old tiger is forced to defend with his own magical sword. In disbelief, he wonders how much power such a young fighter truly holds. He lands hard on a rooftop that somehow holds, pushing off fast to regain momentum. Another explosion detonates directly on his position, forcing an instant evasive move at the heart of the destruction. Young Woo stands firm with his blade, blocking any approach. The young man knows the old tiger still holds back. This fight is not at full force. The pace shifts when arms suddenly lock around his neck. The hold is perfect. The clan leader screams his son's name, sensing disaster closing in. Park Tito feels absolute control, ready to activate his trump card and drain everything. Dense energy spirals violently as the successor begins pulling life force away. Youngwoo's veins strain as power is ripped from him, danger closing fast. Park Tito grows more confident, indulging in the chi flooding into him. For a moment, escape seems completely impossible for the prodigy. In the brink of collapse, Youngwoo recalls something crucial. The choice hurts more than the assault itself. While Park Tito wonders at his power, that curiosity slows him, just enough to sense something wrong. Realization hits Park Tito too late. The flow reverses without mercy. His father rushes forward instinctively, as if he could stop destiny. Youngwoo warns calmly that it is already over. A devilish smile spreads. The suffering fades from his face. Within seconds, the young successor withers, dry like the bodies before him. The father stands frozen, unable to accept the sight of his fallen son. Youngwoo explains that after many reincarnations, mastering this technique was inevitable. He offers a final farewell as his rival drops like a dead leaf. Park Young-shim trembles, hatred and grief twisting inside him. He charges again toward his enemy, desperate to kill if he cannot save. Youngwoo stands ready, mocking calmly about seeing the dead return. A massive explosion erupts, visible from far beyond the battlefield. The old tiger is struck hard, blood spilling as damage overwhelms him. Even wounded, he halts and demands answers from the monster before him. He asks why his entire clan had to be erased this way. The answer never comes. Youngwoo's spectral blade pierces through him. Youngwoo exhales, satisfied at last, still annoyed by endless words. He ends it completely, holding the man accountable for every act. Spinning his sword, he clears the remnants of the clash. He scans the area and sees no one left standing. Only then does he reflect, realizing he should have learned more earlier. Looking at the fallen leader, he notices the rift core exposed. Understanding dawns. Only that energy explains the tiger's feats, a missed truth. He wonders if other clan leaders wield similar hidden power. A sudden signal pulls his focus away from reflection. Without hesitation, he leaps toward the source at full speed. Another young man hides nearby, watching the entire scene unfold like an unseen spectator. He attempts to flee while launching hurried attacks toward Youngwoo. Those reckless strikes only expose him, letting the prodigy identify him instantly and counter cleanly. Youngwoo's stance remains flawless, balanced, controlled, and unshaken. The boy freezes when he realizes a Youngwoo blade is embedded inches from his face. Pressured for answers, the intruder claims Youngwoo should already know who he is. Youngwoo denies it calmly, noting the boy is not using Black Tiger techniques but Pang style. Cornered, the boy panics and admits he is the third heir of Habapeng, present only as a guest. Threats follow, but they fail. Youngwoo steps closer, his smile growing sharper. He remarks that the Habapeng family never survives long enough to rise in history. An idea strikes. Youngwoo steps back, saying the boy can serve as the perfect scapegoat. The boy protests strongly, insisting he came strictly on a peace mission, left with no patience. Youngwoo uses his chilling smile to seize control, valuing his life. The terrified boy quickly agrees to everything. As he pleads, Youngwoo flicks a pill straight into his mouth. He orders him to swallow and obey from now on if he wants to survive. Shaken and unsure, the boy asks what he will be forced to do. Youngwoo answers casually that he is now a puppet. The young man calls out for his squad leader to train the new recruit. A sudden strike snaps the boy's neck aside, dropping him instantly. Kang Tasen appears, obeying orders, dragging the recruit away for training. Turning to the others, Youngwoo orders them to stage chaos and leave false traces. Smoke from earlier clashes still drifts through the ruined area. The bodies of the clan leader and his successor remain where they fell. Beside the leader's corpse rests the exposed rift core. It does not remain untouched for long. The revived monster, once controlled by the leader, claims the power for itself. It begins absorbing the rift core directly, without restraint. The energy overwhelms even the creature as it forces the absorption. Bent over, it screams in agony but refuses to release the power. Moments later, the process ends, its body still shaking violently. It rises slowly, laughing with deep satisfaction. Wearing a demonic grin, it knows its power is complete. The blood spirit realized. Elsewhere in the city, the night remains calm and ordinary. A couple sleeps peacefully, unaware of what has happened. Their son slips inside the house, careful not to make a sound. Youngwoo closes the door slowly, avoiding even the slightest noise. He thinks it was easier to erase a clan than enter quietly. To his surprise, Sudian is waiting in his room, watching him closely. Youngwoo asks why she is awake, and she answers that she was waiting for him. While stripping off his filthy clothes, the boy thanks his sister for worrying, says it is late and they will talk later. Sudian sees through him instantly and presses harder, demanding to know where he went. He never plans to tell the truth, yet he finds the situation oddly entertaining. Playing along, he teases her, asking if this is concern or outright panic. She bristles and insists she is only worried, just like their mother always is. Youngwoo pulls out 2 bills as leverage, making her freeze mid-sentence. Feeling insulted, she snaps back, reminding him she was nearly kidnapped. Worry is obvious. He raises the money again, prompting her to accuse him of doubting her values and threatening Mom. He ups the offer to 500,000 won, leaving his sister completely stunned. Her eyes lock onto the money as she silently reconsiders everything. Youngwoo waves the bills, urging her to take them and enjoy movies without restraint. As expected, the money vanishes from his hand in a blink. She swears she will stop asking questions, claiming it is only to keep him safe. In the end, she thanks him casually while he keeps his smug act. When he suggests hiring her a bodyguard, she reacts in pure shock. Memories of masked attackers surface as she processes his suggestion. She decides self-defense is better, especially since she is training his technique. Without waiting for excuses, she launches straight into a demonstration. A sudden strike surprises Youngwoo, forcing him to block immediately. He holds firm, defending cleanly and snatching the bills she used mid-attack. Then something unexpected catches him off guard. A rapid chain of strikes follows, pushing him to defend at once. Using money as bait, she attacks relentlessly, letting Youngwoo reclaim over half the bills. She still looks ready to continue with what remains, beneath his calm stance. Youngwoo feels proud, realizing she can protect herself, returning the money and urging practice. Frustrated by his lack of praise, she storms out, grabs her cash, and slams the door loudly. Left alone, Youngwoo wonders how handling his sister is harder than erasing a clan. At last, he collapses onto the bed, seeking a moment of rest. His thoughts keep moving, noting one less threat now that the black tigers are gone. As sleep creeps in, harsh memories surface without warning. He jolts upright, trying to shake the pain from his mind. Pressing his head, he hopes to silence the thoughts. Still, a scene from a past life resurfaces clearly. A girl once introduced herself and offered him food, in case he was hungry. Calmly, he asked if the roast was poisoned. She proved it safe by eating first, praising his caution. His logic was sound. The training field allowed only 3 survivors. Unexpectedly, she proposed he become her subordinate. The offer stunned him, leaving him confused and irritated. Smiling serenely, she said she would unite the Mirim and needed a right hand, offering marriage as another option. He mocked the girl, asking if she wanted to rule beside him as his queen. Conquering Mirim was his aim long before her dream, but fate never planned them together. Time passed, and eventually their path crossed with Muno in an unavoidable encounter. The blood scholar threatened the boy, seizing his partner as leverage to force surrender. Jongwoo stood frozen then, trapped in a choice with no clean escape. He watched his beloved companion get hurt by one of his most hated enemies. Youngwoo reels as those memories surface again, heavy and unsettling. He concludes Kivo's Chinite absorption is directly tied to Muno. The night advance at Black Tiger Clam Gate falls under close surveillance. Bodies lie scattered along the perimeter, now carefully inspected. A blond young man with a familiar aura studies the scene in silence. The singular squad leader arrives, saying the investigation is underway and a clan will be exposed. The blond man states firmly that only one person is responsible. His words shock the young singular officer. With a sharp stare, the young man repeats that a single culprit caused everything. He adds that a demon still moves while others rest, stirring the forest. The Black Squad executes its mission under Younglu's direct orders. The vice leader commands them to comb every inch of the perimeter. Leader Kasane grumbles about dragging a new recruit through live training. His teammate erupts, stunned by the complaint. Orders were clear. The captain steadies himself, blaming fatigue and overwork. The vice leader stays locked on the forest, searching for a unique presence. A sudden tremor snaps the squad to attention. They scan the area, unsure where the disturbance began near the city. A siren blares, signaling a looming disaster. An urgent broadcast orders civilians to evacuate. A Level 3 rift has opened. Panic spreads as crowds flee in raw desperation. Even the Black Squad leader feels shaken by the Wraith's power. His partner holds firm, reminding them that orders mean survival. They push harder, racing deeper into the forest, hunting the strongest presence. The second-in-command warns them not to engage, only observe and retreat. As they advance, a massive blaze comes into view. Flames devour the trees ahead, blocking any further approach. From their position, the cause becomes visible. A towering demon of rock and lava stands, terrifying beyond reason. The leaders take cover at once, eyes locked on the monster. From afar, they sense there is no escape, stunned by the unknown. Their whispered exchange draws the demon's focus. The danger sensor activates instantly. As Angwin reacts, both abandon caution and flee, each sprinting a different way. The instant they flee, a massive fireball slams into the exact place they were hiding moments before. Seeing the destruction, the second-in-command instantly imagines the worst possible outcome. Lost in that thought, he fails to realize he is already trapped in the worst position. A ring of fire closes around him, and he instinctively flails, trying to push it away. His leader stands nearby but too far, frozen between saving him or staying back. Accepting the inevitable, the suited man falls into raw despair. He never thought he would burn alive before answering for his crimes. Eyes shut tight, he thinks only that he does not want to die like this. Nothing happens. The heat fades, and he realizes he is still alive. The flames vanish, and his teammate points ahead at the cause. A completely unhinged figure is gripping the demon with bare hands. Munal lifts the monster by its neck, wearing his familiar maniac smile. Calumet wonders aloud if it was truly that powerful, staring with excitement. The Lada creature's roar answers him with terrifying force. The sound shifts as the beast begins to tremble violently. The bloodthirsty maniac drains its energy, forcing even a demon to howl. The remaining men struggle to stand under the crushing pressure. In an instant, everything disappears, leaving only stone dust drifting away. The Black Squad stands frozen, stunned by what they just witnessed. Their shock draws the maniac's gaze, turning them into his next focus. Panicking, the leader shouts that they are fully exposed. With no escape left, they charge forward at full speed. Munal barely moves, only revealing that he knows they reached the immortal spirit. The words halt them mid-charge, leaving them asking how he could know. Muno smiles with pure malice, confirming that his true target has reincarnated. The following day, a summit of the 7 remaining clans is announced at Celestial Peace. Journalists worldwide watch closely as the representatives arrive one by one. First comes the Huachaman leader, long white beard flowing, clad in Tibetan Nong attire. Cameras pan before shifting to the next leader arriving with his entourage. A muscular man in a long coat and styled hair appears, leader of the Gamsaman clan. Before reporters can react, another arrival catches them off guard. V. Holba storms in full of energy, already regretting his poor outfit choice. Lowering his voice, the Clamomator warns his vice to behave, irritating young Wu. Haldic laughs it off, saying he could beat everyone anyway, though scrutiny remains over the Black Tiger fall. Young Wu replies sharply, saying he is in no mood after losing contact with his squad. He feels uneasy, sensing something wrong, and insists he must find them fast. His leader understands but urges him to focus, especially on the Celestial Peace head. A sudden voice interrupts, asking why anyone should fear her father. Young Wu instantly recognizes Ku Yunjung, his classmate. Annoyed by her presence, he asks why she is there, while Holvik silently observes. Before she can answer, a blond man with a goatee steps in, his red suit sharp, cutting the moment short. The man carries weight in every move. Che Menchil revealed as the commanding leader of the Celestial Peace Clan. His daughter, Chiun Joan, the quiet nerd, quickly explains she attends the same class as the boy. Confused by the boy's role, he asks if he is the Diamond Gate heir, only to learn he leads a clan as vice. Halbeck does not hesitate. Realizing the prodigy girl stands before him, he openly offers his son in marriage. Tre Minshul interrupts at once, his grin mocking, clearly amused by the blunt proposal. He replies with matching enthusiasm, hinting that the goateed man plays a clever game. The charged air exposes their past, tension rising as if an old clash waits to resume. A journalist senses a story and steps closer, but a guard blocks him without effort. Sensing the noise growing, the leaders shift focus and move toward the meeting room. Xiu leads ahead, Li Hovek follows closely, with his vice, He Jiangwu, at his side. The nerd wastes no time, speaking again with Youngwoo, who admits her presence and knowledge surprise him. Before joining her father, she explains magic let her enter this world and master her clan's arts. She ends it at the doorway, welcoming him to her home with a calm, sincere smile. Outside, a lone young investigator watches the venue surrounded by reporters and guards. His thoughts drift back to the strange conversation he shared last night with the blonde man. Perched in a tree, he studies the scene while journalists ready themselves for interviews. He recalls that beside the black tiger-clad assault, a level 3 rift opened, yet the demon vanished. Central Command covered it up as a false alarm, though he knows the massacre ties to that disappearance. He stares at the building, searching faces, hoping to identify who caused both disasters. The effort drains him, frustration rising as his thoughts hit a dead end. He mutters complaints about his secret contact, who feeds clues but never full answers, shaking it off. The young singular vows to uncover the truth alone, no matter the cost. Inside the room, clan leaders sit around the table, trading empty formal words. The Tibetan monk leader grows impatient, openly irritated by the endless delays. Across from him, the stylish muscular leader refuses to rush, calling the monk foolish. Their clash spreads tension through the group as voices rise over the meeting's pace. The monk finally snaps, slamming the table, accusing the Helbapang group and demanding justice. The Stadler leader answers back just as sharply, refusing to back down. He warns that provoking Peng could doom the nation, noting the group's backing from China. Minxiol, towering yet calm, intervenes and orders everyone to settle since this is not a battlefield. His words force Hoffa to sit again and admit he let anger take control. Holmik observes in silence, saying nothing as the room cools. Minxiol continues, stating that his review shows the evidence remains unclear. Now composed, the monk asks if someone is deliberately fueling conflict with China. The celestial peace leader avoids an answer, stating no one present could erase a clan so quickly. He then turns to Li Hulduk, asking for input after his long silence draws attention. All muscle and no tact. Leader Li says the Black Tiger clan fell simply because they were weak. Even Minxiol freezes, stunned by the blunt and careless conclusion. The elder beside him sighs heavily, silently condemning the brute's cruelty and poor judgment. Feeling cornered by hostile stares, Hublek bristles and questions the reaction aimed at him. The host sidesteps the tension, choosing silence over further provocation. The brute rises abruptly, declaring the meeting finished since nothing more can be settled. The celestial peace leader closes the session, stating they will act in everyone's best interest. As the conference disperses, quiet discussion continues outside in a garden gazebo. Chai Yun-jum appears shy, softly noting the meeting may last longer than expected. Her hesitation fades as she decides to bring a cake she baked, leaving Young-woo puzzled. She asks if he wants cake, and he answers that he does. She rushes off instantly, not waiting for another word. Left alone, Young-woo feels disbelief, though the moment itself feels oddly fitting. His focus quickly leaves the girl and returns to plans that remain unchanged. He recalls a critical factor, the Black Squad, missing yet never insignificant, lost in thought. His phone suddenly rings, pulling him back. He answers with quiet hope in his voice. That hope collapses into panic as he asks if something went wrong. Deep in the forest, a shallow pit shows clear signs of violent conflict. Young-woo and Assistant Kim stand together, examining where the squad vanished. To Young-woo, this scene is wrong. It was never a battlefield. He senses lingering energy, techniques echoing through the ground. He knows the Black Squad never stood a chance against that foe. His assistant freezes at the claim, asking if he is certain. Young-woo bolts off without replying, moving fast. He stops abruptly, instincts locking onto a familiar trail. Before him lies devastation, his subordinates shriveled and lifeless like mummies. Gasping, Assistant Kim catches up and asks what happened. The answer lies in plain sight, so clear it defies belief. A suited man screams in despair, confirming the grim truth. Rage and anguish merge as Young-woo calls out to his squad. He shouts, demanding how long they plan to lie there pretending to be corpses. At his voice, the squad responds, eyes slowly opening. They rise stiffly, like the dead clawing their way back. Assistant Kim recoils in shock, unaware such a thing was possible. With calm pride, Young-woo explains they cannot die under the immortal spirit effect. Back at Diamond Gate Base, daylight feels strangely brighter. Still recovering, they attempt to identify the attacker for their chief. The vice leader trembles, haunted by power he never knew existed. Ajamu studies the carved stone, suspicion already forming. He immediately criticizes Tai-san's sketch as crude and unstable. The boy demands the pencil with sharp authority. As he draws, his follower watches closely, learning in silence. The boy unveils a lifelike portrait, a face from a past life, the blood scholar reborn. The battered squad stares in shock. The sketch matches the attacker with brutal precision. Jambu shows no surprise, memory dragging him back to a fallen friend. He remembers striking Muno himself, unleashing every ounce of fury. Steel flashed, the blade tore through, leaving nothing whole behind. He was certain Muno died there, ended by his own hands. The zombie-like squad studies the drawing in silence, bodies weak, minds slow. Young-woo scans the image, forcing logic onto the impossible. He shivers, recalling the blood spirit sonification. Mumiel's cruel smile haunting him. Yet that is not the core threat. If Mumiel has found him, the blood scholar who spared his squad now lurks awake. Young-woo accepts the truth. The enemy knows of his reincarnation, and he may be marked. Anxiety grips him. This foe feels calmer, quieter, far more patient than before. Deep in the forest, Asmak stumbles, his strength finally slipping. The blood-crazed maniac runs, hunted by a squad of singulars. Their resolve burns hot, yet they remain blind to his true might. He only wants distance, slipping past every strike without engaging. That restraint holds until boredom wins, and he chooses to erase them. A simple finger snap, and a singular's energy disappears. Panic spreads. The team scatters to defend. While Mumiel keeps walking, his twisted grin shows patience spent, the hunt already decided. He needs no effort to end it, only extending one hand. Fingers curl, clutching the energy thick in the air. At once, the pursuing singulars collapse, chi absorption draining them dry. They crumple down like withered fruit, falling one after another. Mumiel watches the result with clear delight, savoring his own power. Focus slips. He misses a sudden strike, a sword flashing from behind. The commander attacks, the one Mumiel nearly destroyed, rage driving him close before a narrow dodge. Mumiel laughs lightly, asking if this man truly commands the group. The one-eyed elder answers, Park Handon, commander of the association's 12th Battalion. The maniac responds in kind, naming himself Sure Mumiel. The commander presses him, demanding his origin and his masters. Mumiel shows only confusion, ignorant of governments or clans, his answer sounding mad. Another singular leader rushes in, ready to tear the truth free. Mumiel snaps his fingers again, targeting the one-eyed commander. He misjudges the blind spot. Park Handon dodges and closes in fast. Irritation flickers. The blood scholar did not expect this distance so soon. For the first time he commits, seizing the covered opponent's head directly. The blood-soaked mage prepares to drain more chi with his art. Yet the commander remains calm, hiding something unspent. He triggers his disassemble technique. His form breaks apart inside Mumiel's grasp, the result catching him completely off guard. He laughs aloud, amused by how engaging the man's technique feels. That curiosity snaps into warning as he senses another change. The body had disassembled. Now it reforms far too close. In a sudden reversal, the singular commander reforms with his blade, driving it in from behind, pressing for answers. Once more, Muno offers only his name, leaving the commander demanding more. Muno calmly asks for patience, claiming all will know him after he conquers Murim. The one-eyed commander dismisses the claim, confused and unaware of Murim itself. Still impaled, the madman stays firm, insisting he will restore it. Fully unsettled, the commander questions him again, doubting his own sanity. Before any action follows, shock overtakes him. Within seconds, his energy drains away under the blood scholar's control. He collapses beside his subordinates, all already emptied. Smiling faintly, the maniac turns his attention elsewhere. He seeks a reaction from the young man who sensed him coming. Jim stands recovered, the blond stranger watching with visible interest. Above them, dark storm clouds churn and thicken. A lone figure floats within lightning and thunder. Death itself takes shape, a burning red skull and scythe hanging in the air. A blue dragon erupts from the clouds, roaring through the storm. They clash head-on, an explosive battle of roars and fury. Death slips past the dragon's claws, its scythe carving through scales. The blade traces a long cut along the massive body. Pain forces the dragon into a desperate, echoing roar. The sound jolts Young-gru awake from the vision. He snaps upright, then shuts his eyes, locking every detail in. Understanding dawns as the meaning of the revelation settles. He stands with resolve and steps onto the balcony, gripping the railing, fully committed to his destination. Without pause, the boy leaps toward his goal. He slams down several stories below, leaving a crater behind. Ignoring the impact, he launches forward at full speed. Night lingers as dawn nears. Hajamu watches in shock, still in pajamas. The boy studies the scars of a massive battle fought moments ago. He understands the signs and feels immediate concern. The city still reels from the Black Tiger clan's fall, its command shattered. The Diamond Gate, as the nearest force, now holds authority. A restricted meeting is called without delay. Elder representatives brief the leader and Secretary Kim on two associations seeking shelter. Lee Hulga listens with boredom, suggesting both requests be denied. The bald man and elderly woman recoil, scolding him, reminding their leader he now governs the Black Tiger's former land. Secretary Kim snaps under the noise, shouting for everyone to stop talking. He demands the leader silence them himself, openly calling the pair old foxes. Both freeze in shock, clearly insulted by the sudden label. Even Leader Lee pauses, stunned by his secretary's outburst. Kim presses on, attacking Holik directly, accusing blind ambition, earning a sharp reprimand. Still defiant, the secretary insists this is simply his strong personality. The room falls into confusion, no one grasping what just happened. Someone mutters aloud, wondering if Kim ate something spoiled. Regaining control, the assistant speaks seriously, explaining workload doubled with less than half the staff. The bald man and elderly woman nod, agreeing it should be obvious. Kim explodes again, shouting that he alone must fix everything. The chief asks if recent conditions had not improved, believing progress was made. Still enraged, Kim reminds him he also vowed to avenge the Black Tiger clan. Pride fills the leader's face as he loudly declares his loyalty. The assistant challenges that claim, questioning his values, forcing Holbeck on defense. Without hesitation, Kim asks if the clan truly plans to face the Habapang. His boss answers with arrogance, declaring his clan unbeatable. Once more, Kim explains the danger, stressing the Habapang are a guild. For once, the leader pauses, actually considering the warning. Instead of answering, he wonders aloud where his vice leader is, always solving matters. Growing frustrated, he questions Hajomo's absence even outside the base. Kim calmly reports the boy is missing and unreachable by all contact. Lee Holbeck suspects this may link to the Black Squad incident. Far away, Young-woo sits alone at a quiet cafe table. He lowers his face, appearing lost in thought. In truth, his expression twists, fixated on his eternal rival's reincarnation. He knows the earlier explosion could only be his work, likely clashing with Muno. He recalls the dream, reading it as proof they already fought. Excitement mixes with worry, realizing he stayed sealed away too long. A harsh voice cuts in, rudely ordering him to leave. Two massive guards loom, demanding he vacate the reserved space. Remaining seated, Young-woo calmly asks who this young master might be. The guards answer for Pain Dushian, heir of the Habapang, who hates commoners. With dry sarcasm, the boy stands slowly, pretending ignorance, questioning the commotion. One guard responds with a brutal strike to his stomach. He is hurled down the corridor, tables crashing aside. The protagonist has no intention of ending it there. Rising steadily, he complains about another fight interrupting his rare peace. Before he can act, something unexpected is suddenly thrown at him. The remaining guard scatters stacks of bills, trying to buy silence and force a quiet exit. Before Young-woo even chooses to rise, both guards snap to attention. They bow deeply to their master, apologizing for failing to clear the trash. Pain Dushian enters, lilac hair marking his bloodline, arrogance filling the space. The young heir sits like the place belongs to him, feet up, posture careless. He berates his guards for failing to handle the problem properly. As one turns back to finish the task, Young-woo is already gone. From afar, Young-woo watches Pain Dushian carefully. He did not expect the heir to arrive in the country so soon. Focus sharp. Young-woo already suspected Habapeng would react after the Black Tiger fall. Knowing their move fuels influence struggles. Young-woo chooses to handle this himself, leaving Mumiel and his rival aside, lost in thought. He is startled once more by a sudden presence. A white-haired youth approaches, attempting intimidation without restraint. Young-woo ignores the insult, calmly asking if the boy even knows him. The stranger answers with a question, fully aware Young-woo has no clue who he is. Without warning, he launches a burst of fire magic, promising another meeting. Young-woo evades easily, concluding the attacker is unhinged. The strike ends as fast as it began, leaving Young-woo irritated. The sudden flames catch Pain Dushian's eye from a nearby building. Moments later, the rooftop is empty, Young-woo returning to search. The attacker has vanished, leaving only questions behind. At the Celestial Peace Gate, diplomacy resumes once again. A new council gathers, clan leaders seated around the table. A door opens, announcing the arrival of Pain Dushian. His towering guards in the air enter without observing any decorum. The host rises to greet him, only to be ignored. The blatant disrespect leaves the host frozen. Pain Dushian commands attention, stating he did not come to socialize. The leaders criticize his posture and unchecked arrogance. Unbothered, he declares that an internal conflict caused another Habapang heir to vanish. He follows by claiming Habapang will seize full control of the investigation. The monk leader erupts, demanding the boy show proper respect. Pain Dushian answers with action, proving he is not bluffing. He smashes the table with one hand, splinters exploding outward. Several leaders recoil, stunned by the sudden violence. Hulvik stiffens, ready to answer force with force. The heir demands the culprit be surrendered at once, rejecting outside interference. As expected, Hulguk rises laughing, mocking the boy's confidence. Though within his rights, the host chastises him, reminding this is a formal council. Ever combative, leader Lee Naoyun questions whether his colleague could truly stop him. Using his authority, the Celestial Peace Clan head authorizes an attack on Hulbik if he makes a move. The clan representatives rise together, tension sharp, all prepared for conflict. Lee Hulbek only smiles, showing he feels no pressure at all. Without pause, he activates his divine shield, daring them to test his limits. Even the arrogant heir senses the hostility and judges their behavior as crude. He states again that the investigation now belongs to Hava Peng. Warning interference means war. Near the Celestial Peace Gate gazebo, Young-woo waits patiently for the meeting to end. Lost in thought, he wonders how the debate will conclude and what the heir truly hides. Jiamu stands rigid and serious, deciding silently not to interfere yet. Suddenly, Shaggy and Jung come running toward him, waving eagerly. The interruption catches him off guard despite being near familiar ground. The girl arrives demanding why he vanished, and he offers a vague excuse about emergencies. She shifts topics, questioning his long absence again, while he quietly avoids answering. From afar, the girl's father watched the exchange, standing beside another clan leader in silence. He told his counterpart that Young-woo caused the recent surge of the Diamond Geek clan. The monk asked what the bearded leader intended to do next. The bearded man explained Habapeng had Chinese government backing, which confused the monk. He added they must comply with Habapeng and avoid conflict at any cost. The monk agreed reluctantly, still unsure why this path mattered. He then revealed his greatest concern behind all these decisions. Convincing Li Hobart to accept Habapeng terms seemed nearly impossible. The elder doubted it, recalling how the brute nearly fought everyone alone. As Young-woo spoke with the nerd, the father said only Young-woo could pressure the Diamond Gate leader. At the gazebo, the teens talked smoothly until a familiar boy arrived. Jumble recognized him instantly and grew visibly uneasy. Xie Yunjiang greeted him warmly, calling him brother without hesitation. Youngwoo struggled to accept the rooftop lunatic as the girl's brother. She introduced them, saying Juhomium was her clan's successor and childhood companion. The boy stepped closer, draped an arm over Youngwoo, reminding her they were meant to marry. Youngwoo froze at the word marriage, while Homiho accused him of flirting. Before any defense, the boy threw a punch and started the fight. Elsewhere, at the Celestial Peace Gate, events unfolded fast as Lee Holduk and Kang searched for Jungwoo. Unable to reach him, the leader grumbled they should not have separated. Kang Cheon said even if he asked, Jungwoo would never explain. Fed up, Holduk decided to drop the issue. He recalled how the other 6 leaders grew excited earlier, activating his power for fun. His son warned him against reckless use, but the brute felt thrilled, craving battle for years. A nearby explosion suddenly drew both their attention. Back at the gazebo, teenage conflict escalated rapidly. Hong Byung launched an attack using fire magic. Chaeyoon Jones screamed, unable to grasp his sudden hostility. He told her to step aside, calling it a matter between men. Another fiery blast shot toward his romantic rival. From afar, the 2 leaders watched as the Celestial Peacehead revealed a secret weapon. The elder warned this clash could worsen interclan tensions. The bearded leader stayed calm, saying it was personal and contained. As they debated, the disciple of Celestial Peace pressed harder with flames. Youngwoo blocked and deflected as best he could. Still, a few attacks broke through and struck him. The boy kept charging, refusing to slow down. Suddenly, the nerd stepped in to shield her classmate, stunning both fighters. Homion erupts, voice sharp, ordering the girl to retreat without another step. She stands firm, refusing, saying he already crossed a line he cannot undo. Confused by the accusation, the boy asks what crossing a line truly means. Memory cuts back to childhood, when he was 10 and first met her. She recognized him through her maid, treating him casually and asking how he was. Before replying, the boy presents a gift, remembering it was her birthday. Young Yoonjeom accepts it warmly, smiling with open delight. The present vanishes moments later, torn away without warning. Her father, the clan leader, appears instantly, demanding to know the boy. The boy bows politely, smiling, saying he is a Chloride Squad candidate. The leader responds with visible anger, his hostility impossible to miss. The boy freezes, unable to grasp why the mood turned hostile. Even Yoon Young begins crying after seeing her father's harsh expression. Chief Minshil shows no mercy, already pushing the boy away from his daughter. That night, Home Young hides alone, curled in darkness. A training squad member finds him, casually mentioning the leader's daughter incident. The boy stays silent, tears falling, while the trainer calls it inevitable. Anger surges as the boy protests. The man only laughs it off. The trainer explains calmly, strength is required to claim the leader's daughter. The words burn deep. The boy repeats them, hearing the strongest takes everything. Driven by resolve, he trains harder than anyone in the squad. He even pushes into danger, climbing where mistakes mean injury. In the arena, he dominates, no opponent able to defeat him. As he grows, he challenges groups at once, always demanding more fights. Back in the present, he grips the nerd girl's shoulders, saying it was all for her. Cha Eun-jun frowns, openly uncomfortable with his overwhelming strength. Frustration explodes. Home-young yells, demanding recognition for his sacrifices. Her discomfort deepens. She orders him to stop, pulling away. He shouts louder, desperate, believing volume might force understanding. He questions her feelings, recalling her talking calmly with Jung-woo. He remembers her awkward attempt to bring a gift to someone uninterested. He screams, asking why she would choose death like Jung-woo over him. Losing control, he declares she now needs his permission for everything. She refuses instinctively, activating her magic and forcing him back. He tries to recover, speaking softer, but the moment has passed. Disappointment shows clearly. She again asks him to stop right there. Homion stands speechless, stunned by where his actions led. Overcome by sorrow, he suddenly lunges toward the girl. Jungwoo intervenes instantly, striking him and stepping in as her shield. Even the protagonist bristles, visibly tired of the escalating drama. The boy ignores everything else, anger surging so hard his body shakes uncontrollably. Keeping his calm tone, Hajumbo explains he held back, trusting it was a misunderstanding, but patience has limits. Offended and provoked, Homon shifts into attack mode, claiming his rival seeks death. The dark prodigy is done holding back, craving a fight to vent his pent-up rage. He never expected his opponent to strike first with such speed. In that instant, he senses something wrong, his body refusing to move. Hongyun presses in without pause, throwing another blow while questioning Youngwoo interference. This time, Youngwoo dodges, asking if that twisted obsession really counts as love. Countering sharply, he calls it coercion and raw violence, nothing more. He repeats the word arrangement with clear sarcasm aimed at D-Strike design. Fueled by wounded pride, Homon claims no one understands all he sacrificed for her. Both fighters freeze as a new voice cuts into the conflict. Yoon Young speaks firmly, saying she never asked for any of this. She states clearly those feelings were his alone, never hers. Homon pride wavers, his shadow of confidence cracking. Realizing his feelings were never returned, frustration overwhelms him. Sensing danger, Youngwoo tells the nerd to step back, but she hesitates. When she insists on staying, he shouts for her to leave immediately. The command finally breaks her resolve and she complies. She activates her magic, opening a portal and warning her classmate to stay safe. Homyeon laughs hysterically, disbelief twisting his expression. Humiliation turns lethal as he vows to end Youngwoo for good. He charges forward without restraint, revenge driving every step. Elsewhere, the monk leader questions Minchul methods, but Minchul says only victory matters. The elder glares at him, judging his priorities while his daughter remains in danger, reading the tension. The celestial peace leader admits his cold image and urges the elder to look around. When he does, he notices young Pam watching the fight intently. He also sees other clan leaders already present, silently observing the violent dispute. The bearded leader explains that even unofficial, Youngwoo defeat would weaken his clan position. Back in the fight, Homyeon resumes his relentless chain of attacks. Once more, Youngwoo realizes he has been immobilized again. He takes the full impact of a blazing strike head-on. Even so, his opponent shows no satisfaction and prepares another assault. Blow after blow crashes into Youngwoo without mercy. From afar, his friend Kang Chan watches helplessly. Lee Holbeck grows thoughtful, recognizing the opponent's style and confirming his doubts. Kang Chan asks what power lets the boy withstand such pressure. Hulvigoli answers that it is a rare attribute with no recorded data. Youngwoo begins reading the attack pattern, realizing the paralysis comes from that strange attribute. Believing he dodged in time, he suddenly notices his enemy standing dangerously close. The strike lands too close to evade. He loses balance and slams hard into the ground. It looks like his first loss this life. Body broken, breath shaken, impact still ringing, as Homyeon steps in to end it. A shift sparks inside the prodigy. His gaze sharpens, resolve burning. He chooses the only path left. Homyeon shapes a giant fighter fist, magic swelling and crushing the air. Kangchun and his father shout from afar, praying Youngwoo moves in time. Fire surges from the boy, racing forward, the blast tearing the space apart. Clan leaders freeze. Power like that should close the battle for good. Kangchun never doubts him. His eyes catch a sign the others miss. Youngwoo surges back in, dark prodigy rising, untouched as if nothing hit. Shock spreads through the field. Even the loud rival falls silent. Youngwoo grins, pride steady, already reading his enemy's confusion. Homyeon cannot grasp how his hidden truth was exposed. He strains to seize control, forcing his will to hold. Before he moves, Youngwoo's next punch crashes in, loaded with fury. Panic hits as power fades, senses slipping, awareness breaking apart. His mind drifts, memories surface. The trainer from his past returns. That man always waited for him, steady support after brutal training. He even shared advantages, hinting at what future trials would demand. Those gestures cut deep, filling the boy with gratitude and trust. Then the memory shifts. The night everything shattered comes back. At his peak, he ran to say he led the Chloride Squad branch. The trainer hugged him, still believing he could lead it all. He said he needed more strength and help to reach that height. Then the faithful ally twisted, darkness breaking through. Teenage home, Young struck from behind, grief heavy, joy absent. Tears fell as he acted, driven by need for the attribute. Bleeding. The trainer said he would have given it freely. Sobbing, Home Young confessed. His attribute stole power only by killing. The reply came as a smile, calm and unexpected. Then a gentle hug, leaving the boy frozen in silence. The trainer chose to give his life, so the boy could have everything. The pain snaps Home Young awake, memory burning as he charges again. But the moment is gone. The monster inside Youngwoo now awake. Home Young throws flames once more, desperate to turn the tide. Youngwoo stands ready, warning his secret is no longer hidden. There is no escape. Youngwoo drives a clean counterstrike. The blow hurls Home Young into a wall, stone shattering on impact. He drops to his knees amid the debris, breath ragged. Still, he refuses defeat, searching for strength to rise again. He remains standing despite coughing fits, wounds burning, stamina nearly gone. Before moving again, he asks how his rival broke through the hidden attribute. Calm and confident, the protagonist says danger sharpened his focus. Clues revealed the truth. Homeon grows more confused, asking who could have exposed those weaknesses. Yoonjum steps forward without pause, appearing again near the shattered field. The sight rattles him, betrayal cutting deeper than any wound he expected. To prove it was her, she announces the ability clearly, muscle atrophy causing paralysis. Junglut adds that, knowing this, he reversed the state of his own muscles. Panicked and tense, Homeon demands how she learned about his attribute. Even before speaking, her face hardens, emotion cold and sharp. She explains that Homeon's trainer once demonstrated that power to her. He feared his strength, believing it too much for himself, while she believed in him. Still, he felt the ability would serve his friend better. She tried to stop him, urging him to keep that power. He refused again, saying ambition suited Home Young more, telling it breaks him. Tears falling as regret floods his thoughts. Rage twists into bitterness as he recalls killing his lifelong supporter. Grief warps into resolve. If he was a demon, he would live as one. Rising again, he asks if his enemy now understands why death is required. He declares this is his only purpose. Without it, his actions mean nothing. Youngwoo watches closely, silent, guard steady and unbroken. Homeon attacks again with resolve, driven to honor the brother he lost. The dark prodigy ignores the emotion, charging forward with a relaxed smile. Faster by far, Yolanda strikes cleanly, smashing into his opponent's face. The blow drops him, blood spilling as he apologizes before fading out. The day continues untouched. On a rooftop, Dushin dines with his guard. Stirring iced tea, he asks the guardian what he thought of the fight. The bodyguard remarks on Hajungu's overwhelming skill and raw power. The young master agrees, judging him Class 7 or beyond clan leaders. Rising suddenly, he realizes Diamond Gate's growth points only to Hajumyu. The guard suggests removing him early. Their mission targets the strongest in Korea. Dushin refuses, choosing alliance instead, leaving his subordinates stunned. The Beyond Master mocks him, calling him foolish, questioning his absence during the Mian. With clans nearing collapse through internal war and Hovip's volatility, Jeminchil's unpredictable moves only deepened the chaos. After the morning clash, the Celestial Peace Gate still stands firm. Inside its walls, however, one man begins to unravel. Leader Chai Minchil erupts, screaming at staff over public humiliation. Enraged, he curses the boy meant to win, yet disgraced them all. His command echoes loud, ordering the useless brat erased completely. Behind the closed door, his daughter hears every word, stunned by her father's sudden reaction. Moments later, firm footsteps pound through the corridor with clear intent. A door swings open. The men freeze, shocked to see Home Young has already vanished. They argue quietly about their next move as cold air drifts through the window. Elsewhere, within the Diamond Gate clan, Secretary Tim storms through the halls again, anger barely contained. He reaches Kang Chun, who greets him with an easy, carefree smile. Tim walks past without stopping, claiming he has no time to spare. Kang Chun asks about his mood, but the assistant denies being upset. Ironically, throwing open the leader's door only sharpens the tension. His presence radiates fury as he speaks of war, while Hobart downplays it. With a crazed stare, Mr. Kim warns that every clan leader is watching closely. He yells about the Celestial Peace Gate leader falling in public. As Hobart shifts blame, Jungwoo is summoned to support him, only worsening matters by noting Peng Duxian witnessed everything. He quickly defends himself, saying strong offense is best since conflict is unavoidable. He concludes the clan must prepare early and strike at the right moment. Kat and Sean stay silent, understanding their friend's logic. Days later, events begin unfolding strangely at the academy. The grounds appear deserted at first glance. Then sounds echo from behind the buildings. A chubby, unathletic boy is cornered by bullies. 3 thugs press him down, mocking his place at the academy. He tries to shield himself but keeps taking hits as they point out his attribute. One thug digs through his belongings, pulling out a phone with his sister's photos. Panicked for her safety, he begs them to leave her out of this. Before he can move, another bully attacks again, crushing his hand underfoot. He crouches closer, voice low and threatening. A camera clicks on as he demands the boy strip and run if he wants his sister safe. The others gather back, eager, until someone steps in. Yuhara, the popular girl passing by, calmly asks if they want trouble. Starstruck, they rush her, forgetting their victim, begging for autographs. The first to reach her is also the first to be struck. He crashes into the wall as she states she does not sign for people like them. Her tone is cold, warning all 3 they made a grave mistake. One finally reacts, lunging from behind to grab her. Yuhara pivots smoothly, her leg snapping up to strike his forehead. The last bully hesitates, torn between her fame and the strength now obvious. Without drama, she says she trains daily and will not entertain nonsense. Behind the confidence, she knows her training was to rival Youngwoo, now proving its worth. After proving she is serious, the girl demands the bullies apologize and end it there. That demand only hardens their expressions, refusal clear on their faces. They shift tactics instantly, surging forward together, speed and intent rising. The blonde slips past the first strike, agility sharp and controlled. Another attack follows at once, forcing her to block. Realizing they are coordinated and many, she chooses to retreat, reading the danger in the spacing. The third is already set, stance low, strike prepared for her escape. Caught mid-step, she sees a tight fist rushing straight toward her face. Before contact, another hand snaps in and stops the blow cold. Kang Hanwoo appears, Academy elite, stepping in with calm authority and precision. The bully stammers in confusion, unsure who just shut him down. Yuhara recognizes Kang Hanwoo instantly, though his timing leaves her uneasy. He greets her warmly despite her guarded reaction. Smile relaxed. The bullies who stood tall moments ago lose all confidence. Eyes wide, they drop to their knees, voices shaking as they beg forgiveness. The senior waves it off with a smile, saying everyone should stay friendly. In seconds, the same bullies rush to lift the chubby boy, offering help instead of harm. The boy barely reacts, relieved, watching peace form as they carry him to the infirmary. Yuhara comments in disbelief at how easily Kang Hanwoo scared them off. He brushes it aside and asks if she has time. Wanting a private talk, suspicion flickers as she wonders what he could want. In truth, her thoughts are on Youngwoo, who still has not replied. Only now, as he moves closer elsewhere, does Youngwoo read her messages? He pauses, realizing she never knew he vanished and was genuinely worried. A different emotion settles in as the situation takes shape. He admits he owes her. She attends the academy because of him and could train magic with Yoonjum. He recalls that even the quiet nerd will be absent from school for some time. Remembering recent fights, he plans to speak with the magic instructor about boosted opponents, mid-thought. He is startled as his subordinate appears at his side. Youngwoo asks about leads on Lee, but hears there are almost none. Siumu Mill has disappeared completely, leaving no trace behind. Youngwoo understands this means his enemy is improving, concern rising. Then his expression shifts, excitement sparking at the promise of challenge. A squad leader adds that he does have information on the other man. He explains the man belongs to the Association of Singlers, though his face is unknown. The news pulls Youngwoo back into a focused, serious state. The association works with guilds and clans to monitor rifts, possibly testing something. Thinking it through, Youngwoo agrees, since Jim Ganbei could rise through rift ranks. Before leaving, the subordinate mentions seeing Yuhara walking off with another man. That detail stirs concern and curiosity at once inside Youngwoo. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious downtown hotel, the atmosphere turns tense and formal. The blonde cuts straight in, asking him to speak plainly since she refuses to waste time. He agrees at once, posture perfect, voice firm, clearly prepared for this moment. He declares Yuhara is his mother's chosen fiancé, leaving her stunned and struggling to respond. She jolts to her feet as the weight of those words finally sinks in, as if nothing is strange. The polished man calmly explains himself with practiced charm. Yuhara remains unmoved, expression firm, making it clear she wants no part of this. He pushes on about influential families, but she stops him, repeating her refusal. She stands to leave, thanks him for the meal, and offers a brief goodbye. Storming out in anger, she leaves the stunned suitor behind. He stays seated, staring ahead, trying to process the rejection. Still shaken, he lets out an awkward, nervous laugh. Covering his face, the laughter fades, his expression growing tense. Annoyance sets in as he mutters that wealthy people should act with dignity. Back at the academy, Yuhara calls out to her friend. She rushes over, apologizing quickly for arriving late. Youngwoo says the delay does not matter, since he was not waiting, though she doubts that. She strikes her familiar celebrity pose, apologizing again with playful charm. Youngwoo freezes, caught off guard by her sudden effort. He breaks the moment, bluntly asking what all that display was for. She pouts, complaining that he always brushes off her feelings. His concern lies elsewhere. Her ability to see his skills makes her presence risky. As Yuhara steps closer, apologizing again, Youngwoo wonders why she hid her whereabouts. The thought vanishes as she grabs him, saying she has somewhere to take him. She explains her parents are arranging suitors because of his influence on her life. Youngwoo starts sweating, sensing where this conversation is heading. Yuhara grows serious, warning her parents could decide her marriage at any time. Youngwoo reveals he knows more, mentioning Kang Hyunwoo from the Ilwoo group. Flustered but resolute, she says her father will accept Youngwoo once he meets him. This time, Youngwoo does not deny or evade the implication. Instead, he points out her grandfather as the real problem. Umanshun, stubborn and demanding, serves as president of the Gaon group. Coincidentally, he is meeting Hyun Chul, Youngwoo's father, seeking investment. As Hyun Chul presents new technology, the elder dismisses exaggeration for profit. Calming down, he says he will review the energy rock battery proposal. Hyun Chul bows politely, thanking him before departing. Outside, he sighs about the difficulty of securing investors. Still, he feels grateful for speaking with such a powerful figure. Suddenly, his phone rings from inside his briefcase. He answers quickly, identifying himself as Hyun Chul from the Hanyang factory. Moments later, the man shouts in disbelief about the investment, drawing stares from everyone nearby. Elsewhere, a device screen displays Youngwoo's photo and detailed profile. Hyunwoo reviews the file with boredom, still acknowledging the boy's feat against Park Tae-ho. A voice cuts in, noting the lie held only because the Black Tiger clan was wiped out. Pandushim stands by Hyunwoo's desk, greeting him casually like an old acquaintance. Youngwoo only stares back, calm despite the pressure filling the room. Pan responds with a twisted remark, claiming Youngwoo looks worse than ever. Youngwoo takes no offense, treating it as praise and greeting him by name. Offended by the familiarity, Dushim snaps, warning him never to use that name again. Hyunwoo keeps a smug smile, reminding no pact between their groups is unbreakable. Ignoring decorum, Dushim lunges forward, gripping Jungwoo's neck to assert dominance. Youngwoo senses the danger as the grip tightens, air steadily cut off. In an instant, he vanishes, reappearing seated across the room untouched. Dushim laughs, calling him a clever little fox. Hyunwoo shifts the tone, ready for real talk, asking the young man to sit. Youngwoo refuses, seizing control and getting straight to business. Acting as Havapane's representative, he says his family dislikes the old pact. Hyunwoo watches quietly, unsure where the agreement was broken. Dushim presses with threats, until Hyunwoo asks if they want the old group as enemies. Dushim confirms it, praising Hyunwoo's sharp instincts. Without theatrics, the Havapane envoy delivers a blunt warning. Soon, the 7 clans and the association will answer to Havapane. Dushim's expression eases, satisfaction showing. He turns away, treating the matter as settled. At the doorway, he pauses. He adds a final remark about Youngwoo's future. Smiling slyly, he warns things will get interesting and not to underestimate him. Hyunwoo stays silent, absorbing every word without reply. The next day, the visit comes as no surprise. At the Hangyang factory, a meeting opens with thanks for a major investment. Kang Woo, now an investor, says he would not miss supporting a fellow gym member's father. Yoon Chul thanks him again, promising full effort to meet every deadline. The meeting ends and factory operations resume. An employee questions Yoon Chul about using the factory as loan collateral. He remains confident, backed by the overgroup, focused only on delivery. Suddenly, another worker rushes in, announcing the order has been cancelled. Shock spreads as the boss demands an explanation. The Olu Group headquarters stands tall and unshaken. Inside, Yuju collapses to his knees, begging Yang Xianwu for help. Entertained by the fear, the young man feigns ignorance of the situation. The man explains that canceling the order means bankruptcy for the factory, begging him to reconsider. The young man shifts tone, claiming the product is defective and must be cancelled, though Yoon Chul insists all tests passed. Offended, the sharp-dressed youth asks if he is being accused of lying. Still panicked, the man only apologizes, unable to form a proper response. Kang Woo stands, voice cold, saying he is disappointed, since he only meant to help a gym acquaintance. Desperate, Yoon Chul begs harder, breaking down as tears spill. Kang Woo reveals his demand, rights to the super manufacturing technology in exchange for saving the order. Yoon Chul freezes, stunned and confused by the sudden turn. Elsewhere, already informed, Pang Dushim laughs openly at his partner's move. He knows this could drag the entire Il group into trouble over personal revenge. A guard asks what to do next, but Dushim says to watch. It is not urgent. He senses the truth behind the Tiger Clan's fall is more useful than panic. They arrive at the ruins of the former Black Tiger Gate. The young master says the deeper they look, the clearer one truth becomes. Whoever did this knew the clan inside and out. He states plainly that the destruction was done by a single individual. A guard doubts it, noting the clan leader was a master of martial arts. Dushim answers calmly, strength means nothing before someone stronger. Walking ahead, he adds the culprit is clever, hiding tracks and framing others. He asks the guards who would benefit most from the clan's collapse. They quickly realize the answer points to Diamond Gate. Dushim smiles, confirming it, yet something still troubles him. Asked how Diamond Gate could manage this, he says no master there fits. Even Lee Hovik lacks the power to erase an entire clan alone. That leads his thoughts elsewhere, immediately landing on Youngwoo. He doubts it, convinced the boy lacks absolute master level. He concludes an absolute master acted, driven by deep resentment worth investigating. He orders them to identify that master from existing clues. The guards comply. Across the city, everything appears calm as usual, until Kang Chun of Diamond Gate rushes in, warning Youngwoo of trouble as the boy walks calmly. Unbothered, Youngwoo shifts topics, asking if Kang Chun is upset about Yuhara. Kang Chun asks if Youngwoo plans to marry her, but Youngwoo dismisses it, easing his friend. Youngwoo returns to the issue, asking what actually happened. Anxious, Kang Chun asks if it is true the Obor Group heir seeks conflict. Seeing his concern, Youngwoo asks if Tang Hyunwoo is truly dangerous. Kang Chun explains he is not just strong, but smart in using power. As heir to a major conglomerate, he crushes enemies with influence before fighting. Youngwoo looks confused, and Kang Chun realizes he does not understand. He simplifies it, saying the Il Group's power does the fighting for him. At that moment, Soo-dien, Youngwoo's younger sister, arrives breathless and worn. As Canning Shun moves in to greet and hug her, the girl shoves him back, saying this moment is not for affection. She turns straight to her brother, voice tight, telling him something serious has happened to their father. The workday ends at the Hanyang factory, the floor quiet after hours of relentless labor. Heavy with regret, Chief Wintroff calls everyone together, ready to offer his apology. Before the workers, he admits they endured long hours only to face bankruptcy in the end. The workers stay calm, encouraging their boss not to quit and to keep seeking new investors. Bowen Delera apologizes once more, explaining the use of bank funds leaves no options. Tears held back. Shifu and Shu stand smiling, thanking their team for their dedication. The room buzzes with noise, no one willing to abandon the factory yet. Suddenly, a late employee rushes in shouting with joy that a new investor has appeared. At once, Yoon Sol's face brightens again at the sound of the news. Without delay, another meeting begins to talk business and survival. Inside the room, the leader presents the product, stressing its efficiency and function. The investor sits in shadow, watching quietly, thanking them, then noting several problems. Uneasy, the man asks the shareholder to explain these concerns clearly. He says the product is excellent, but worries about the steady supply of energy stones, siphoning. Those words leave Chief Yunchul unsure, searching for an answer. He lowers his head, asking if they truly needed to push this far. The investor steps into view, revealed to be none other than Youngwoo. Calmly, Youngwoo says they must, with too much money on the line. Meanwhile, another critical meeting unfolds inside the Illwill Root building. Executives of the conglomerate gather with Hyunwoo to hear about super production. The presenter explains Morka's potential grows further by teaming with the Guild Alliance for Griff Stones. Yanzi continues, saying control of the lithium battery market is only a matter of time. As all listen closely, Hyunwoo thinks only of how much influence he can gain. Suddenly, an assistant bursts in, panic clear, bringing urgent news. Without restraint, he announces the Hanyang factory has secured a new investor. The revelation leaves Hyunwoo shaken, realizing his plan is collapsing. Morning arrives, painting the sea with fresh colors. Back at the apartment, Youngwoo asks his father how long he plans to sit in the car. His father steps out, still unable to process everything that happened. Curious, Youngwoo asks what is wrong, but his father only asks to be pinched. Taking it seriously, Youngwoo pinches his father's cheek, earning instant regret. Now certain, it is real. The pain confirms everything is happening. Recovered. The man asks how his son managed to invest such a sum. Youngwoo answers impatiently, saying he used his salary as vice leader of the Diamond Gate clan. The explanation fails, his father sensing the amount is far greater. Youngwoo quickly tells him to keep quiet about the numbers. He warns he will withdraw the investment if his father talks about it. He adds it must stay secret, especially from his mother. His father agrees silently. The pair enter the building together, talking casually about what they will eat later. Nearby, a strange car remains parked, its presence quiet yet clearly suspicious. Inside that car, Hyunwoo watches closely, tracking every movement of his target. He asks his assistant if the investor truly is Youngwoo, as the report suggested. The assistant confirms the information matches what they already analyzed. Hyunwoo wonders how a college student could raise that much money. The assistant admits he has no answer yet. He suggests Jomu may be backed by the Gahen group, given his growing closeness to Yuhara. Hyunwoo instantly senses danger, realizing how every scattered clue now connects. Night settles over the city, calm on the surface, as Yuhara walks alone, feeling uneasy. As she continues forward, she senses footsteps behind her, discomfort tightening her chest. She glances back, checking if fear is playing tricks on her mind. Her instincts prove right, and she breaks into a run to escape. Suddenly, a larger man blocks her path, coldly declaring her road ends here. Yuhara is trapped between them, no escape. As they speak of waiting for this moment, one attacker moves first, pressing close and threatening her life. Yuhara strikes back fast, landing a clean kick that drops him. A voice cuts through the tension, shouting that the scene ends now. The danger dissolves, revealed to be nothing more than a film shoot. Yuhara relaxes instantly, apologizing for the kick. The man grins impressed. The director steps in, closing the shoot as Yuhara thanks the crew. Only then does she notice someone she had been waiting to see. Youngwoo stands there, well-dressed, holding a gift just for her. Soon after, they leave together, slipping into a luxury car. Yuhara thanks him for coming, and he says he would never miss it. She asks if he feels nervous, but he honestly does not understand why. She explains it is normal since he is meeting her parents. Seeing his calm sincerity, Yuhara grows slightly annoyed despite herself. Youngwoo counters simply, reminding her she praised her parents before, leaving her no reply. Smiling warmly, he says he trusts her, so there is nothing to fear. They arrive at her destination, Yuhara's modern and luxurious home. Entering, Yuhara announces she is home, Youngwoo following close behind. To her shock, her grandfather waits inside, someone she never expected to see. Nervous, she asks why he is there, knowing he should be overseas. The mustached elder takes offense, complaining about her cold attitude. He remains seated in his chair, scowling, as Young-woo quietly observes. Young-woo recognizes Yuman Chol, president of the Day-End Group, still strong despite age. He formally introduces himself as Yuhara's boyfriend. The old man snaps back, saying he will not give Yuhara to a penniless nobody. Embarrassed and confused, Yuhara questions her grandfather's harsh judgment. Cutting straight to it, the elder asks if the factory bankruptcy and ill-will group cancellation are true. Jamu firmly shuts him down, saying the man is misinformed. The issue was already handled by him. The old man bristles at the boy's confidence, claiming he cannot trust a 17-year-old investing billions. Even with bodyguards moving behind him, Young-woo remains steady, calm, and unreadable. Fueled by pride, the elder decides Young-woo needs punishment for daring to approach his granddaughter. Young-woo stays silent, offering no reaction to the sharp accusations. The guards take formation, Bratton poised to respond at the slightest movement. Yuhara shouts in alarm, demanding answers, the scene far from what she expected. Amid the chaos, Young-woo only smiles, unbothered, seeing no response. The old man gestures, and the guards vanish at once. They lock eyes, the room sinking into tense silence. Young-woo finally speaks, asking if the elder truly thinks he asked Yuhara for money. As suspicion clears, Young-woo explains he is not desperate for funds. Yuhara confirms the misunderstanding. The old man demands solid proof that the investment truly came from Young-woo. Instead of complying, Young-woo asks what he gains from such a test. Speaking as a businessman, the mustached elder promises approval, but only if Young-woo convinces him. Young-woo agrees to stay away forever if he fails, leaving Yuhara even more confused. Ready to judge, the old man signals to begin the verification. Young-woo smiles proudly, saying his item carries great value. He sets a small wooden box carefully on the table. He politely asks the elder to open it, while the man scoffs at the box. The elder lifts it cautiously, curious what could be hidden inside. The moment it opens, a vivid red light floods the room, revealing a stone. Shock freezes the mustached elder as he stares in disbelief. Inside rests a beautiful rank 7 rift core within the plain box. Sweat forms on his brow as he faces such a powerful artifact. All he can do is ask who this young man truly is. Young-woo refuses details. The elder pleads about family ties. The boy reminds him of the deal. Frustrated, yet convinced, the elder considers involving the group intelligence staff. He lowers his head, still withholding his blessing. At that moment, Yuhara grows angry with her grandfather once again. The elder explains another family proposal exists, but Yuhara rejects it, choosing Hyunwoo. Enraged again, the old man denies Young-woo obtained the rift core and orders the guards forward. 2 guards reappear instantly, prepared to attack. Young-woo already alert. He strikes one so fast the guard never sees it coming. The second avoids harm, but cannot land a hit as Young-woo evades effortlessly. Young-woo smiles, preparing to end it cleanly. He grips the guard's arm, setting up his move. With ease, he slams the guard's face into the nearby table. The others remain still, watching without emotion. Young-woo asks coldly if he should continue. The mustached elder admits his elite guards fell instantly, unable to even touch the boy. Young-woo calmly asks if the test is finished, pushing the guard aside without effort. Scanning the room, Yuman Chol admits he misjudged the situation and embarrassed himself before a teenager. He raises one last question, asking Young-woo if he knew the elder would be present. Yuhara turns sharply toward Young-woo, clearly confused, since even she had no idea. Young-woo answers that without knowing. Bringing the rift core would have made no sense. The old man acknowledges the boy's sharp judgment. Young-woo accepts it as praise. He then faces his granddaughter, asking if she truly understands what she is choosing. The blonde grips Young-woo's arm firmly, stating she knows everything and more. With no options left, the elder admits her resolve, accepts her love, and grants reluctant approval, still wary. Night presses deeper over the city streets. A car races through the darkened road. Kong Hyunwoo drives, his face locked in its usual empty calm. As the road blurs past, he reflects on being rejected by the Gay Him Group president. His thoughts drag him back to his father's furious outburst. He recalls words of disappointment, calling him a disgrace for failing to win a woman. Rage shakes him as his hands tighten around the steering wheel. In his heart, he swears to destroy his rival completely. In a luxury house across the city, a grim event unfolds. Screams echo outside as people scramble to protect the family's core members. Inside the halls, guards lie scattered across the floor, already defeated. Near the second floor, a wounded man answers a video call on his attacker's phone. Told to reflect on his fate, he agrees weakly, begging desperately for help. The voice orders the end, and the execution is carried out without hesitation. Wearing round glasses that suggest calm intellect, the assassin finishes as his phone rings again. He retrieves it from his pocket, surprised by the caller's color. He answers at once, his expression steady and controlled. A new assignment is accepted, a satisfied smile forming quietly. Night continues its silent advance. Youngwoo announces his return home, removing his shoes with tired ease. Despite the late hour, he finds the living room empty. Pausing at the doorway, he wonders where everyone has gone. The answer comes as a sudden attack launched at full speed. Youngwoo slips past the strikes effortlessly, his face completely bored. Attacked from all sides, he evades with minimal movement. When calm returns, he sighs, asking if he has not explained how to soften footsteps. His younger sister appears again, pouting, saying she is already trying her best. As she complains about his sharp hearing, he calmly defends her attempt. Furious, she claims she is practically floating, and he still noticed. She asks if he wants her to hate him, since he never lets her win, playing the role of motivator. The boy tells her to train harder if she ever hopes to beat him. Annoyed, Xian complains he is like rich friends, siblings who buy gifts instead of teaching fights. Youngwoo laughs, asking where such siblings exist, saying that world sounds unreal to him. The girl folds her arms, pouting as she accepts her loss. Their mother suddenly calls out, asking why they are standing around as she and their father enter with groceries. Startled, both kids answer together with an awkward excuse, nearly exposed for fighting indoors. Their mother tells them to wash up and prepare. Dinner will be ready soon. Feeling worn out, Youngwoo heads off, deciding to take a shower. His father grabs his shoulder, quietly asking him to wait. In a whisper, the man says he showed a large batch of the product to the Gahen group. Proud, he explains he shared it since he is also an investor, something Youngwoo did not expect. Youngwoo whispers sharply, reminding him the investment is secret and asking for caution at home. Amused, Yunshu leans closer, whispering everything is fine thanks to him. Youngwoo begs him to stop. From the kitchen, their mother calls out, asking if they plan to eat, ending the moment. A short while later, Jungwoo tells his parents he is going out to meet Yuhara. It is late, so his mother questions it. Youngwoo says that is why he will escort her home safely. His parents exchange worried looks toward the door. His father asks if it is fine. The mother reassures him, citing the girl family approval. Smiling proudly, she says her son might soon join the Daehyun group. Youngwoo walks through silent streets, heading toward Yuhara filming site. As he strolls, he senses something is not right. Behind him, a man with round glasses follows openly, showing no concern. Park Woo-sik of the Assassin Guild studies his target, thinking he looks easy. He corrects himself quickly, knowing there is only a mission to complete. Lost in thought, he suddenly loses sight of the boy. Realizing Youngwoo noticed him already, his confidence remains unshaken. He orders his shadowy followers to pursue at once. With a cold stare, he signals the hunt has begun. He vanishes in a burst of speed, chasing his prey. Their path leads straight into a park. As they move through, trees are left damaged in their wake. No matter the route Youngwoo takes, they stay on him. He finally stops in a clearing formed by the ruined trees. Once again, the protagonist stands surrounded by enemies, unbothered. He complains about their persistence and asks who they are. The assassin introduces himself as a righteous man correcting bad behavior. Adjusting his glasses, he says dealing with a misbehaving student will be quick. His men prepare to strike as he promises the boy will barely feel pain. Youngwoo stays still, calmly watching them, then recalls something important, saying he needs to show them something. He tosses his phone their way. The screen lights up, showing Woo connected through a live video call. Standing in shadow, the young man strikes a proud pose, saying interference forced him this far. He ends the call smiling, wishing Youngwoo a peaceful afterlife. A mocking voice asks if they can proceed now, since motives are already obvious. Jimal agrees, his expression sinking into something dark and unsettling. That darkness twists into a warped smile as he quotes his rival about choosing battles carefully. Unaware of the danger, the henchmen rush forward without hesitation. Chaos erupts again as the prodigy moves, his grin sharp and unrestrained. With a thunderous strike, he blasts every attacker back in a single motion. Park Woo-sik raises his guard, stunned by the sudden reversal. He barely reacts before Young-woo appears behind him, saying surprises are pointless now. The strike aims for vital points, forcing the assassin to barely evade. Breaking away, he retreats fast, creating as much distance as possible. Still defending, he senses another attack closing in. This time the speed leaves him no options. He blocks instinctively, even knowing it will not hold. Locking eyes, the assassin wonders why no warning came about this mission. Anger flares as he convinces himself he will finish this and demand more pay. He cancels a restraint, boosting his movement speed instantly. With a spatial shift, he reappears behind Young-woo, blade ready. Even that speed fails. The boy catches him mid-strike with ease, gripping his neck. Young-woo repeats his words, saying it will hurt a little. Smiling coldly, he adds that it will end quickly. Young-woo glares, eyes burning with pure killing intent. The assassin freezes in terror, finally sensing true danger. As Young-woo prepares to end him, the man realizes how abnormal that student is. In his mind, Young-woo becomes a predator savoring the hunt. Still wrapped in darkness, Young-woo asks mockingly if he felt anything. He answers himself calmly, saying it was nothing. The lifeless body drops to the ground without resistance. With all threats removed, the problem is finally resolved. Young-woo turns back toward his original destination. That ends when a limousine screeches to a halt before him. The doors open, revealing several armed figures inside. They step out with blades raised, confirming more assassins were sent after him. Young-woo mocks them, saying they are amusing for so-called assassins. The leader ignores the insult, focusing on confirming Young-woo's identity. Another member demands to know where Park Woo-sik is, losing patience. Young-woo tells them to stop talking and start moving. The group tank warns him not to underestimate them, claiming they belong to the Darkness Guild. The boy shows no concern at all. His only goal is ending the fight quickly. That cold indifference angers the group together, pushing them to rush him at once. At the same time, the scene shifts to the film set where Yuhara is working. Hyun-woo waits nearby, bouquet in hand, hiding his impatience poorly. Certain Young-woo is no longer a problem. He assumes the threat is gone, trusting that one assassin was not enough. He feels confident sending the Darkness Guild. Filming continues. The director speaks with staff while Hyun-woo stays hidden, calculating cost and what he will gain with Yuhara. He plans to comfort her with Young-woo's death and use it to grow closer. Someone bumps into him, dragging him out of his thoughts with irritation. He watches the person walk away, dressed in a hoodie and sweatpants. Furious, he shouts for the rude stranger to apologize. The hooded figure turns, revealing Young-woo, who says he was distracted by his phone. Hyun-woo freezes, shock crushing him as panic sets in. Young-woo mocks him lightly, joking about the look of someone seeing a ghost. Stunned, Hyun-woo struggles to understand how Young-woo is standing there alive. Filming ends, and Yuhara quickly notices her boyfriend nearby. She approaches happily, and Young-woo comments she finished earlier than expected. Only then does she notice Hyun-woo, wondering why he is there. Young-woo fires back with sarcasm, saying Hyun-woo must be a fan to bring flowers. That remark finally pushes Hyun-woo over the edge. He turns away and storms off, shaking with anger. His face shows someone completely lost on how to take revenge. He hurls the bouquet to the ground, fueled by pure hatred. Breaking down, he screams inwardly, demanding answers about the assassins. As if mocking him, his phone starts ringing. He sees the restricted number and already knows what it means. Answering in anger, he demands to know what failed, but the voice asks the same. Panicking, Hyun-woo asks if this is a joke, since Young-woo is still alive. In despair, he blurts out that Young-woo survived and both Park Woo-sik and the field team were wiped out. The caller responds coldly, questioning how one person could do all that. Hyun-woo senses the shift in tone and tries to retract his words. It is too late. He is now the main suspect to the Darkness Guildmaster. The young heir protests, saying the accusation makes no sense. Chil-muon counters, asking if he allied with Habapeng to seize the guilds. Hearing this, Hyun-woo realizes how dangerous the situation has become. Desperate, he insists it is all a misunderstanding. The guild leader denies it, saying the ill-will group already knows the secret. Trembling in cold sweat, Hyunwoo tries once more to distance himself. The leader states calmly that his loyalty will be tested. And to wait. The call ends, leaving the boy desperate to understand how the guild alliance learned everything. He knows the Owl Group and his father worked hard to build ties with the guilds, and this could shatter everything. Panic creeps in as he pictures the worst possible outcome. Not far away, unseen eyes follow every reaction. Youngwoo hides behind a tree, quietly watching his rivals spiral into despair. A cruel smile spreads, certain this chaos is only the opening move. As the night deepens, he considers whether it is time to advance to the next phase. Elsewhere, another violent clash is already underway. A close ally is being overwhelmed by relentless attacks. Kangshun, heir of the Diamond Gate, now faces real danger. His enemy, Pyandushan, grips his shoulder, coldly asking how his father would mourn his death. The surge of rift openings triggered the rapid rise of the guilds, once countless and younger than the great clans. Only 8 now remain. Ranked second in power stands the Badarkas Guild, with over 200 rank 6 members and countless below. Because of this balance, Kilnwood falls into panic, throwing every plan into disorder. Fighting his thoughts, he searches for escape, knowing his visit from Pyandushan is likely exposed. For a moment, he considers calling on his ally for help. He abandons the idea quickly, remembering the young man temperament. A knock interrupts him as a secretary enters with a report. He snaps in anger, saying he already has enough problems. The woman apologizes immediately. Regaining control, he orders her to report calmly. Bracing for disaster, she reports the Diam Group signed a purchase contract for the super manufacturing product. Tang Hyunwoo explodes into another surge of rage. She adds the product is succeeding in the market, and Ilval Group risks falling behind. Before she can continue, papers fly toward her in fury. He orders her out at once, his hatred for his rival burning hotter. The young leader of Ilval Group now swears to expose and destroy his enemy. At the Diamond Gate clan, events continue as usual. Youngwoo speaks with Mr. Kim about Kangshun's disappearance. Learning contact was lost last night. Mr. Kim insists he has not given up and is still searching. Youngwoo, however, shows little concern. Without warning, Lee Holbein bursts in, charging straight at Youngwoo. Used to such outbursts, Youngwoo blocks the attack with ease. The force sends the brute staggering several meters back. Reading the anger, Youngwoo wonders what sparked this reaction. He questions the clan leader in his usual annoyed, careless tone. Enraged, the brute shouts that he knows about the plan to marry Yuhara. Youngwoo yells back instantly that he is not getting married. The punch redirects mid-swing as Hulduk freezes. Relief spreads across the elder face, while Youngwoo adds that he is simply not married yet. Furious, Chief Lee questions the boy's loyalty to his daughter, though Youngwoo never intended to marry her anyway. The elder face hardens again as he accuses his vice leader of betrayal. Youngwoo stays calm, walking past him, saying the marriage talk was nonsense from the start. The leader erupts, shouting how it could be sudden after countless sleepless nights planning Youngwoo marriage. Shocked by the emotional outburst, the boy asks for respect, reminding him he is still a minor. Hulvik snaps back, saying there is no lie, he now fully opposes the marriage. Losing patience, Youngwoo reminds him he is not his son. Hulvik fires back that he will be his son-in-law. Fed up, Youngwoo ends the argument by bringing up Kangshun's disappearance, no longer avoidable. Hulvik's mood shifts instantly, fury fading to concern as he turns to Secretary Kim. Uncomfortable, Kim reports Kangshun has not been heard from since last night, and something feels wrong. Unexpectedly, Kangshun's father dismisses it, insisting his son will appear eventually. Speaking with confidence, he claims no matter the situation, his son will be fine. He starts walking out casually, leaving Kim staring in disbelief. He pauses, rethinks it, and decides a little searching might still be wise. Mr. Kim remains visibly dissatisfied with his master's careless response. Meanwhile, Hulvik wonders what trouble his son caused this time. Youngwoo stays silent, watching everything unfold as if forming a plan. Leaving the Diamond Gate headquarters, Youngwoo walks the streets, worry for his friend weighing on him. He orders his Black Squadron to mobilize and search for Kangshun. They respond at once. Standing on the sidewalk, he studies a nearby building. From the outside, he wonders if Yuhara filming is happening there. Youngwoo enters, heading toward what appears to be an auditorium. Inside, the space is completely empty. He questions whether he arrived at the wrong location. Hyunwoo appears, confirming Youngwoo is exactly where he should be, the stage of his fall. Youngwoo notices the heavy doors locking shut behind him. Hyunwoo stares defiantly, suggesting the show should begin. With a snap of Hyunwoo fingers, screens light up across the hall. The displays showed Youngwoo and Hyunwoo live, captured from multiple angles. The feed also appears before Kilmuan, master of the Darkness Guild, watching from his headquarters. The guildmaster looks amused, entertained by the spectacle arranged for him. Both boys stand silent, neither speaking a word. Youngwoo finally breaks the silence, sarcastically praising the plan of using Yuhara as bait. Cameras record every moment, broadcasting the scene in real time. Hyunwoo says this display should count as an apology. Youngwoo looks genuinely confused by the statement. Hyunwoo explains Youngwoo underestimated him, never imagining he could defeat Woosik and the Darkness members. That earns Youngwoo a rare smile, pride flashing openly across his face. Hyunwoo presses on with arrogance, saying he will settle this himself in direct combat. Fired up, Youngwoo asks if he truly dares enter his family ground, warning he will pay. Hyunwoo stays unfazed, trusting his attribute completely, ready to unleash its power. Before Youngwoo can answer with indifference, a spear suddenly falls from above. Youngwoo lifts his head in time, calmly touching the fresh cut. Surprise fades as multiple weapons rise and aim together. Hyunwoo explains his rare attribute, metal manipulation, boasting deep study of every metal. Surrounded by floating blades, he claims he is not just skilled, but unmatched. Youngwoo smirks, asking if that is truly worth boasting about. He vanishes an instant before the blades strike his position. Hyunwoo fails to track him, watching helplessly as weapons crash into the wall. Youngwoo appears behind him, whispering that control means nothing without mastery. He adds that, without true command, the power is wasted. A thick iron plate tears free from the wall nearby. Hyunwoo reshapes it into a shield, barely blocking a direct punch. Irritation and excitement surge through Youngwoo at once. His opponent keeps smiling, confident, certain he still holds the advantage. Only then does Youngwoo sense the shift as countless spears rise again around him. Hyunwoo attacks with full force, no restraint left. Youngwoo leaps repeatedly, dodging a storm of blades. When the rain of spears finally stops, both men pause. They face each other across a field of embedded weapons. Youngwoo looks fed up, yet his grin never fades. Hyunwoo realizes Youngwoo was holding back, only avoiding strikes to hide his strength. Suddenly, Youngwoo phone rings, shattering the tension. He tells Hyunwoo to answer. The voice calling out is Kang Chun, bruised and broken. Kang Chun begs Youngwoo to save him. Chained by Payan Dushin guards, he asks if Youngwoo can hear him. The young master Payan snatches the phone away. Speaking calmly, he says he enjoys the fight, but Youngwoo must try harder to save his friend. He adds he will enjoy fighting too, after Hyunwoo is dealt with. Youngwoo finally notices the cameras, realizing others are watching. His excitement grows as he questions Payan about kidnapping Kang Chun. Payan answers arrogantly, saying Youngwoo is the only one in danger. He reveals he learned everything about Diamond Gate destroying the Black Tigers and abducting his brother. Gripping Kang Chun's shoulder, he asks coldly if he is wrong. Without hesitation, he breaks the shoulder so Youngwoo hears the scream. He threatens the entire clan, especially Kang Chun, adding other leaders already know. As Youngwoo fights, a force moves toward the Diamond Gate. Each leader rode in separate cars, tension high, all prepared to demand answers. They arrived at Youngwoo clan grounds at the exact same moment. Pang Ducheon said his goodbye, entering his car, stating the fight could wait as Diamond Gate extermination came first. Before leaving, he warned Youngwoo to stay alert, saying Xiangwoo hid frightening strength. The call ended before Youngwoo could reply. He brushed it off, resolve burning stronger than before. Believing he held control, Hyunwoo repeated that Youngwoo must defeat him to aid his clan. He failed to realize the protagonist was ready to unleash something monstrous in response. Inside the building where the clash raged, outside voices began to interfere. Two upperclassmen pressured a freshman to open the sealed door, but fear froze him. One senior ordered him to open it so they could film Kang Hyun-woo's true face. The freshman refused, knowing he stood no chance, and panic ruled him. The seniors threatened force, reminding him only his unlocking attribute could bypass the seal. Afraid of being beaten on the spot, he agreed, begging them not to punish him. He cracked the door open briefly, bullets swaying past. Jiamu struck instead, fueled by hatred, delivering a precise kick. The impact hurled his opponent into the wall, carving a deep crater. Kembu reconsidered everything after witnessing raw strength without any attribute. He was caught off guard by a flash as the short boy snapped his photo. He tried to speak, scrambling for an excuse. The door shut instantly, the boy fleeing with an apology and the image. Kenwoo's focus slipped, his reputation shaken mid-battle. His rival seized the opening and landed another hit. Sensing danger, Kenwoo reacted late to the incoming kick. He formed a titanium shield to block the strike. The defense failed to impress the protagonist. He calmly split the shield and struck through it without slowing. Seeing titanium cleaved so easily, Kilmorn rose in shock. The guildmaster realized Shunwoo was right. Only Jungwoo could have killed his partners. Rage hardened his resolve to confront the boy who interfered. Thinking further, the Darkness leader recalled Jungwoo's vice role in Diamond Gate. Sensing provocation, he concluded the same hand caused the Black Tiger massacre. Meanwhile, battle continued at Diamond Gate as emergency status was declared. Secretary Kim ordered all members to prepare for combat. As formations locked in, the assistant warned the 6 clan leaders were approaching. Holbeck grew excited at the chance to face them all together. Kim immediately scolded him, though he did not grasp why. Near tears, the assistant begged his boss not to celebrate during crisis. They braced themselves as clan leaders and forces arrived. While one conflict ignited, another within the auditorium neared its conclusion. Jungwoo wants to end everything there, but seeing his opponent down, he stops and thinks again. He turns toward the exit, confident Hyunwoo will stay unable to move for a while. His focus shifts to his endangered friend and clan, yet the door will not open and his arms lock. Glowing restraints clamp around his wrists, the special handcuffs stunning him. Like a phoenix rising, Hyunwoo stands again, driven to stop Jungwoo from escaping. He claims the cuffs are forged from an alloy no power on Earth can cut. Jungwoo, unconvinced, calmly tests the artifact's durability. Hyunwoo presses on, declaring Jungwoo's fate decided as he gathers his final strike. He launches a massive energy sphere forward, announcing the end of Jungwoo. Time seems to slow as the protagonist watches the sphere rush closer. It strikes where he stood, tearing a path of destruction through the area. Refusing to underestimate him again, Hyunwoo even forges a hammer mid-air. He sends it toward Jungwoo as well, aiming to pin his feet. The building settles, appearing strangely calm from the outside. Without warning, a violent blast erupts, ripping open the wall. The once sealed exit door inside Immelbo is reduced to shattered remains. Hyunwoo smiles, satisfied, pride filling his face. After such overwhelming destruction, survival for Jungwoo seems impossible. Hyunwoo now believes there was nothing special about the boy at all. He strikes a confident pose, realizing he should have fought him sooner. With his goal complete, he waits calmly for his partner to confirm success. Tension thickens as the 6 clans face the Diamond Gate. A drone hovers overhead, moving in to record what comes next. Holbeck and Secretary Kim stand firm, unshaken before the gathered judges. In his usual wild manner, Holbeck shows excitement, taunting them about dying there. Secretary Kim tries to calm him, but fails as always. He instead addresses the Celestial Peace Clan leader, demanding the reason for this persecution. Chubmin Tuel claims intelligence proves the Diamond Clan wiped out the Black Tiger Clan. Mr. Ken immediately rejects the accusation, insisting it must be wrong. Suddenly, another voice cuts in, stating it was no mistake. Pain Dushian arrives with 2 guards and the hostage Kane Tron. Claiming solid evidence, Kane hangs unconscious, dragged by his collar by one of the guards. The young master smiles cruelly, promising they will pay for their actions. Hearing this, the father erupts with rage. He charges forward without hesitation. Someone tries to hold him back. The powerful man refuses to stop. He unleashes his Thunderbolt magic skill. Raw, violent energy surges outward. Every martial artist present is left stunned by the force. Every leader stands exposed, except the one holding a hostage close. The furious man steps forward, demanding his son be returned. Deng Xian slips aside with sharp, practiced movement. He knows the strength of that towering fighter. Before the man can even react, the slender youth leaps in, driving his soul sword, Thunder Palm, forward. The impact hurls the man away, smashing him into the wall, leaving the attacker shocked at his own numbed hand. The entire area falls silent in disbelief. No one expected to see the Gate Lord thrown like that. They never imagined the future Holbeck-Padding hag could hold such power. The secretary rushes forward, worried for his leader, but the man rises calmly and starts laughing. He openly praises the strength of his young opponent. He had believed the gatekeeper was an unstoppable brute. Before his master can rush again, the guide with glasses steps in, urging restraint. He insists violence will solve nothing here. After studying the man carefully and forming a plan, the gatekeeper agrees to pause and wait. The subordinate bows and thanks his boss. He then addresses the 6 gatekeepers directly, warning them that attacking without proof breaks the Great Alliance Pact. The gatekeepers accept that reasoning. They admit they came only because of Habu Peng's report, one adding it made sense to answer Peng Dushen's call. The man tied to the Hugh Harmon Gate case demands to know what proof justified taking his son. He signals his men to prepare themselves. Martial artists across the area shift into combat stances. The young master watches with interest, praising their spirit, but urges them to verify evidence first. Secretary Kame responds, telling him to present this so-called proof. It is revealed that one of the Lord's scouts claimed someone survived the slaughter. The statement sends shock through the crowd. With that, Peng Si is called forward. Gasps ripple through everyone present. He is ordered to explain exactly what he witnessed. Nervous and shaken, Peng says he was at the Hugh Holman Gate on the day it was destroyed. His words leave everyone stunned. Elsewhere, the true mastermind watches eagerly, pleased the truth is emerging. Peng continues, stating that on the day of the massacre, only the killers remained standing within the flames. Pain strikes his head as he starts to reveal who the culprit was. The name revealed points directly to the master of the Darkness Guild, shaking the balance instantly. That name is Choi Kyung-hwan, spoken clearly in front of everyone present. The revelation hits like a shockwave, freezing the entire crowd in disbelief. The father reacts hardest, staring at the accused like his world just collapsed. Choi Kyung-hwan himself looks stunned, loudly rejecting the claim as complete nonsense, while the true mastermind falters, his composure finally breaking apart. He suddenly senses a presence directly behind him. Turning around, terror floods his face at the sight waiting there. A calm voice mocks Kang Hyun-woo for getting carried away after only a few exchanges. It becomes clear he never understood who he was truly fighting. Dark energy floods the room, pressure crashing down from every side. A body is slammed into wooden debris before crashing onto the concrete floor. The impact echoes after he is hurled violently into the wall. Confusion flashes through him as he wonders how his enemy survived. A pair of handcuffs is tossed casually at the villain's feet. The hero states the school's so-called elites failed even with dirty tricks. The man freezes, completely unable to process what he is hearing. Hearing himself mocked as weak and disappointing only fuels his rage. Enraged, he unleashes a storm of blades straight at his opponent. The hero remains calm, unmoved by the incoming assault. He cuts through every projectile, shards of wood and metal scattering before stunned eyes. The villain declares he will personally decide how this battle ends. He admits his expectations were high, but disappointment silences the enemy completely. The reincarnator drives his opponent's head into the wall, demanding clearer words. Dazed, the villain struggles to understand the ghost-like sword now overpowering him. Seeing his confusion, the hero finally explains the truth behind everything. He reveals he alone destroyed the Hung Human Gate, flipping the situation instantly. Realization strikes as the villain sees he was framed along with the Darkness Guildmaster. The enemy sneers, calling it revenge for his family being targeted. He adds the boy was forced to support him, unable to reveal the truth. He questions why the blame was pushed onto the Darkness Guild leader instead. The hero responds with an answer that sounds deliberately vague. He claims control over the boy through a binding spell, then offers mercy. Elsewhere, the kidnapper interrogates the unconscious heir about blaming Troy Keong-horn. He presses the question, asking if Troy was truly responsible. The boy struggles, trying to resist despite his condition. Overpowered, the kidnapper insists again that the Darkness Guildmaster destroyed the gate. Hearing this, the young heir believes the man has completely lost reason. At that moment, the furious father finally intervenes. He throws a massive punch, missing its target yet cracking the ground apart. The crowd freezes, stunned by what they just witnessed. That display carries overwhelming force, far beyond expectation. One of the attackers starts trembling under the pressure. The father burns with fury, focused only on avenging his son. Before the first thug can react at all, the father strikes his hand down, snapping the arm instantly. He immediately lifts his son into his arms. The second attacker lunges in without hesitation. He is met head-on by a lightning-charged punch. The strike lands with terrifying speed and weight. Beside this power, the first attacker looks completely insignificant. Everyone understands the truth. The gatekeeper is simply overwhelming. Then a true threat moves in from behind. Pang Duqian charges forward, driving his head into the clash. Li Hoguk follows, fully prepared with his soul reduction. Before either strike connects, their combined force erupts into a violent shockwave. Power floods the battlefield. The shockwave surges wildly, forcing everyone into defense. No one questions that reaction. The impact is strong enough to rip buildings apart. Just before total collapse, the force halts, leaving a massive crater behind. The young man insists surrendering Mao would ruin him, blaming the massacre on the other side. The powerful fighter rejects it, demanding an apology for reckless accusations. Too committed to retreat, Pang Duqian provokes further, seeking chaos and battle. That is when another figure steps forward. The head of the Gatekeeper Alliance intervenes, aiming to stop the meaningless fight. He admits the matter is personal, but insists it is pointless with the real culprit exposed. The young man finds the move shameless coming from Lord Gateshe. Stopping a clash between major gates still gives him a chance to expose the Alliance head's weakness. Li Hoguk confronts the Alliance leader about ending the fight. Cornered, the man argues violence is unnecessary since his gate was cleared. Hearing that, the powerful fighter agrees and steps back. The Alliance head feels regret, believing he failed to reach him. Then realization hits. No one expected such calm acceptance. As the brute orders his men to withdraw, the Alliance head questions the sudden peace. The gatekeeper, still surprised by the outcome, grows curious when Li Hoguk mentions needing future help. They explain their next target is the Darkness Guild, seeking payback for the fallen gate. Without another word, the strong man drives off, tension hanging behind him. One gatekeeper struggles to fully grasp what just unfolded. He states they must move against the Darkness Guild without delay. Everyone agrees. If Li Hoguk's faction absorbs the Darkness Guild, the Alliance cannot contain that power. With that decided, the martial artists rush toward the Darkness Guild, completely ignoring the Alliance leader. As the crowd surges forward, only the young master remains behind. He looks at his two servants, apologizing softly. "Boss, we messed up." Watching them panic, the young master lets out a quiet smirk. He says there is no chance he abandons the mission after coming this far. Meanwhile, on the road heading toward the Darkness Guild, the car interior stays silent, tension filling the air. Secretary Kim turns toward the wounded young master in concern. He orders the driver toward a hospital, saying treatment comes first. Then a voice says, "Nah, we're good." Secretary Kim freezes, shocked to see the young master awake after the torture. The father asks if everything he said earlier was true, and the son answers, "Yep." Earlier, when the two powerhouses collided, the father nearly exploded, but his son urged him to stay calm. He explains it was all part of Youngwoo's plan, leaving his father stunned, saying, "Carry me gently, please." When questioned further, the young master confirms his capture was intentional. Hearing this, the powerful father laughs, confusing his son who nearly died. Li Hoguk tells him not to worry, asking about the hero's plan, but the details remain unclear. Only days earlier, Youngwoo contacted him directly. He casually asked him to act as Paying Sei's hostage to extract information after a beating. It sounded insane, so Youngwoo framed it as endurance training, and despite refusing, young Lee still ended up trapped in that situation. In the end, he revealed information about the Darkness Guild warehouse, which satisfied the captor. Back in the present, the son boasts about his acting, reassuring his anxious father he is fine. Secretary Kim is stunned that the enemy planned to force their rivals into fighting each other. Meanwhile, at the Darkness Guild warehouse, the guild leader claims he never heard of Habapang's third son being held there. Dark Star reports a young man was taken from the warehouse shortly before their arrival. This makes the leader realize someone staged everything to ignite conflict with Holbuck Payne, even expecting battle. Troy still has no idea who is truly manipulating events. He quickly suspects involvement from someone within the Ilwu group. Darkstar then receives urgent news. The 7 Great Gates are attacking. Troy never expected the assault to come so quickly. At that moment, the doors explode inward. Lee Kang-chun storms in, leading his fighters straight into battle. Seeing this, the Darkness Guild members brace themselves. The young commander keeps advancing, mocking their resistance, driven by revenge for torture. He releases his iron blood angle, spreading destructive force across the area. The fighters rally under his command as he urges them to advance quickly. Suddenly, the young commander notices a massive figure approaching. The sight of the towering figure alone sends a jolt of fear through him. The massive defender plants himself firmly, intent on stopping every attacker. The scene locks in, tension thick, no room left to retreat. The 7th-ranked fighter, Giant Stone, stands ready to shield his guild. Lee Kang-chun stiffens when he realizes the opponent is human, not a dungeon beast. Elsewhere, the Gatekeeping Alliance squad starts exchanging uneasy looks. They see reckless charges and fear the Darkness Guild being dragged into open war, urging action fast. Suddenly, a firm voice cuts in, denying entry, claiming gate honor outweighs everything else. He declares interference forbidden, warning anyone who joins becomes an enemy. The guild leader sees through it, knowing the youth wants fame for his gate. Amused, he watches the plan unravel without lifting a finger. Choosing patience, he decides to let the strongest wear each other down. Back in combat, Lee Kang-chun narrowly slips past the stone giant's swing. He counters hard, unleashing a focused strike straight to the head. Confidence surges as the young fighter starts mocking his opponent. He claims sheer size means nothing in a real fight. The next instant, his body is smashed out of the air. Giant Stone drives him into the ground, dismissing physical attacks as worthless. Pain rips through Lee Kang-chun as the impact leaves him shaken. Fatigue and agony creep in, slowing his movements. The enraged giant vows that anyone touching his guild will not walk away. Pinned at the giant's feet, the young fighter panics. Then the flow of battle breaks unexpectedly. A familiar presence rushes in from the side. A powerful kick slams into the giant's chin. The force knocks the massive defender several steps back. Lee Kang-hyun arrives, the older brother stepping in to save him. No explanation needed. The giant instantly senses their blood tie. Lee Kang-hyun tells his brother he is on guard duty thanks to Kim. Relief flashes across the younger one's face, already dreaming of drinks later. Side by side, the brothers brace as their massive foe charges again. He lunges harder, anger flaring after his missed strike. Furious, he demands they face him head-on without tricks. His iron fist lands clean on the older brother. Even while sent flying, Lee Kang-hyun stays composed. He adjusts midair, absorbing the impact against the wall. Lee Kang-chun rushes over, worried, only to see his brother standing. Saying on good, the brothers finally decide to fight seriously. Their enemy mutters, "High owns definitely is Gad's kid." Stunned he survived. Excitement rises in him, eager to test how much they can endure. The brothers burst out laughing, clearly amused by the situation unfolding before them. Releasing more strength, they decide to humble the stone giant, claiming they are still holding back. The stone giant answers with open ridicule, his voice heavy with scorn. He hurls his massive stone pillar straight at them without hesitation. He declares they deserve defeat for daring to overestimate their own power. Growing impatient, he lectures that fighters should understand their rank in battle. What follows catches him completely off guard. The supposedly crushed martial artists laugh it off, saying his words no longer matter. To his shock, both brothers stand unharmed, the younger even lifting the giant pillar. Lee Kang-chun recalls the giant's earlier words and asks his brother what he thinks. He answers that by this logic, the Darkness Guild must be weak if this is their guardian. The stone giant laughs loudly, saying the brothers live up to their father's reputation. With no more words, both sides charge forward, intent on victory. Elsewhere on the battlefield, events take a darker turn. The Darkness Guild's outer forces are completely wiped out. The leading figure mocks the idea of law, calling it meaningless. He claims the strong always win, and absolute power can bend any rule. Hearing this, others recall his violent past as a ruthless gang enforcer. He once collected debts through fear, even severing limbs without mercy. Everything changed the moment he encountered the main figure. He halts and asks if he may follow, wanting to witness the world being shaped. The hero answers calmly, makes no promises, but allows him to stay. The response fills the man with visible excitement. As they move again, something suddenly crashes into the hall. In the chaos, a familiar voice cuts through the noise. Lee Kang-chun warns his team about hidden assassins and orders them to find the leader. He leads the charge, intent on capturing the guild leader alive. The former gangster watches closely, impressed by how far the young man has grown. At the same time, Ha Jung-woo realizes more battle-hungry enemies await. Far from there, another confrontation begins to form. Someone calls out the Darkness Guild leader, while Lee Hogup easily handles lesser foes, eager for the main fight. Right then, his phone starts ringing. The powerful fighter welcomes the call, having many unanswered questions. His first demand is the location of the Darkness Guild leader. The reply comes that Choi Kyung-hwan likely fled, leaving no trace. This enrages Lee Hogup, who was promised a worthy battle. Ha Young-woo ignores the outburst and tells his ally to dodge, but time runs out. He is suddenly struck on the head before reacting. The hero reminds him the instructions were clear from the start. When the leader finally appears, the enemy sneers, saying he arrived too late. He calmly remarks that heroes always arrive at the very last moment. Pang Du-hyun declares his intent to erase the hero completely. He states he has long planned the downfall of Ha Jung-woo. He includes Lee Hoguk and his entire group, deciding this is the perfect moment to wipe them out. Only then could the former gangster finally rise again. He dismisses his opponent as a deranged lunatic. The insult enrages the young prodigy, who lunges forward to silence him. The guide intercepts the strike effortlessly. Watching this, Pang Du-hyun remains calm, unimpressed by such ordinary strength. The fighter asks his leader for permission to face the enemy alone. The hero grants him 5 minutes, even knowing the risk is high. The former gangster accepts, driven to prove his worth. Pang Du-hyun laughs, claiming even teamwork would not save them. His opponent closes the distance in an instant. Still, the young fighter evades the counterattack. He gathers his strength, then drives a heavy blow into Pang Du-hyun's chest. The former gangster seizes the opening and grabs his attacker's arm. He admits the young man is strong. He says reputation aside, his only goal is to make his leader proud. When the youth laughs, he warns that the Black Gold Squad is no joke. His mind flashes back to his master's brutal training. Bound restraints, forced medicine, relentless conditioning. After that, he and his unit endured countless threats. Even staring at death, he refused to let go of life. Pushing himself to impress his leader, his strike misses. Horror fills him as he sees his arm twisted unnaturally. Agony surges, yet he bites back his scream. Pang Du-hyun notes their clash began with a right-handed strike, recalling rumors of an immortal trained body. He wonders aloud if his opponent would rise again after being taken down. Instead, the battered fighter charges again, attacking with his other arm. His agile rival simply steps aside once more. Calm and dominant, he reminds him who controls the fight, then strikes. The punch lands with ruthless force. In that moment, despair washes over the fallen fighter. He accepts his weakness, wishing only to see his master rule the world. A memory surfaces, being asked if he wanted to become bait. He hesitated, then complained about brutal hours and unfair pay to his master. Ha Jung-woo replies that he still has money left in the bank. The man shrugs it off, saying none of it really matters anymore to him. Watching this reaction, the Dark Boss turns away without hesitation. He casually advises investing money wisely, ordering every loose end cleared before midnight. The battered fighter finally understands how cruel and cold his master truly is. Later that night, inside a quiet hospital room, the former gangster receives heartfelt thanks. His ex-wife shocked he paid for their child's costly surgery. As she thanks him again, words fail him and he stands in silence. Back at the fight, Pang Du-hyun mocks his foe, saying crawling suits him. He keeps taunting, claiming the man cannot back his threats and his crew is worthless. Suddenly, his leg is seized without warning. The former gangster recalls the harsh trials endured by the Black Gold team. Driven by pride, he chooses to defend his comrade's honor. With his last strength, he lunges forward and bites down on the youth's arm. Pang Du-cheon explodes with rage at the sight. Just as he moves to end the fight, the protagonist strikes him with overwhelming force. His body ricochets across the hall, smashing into walls repeatedly. Ha Young-woo apologizes for interrupting, stating the 5 minutes are over. Outside, a news helicopter reports the destruction of the Darkness Guild and nearby gates. The reporter adds that other gatekeepers remain on standby to support Jumgang-moon. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts on screen. The broadcast confirms the Darkness Guild has been abandoned by the Alliance. Inside the Alliance conference hall, a voice claims joining the Darkness Guild against the gates would be simple. Political pressure complicates matters, forcing debate over cutting ties to avoid angering China. Back on the battlefield, the young fighter struggles to rise. Even after witnessing such power repeatedly, the Black Gold member remains shaken. His master asks if he is conscious, confirming his awareness. He orders him to stand, sending fear through his body. Then a hand rests on his shoulder, steady and firm. He is praised for enduring pain and promised special training the next day. When the protagonist summons the Black Gold team for tomorrow, Pang Du-cheon charges in rage. With a single finger flick, Pang Du-cheon is blasted into the wall. The protagonist scolds him for interrupting again. Humiliation fuels Pang Du-cheon's fury. Being defeated by one finger cuts deep. Enraged, he lunges forward, eyes burning with intent to kill. The hero challenges him calmly and sends him flying back. Before Pang Du-cheon can even react, Ha Young-woo closes the distance in an instant. He finally revealed his real power. No more masks, no more restraint. The impact came hard, driving the body straight into the wall, thrown like nothing. The young man felt the gap shatter his pride. Doubt crept in fast. He realized his opponent had hidden depth. Pang Du-cheon accused the hero of concealing forbidden strength. He believed the power was fake, boosted by tricks beyond his sight. Ha Young-woo grew intrigued. Praise sharpened his focus and interest. Fueled by anger, Pang Du-cheon prepared his ultimate counterattack. The dark figure warned him calmly, saying he misunderstood everything. Pang Du-cheon ignored it, choosing to unveil his signature move. He blurred across the hall, crushing wind, tearing space. Boasting survival was impossible. He claimed dying to this technique was a rare honor. He moved in, ready to finish the fight. A massive energy surge erupted from the headquarters. The structure trembled. Confusion spread as the source stayed unknown. Then silence dropped. The chaos abruptly ended. Pang Du-cheon declared victory, convinced his foe was overrated. That belief fueled the blast, his clan pride, the invincible emperor legacy. The attack failed. Ha Jung-woo remained standing. Disbelief froze Pang Du-cheon. The hero answered with a quiet smirk. He identified the technique, an evolved godly crushing wind from ancient times. Pang Du-cheon panicked, demanding the truth behind such forbidden knowledge. The hero replied calmly. History forgot the move that ended the invincible emperor elsewhere. The Alliance leader investigated the sudden explosion. Hope the Strong Dai and the Darkness Guild leader had already clashed. Fearing collapse, he ordered all remaining gates to assault the Darkness Guild. Without warning, the ground began to quake violently. In a blink, with no witness, the Darkness Guild headquarters was erased completely. Panic spread, the leader escaped, and Pang Du-cheon was confirmed dead. To contain fallout, they framed the fallen martial artist as a hero. Later that night, inside the Wu Group dimension, laughter echoed as two maids stared at a glowing phone. The secretary seized it, reminding them of the president's presence. She read the screen and froze at the scandalous post. It exposed the disgrace surrounding the president's son. Rage overtook the president instantly. Elsewhere, the news replayed nonstop. The Wu successor spiraled, fear gripping his mind. He called for the protagonist immediately. He said he would spare him for now, promising to return after settling Pang Du-cheon. News spread fast, framing the first casualty as one who resisted the Darkness Guild. The Chinese government launched an inquiry, while the Guild Alliance sent formal condolences. The young wolf panicked, realizing the protagonist was now hunting him directly. At that moment, someone suddenly stepped into his private room. The president stormed inside, shouting about the shame brought upon the family name. His anger grew sharper when his son answered with silence alone. the son replied coldly, saying it was always the same repeated outcome. He demanded his father face him properly, stressing this was not trivial. Hyun-woo yelled that he understood the issue and would handle it himself. The president dismissed him, saying the company should have gone to his brothers. Hyun-woo felt disbelief, his life collapsing while business remained the priority. He stormed out, slamming the door, leaving his father stunned and confused. Right after, the secretary phone vibrated nonstop with urgent incoming calls. She tried to answer quietly, careful not to interrupt her furious boss. The voice on the line drained her color, leaving her unable to respond. Reports accused the young master of secretly cooperating with the Darkness Guild. The following day arrived with tension still hanging thick in the air. Yuhara felt pleased seeing Ha Jung-woo arrive exactly as promised. Her smile froze when she noticed him arriving alongside two unfamiliar men. He explained calmly that the pair were devoted supporters following him. Yuhara suggested taking a photo together, trying to ease the awkwardness. The two men bowed deeply on the street, pledging loyalty only to Yuhara. Flustered, she hushed them, reminding them they were outside and much older. Even then, the pair continued their excessive and embarrassing behavior. Later, Yuhara asked Ha Jung-woo if he had influenced those strange men. That assumption was not far off. Fear had clearly reshaped their actions. Seeing their admiration, she ignored it and shifted focus to Woo Corporation. When the recent scandal came up in conversation, she mentioned her holy eyes, recalling rumors of Hyun-woo targeting the hero. Ha Jung-woo paused briefly, choosing his words with care. He revealed the truth, explaining how Woo Group attacked his father business. He added her grandfather once met his father, leading to her assumption. He confirmed her guess, admitting that was the reason behind the investment. Yuhara reeled when he spoke of Darkness Guild assassins sent after him. She struggled to accept it, her expression filled with disbelief. He repeated it calmly, stating he dealt with every assassin sent. Yuhara stood silent, unable to process the danger in his words. The hero continued, insisting he had only spoken plain truth. And after a story steeped in danger and conflict, silence followed. Yuhara finally connected the threads linking the Woo Group and the Darkness Guild. Realizing every major power was targeting Ha Jung-woo, pressure closed in fast. Fear hit her hard, her calm breaking under the weight. Sensing it, the hero stepped in to steady her. He said chasing him was a fatal error. Anyone who tried would be crushed. Still, Yuhara feared for her own safety. The hero understood how sensitive that fear was. Survival instinct ruled every human when pushed. Yet her silence hinted at deeper worries. Tears gathered as she warned the Chinese government was involved, urging Ha Jung-woo to hide and avoid confrontation. Her words stopped when a gentle hand rested on her head. He told her to trust him, saying capturing the Darkness Guild leader would end everything. Far away, on the outskirts of Yongin, escape failed despite desperate attempts. Choi Kyung-hwan stood wounded from every side, surrounded and cornered. Even then, he refused to fall. Recognizing Habuk men, he unleashed the authority of the Darkness Guild master. Shadows wrapped the warriors tight, freezing them as they begged helplessly. He laughed coldly at their pleas after they attacked him. He released swallowing shadows, ending the clash without mercy. In an instant, the Darkness Guild leader erased the Havoc Hounds with a single technique. He vanished into the night, reappearing elsewhere unseen. Choi Kyung-hwan sensed his real target inside the nearby house. He contacted one Dark Star, questioning the corporation situation. The answer was clear. Collapse was near as corruption surfaced. He ordered all Dark Stars to mobilize, intent on delivering Hyun-woo head-to-Woo president. The Dark Stars emerged one after another, presence spreading like falling stars. Elite enforcers of the guild, capable of solo gates, Choi Kyung-hwan sought revenge on Ha Jung-woo and Lee Ho-kang. Later that night, inside the house, he scoffed, thinking the enemy believed he was safe. He charged toward his room without hesitation. Rage fueled him, blaming this place for everything that went wrong. Just before he struck, a voice echoed from the shadows. Startled, he spun around, demanding they reveal themselves. Two martial artists appeared, stating their meeting was inevitable. Choi Young-hwarang realized he had been deceived. The house was nothing but a decoy. The hero mocked him calmly, while Lee Ho-kang argued for the first strike. The Darkness Guild boss sneered, calling it a cheap trick, ordering them to appear. The two completely forgot he existed, ignoring him as they argued over who would fight first. Choi Kyung-hwan lost patience, pointed at Lee Ho-kang, and began gathering power. The powerhouse evaded smoothly, reading the attack without effort. He spoke calmly, addressing Choi Kyung-hwan by name. He asked how his presence had been noticed so quickly. Choi Kyung-hwan rushed in, saying the voice alone gave him away. A claw strike followed, slicing air and missing its mark. Choi Kyung-hwan felt confident. Pleased, all his enemies stood together. That confidence shattered in an instant. He was struck hard and blasted through the wall behind him. The hero told him to wait while they decided who would fight first. Choi Kyung-hwan stared in disbelief. His enemies casually played rock, paper, scissors to choose the order. The powerhouse won without hesitation. The Darkness Guild boss split the room apart, ending the mockery. Lee Ho-kang felt thrilled, eager to finally face the hero. The Dark Star lunged forward at full speed. Claws struck, launching Lee Ho-kang into the wall. Even then, the powerhouse remained steady. He said he wanted to fight Choi Kyung-hwan, the true guildmaster, but the man was absent. The Dark Star realized he had to deal with the hero first. That earlier strike was the first blow he failed to evade. He grasped how overwhelming the hero's strength was and adjusted his focus. The moment the thought formed, the hero vanished completely. He reappeared behind him without warning and drove his head straight into the ground. Lee Ho-kang demanded his opponent stop interfering with his fight. Watching this, the Darkness Guild boss chose to handle Lee Ho-kang himself. As the powerhouse attacked, the assassin dissolved into shadows, preparing his counter. The Darkness Guild boss stepped forward, ready to prove his authority. The true battle began, shadows closing in as the opponent dared him onward. Dark ground spread as the assassin merged with the darkness. The powerhouse laughed and dragged his enemy from the shadows. The man responded with a confident grin. The body he struck was nothing more than a decoy, elsewhere, racing through the forest. The president's son fumed with growing rage. He believed the hero had used him to lure the Darkness Guild boss. He screamed his intent, swearing to take the hero down himself. He turned a corner and suddenly stood face to face with the man he feared most. The moment he saw Ha Jung-woo, terror drained all strength from his body. The hero calmly asked if he enjoyed his final walk through the city. Trapped against the wall, the boy threatened revenge, but Ha Jung-woo dismissed him as the family outcast. Panic took over as he shouted only the Woo family head could deal with this. He screamed that his family would hunt the hero down without mercy. He claimed the Woo family would ensure endless suffering for the hero allies. Ha Jung-woo brushed it off, saying it was never his concern. The response left the boy completely shaken and confused. Ha Jung-woo thanked him casually, then revealed a dark guild dagger, noting Choi Kyung-hwan was nearby. The boy broke down, realizing the crime would be pinned on the Darkness Guild leader. He cursed the hero, then fled in terror, desperate to escape death. Watching the chase unfold amused the hero deeply. As he closed in, he revealed the truth. Explaining the Woo group fall was already decided. Ha Jung-woo stated none of this would exist without the boy crimes. The boy felt dread, calling the hero cruel, but Ha Jung-woo laughed at the hypocrisy. With no options left, the boy collapsed and begged for his life. The hero showed no mercy, focused only on protecting his family. A sudden spark of hope appeared as the boy gadget activated. Instantly, a 7-layered iron rod bunker formed as his shield. The sight excited the hero, who urged him to accept his fate. Without warning, a missile strike slammed into the area. Explosions roared through the surroundings with overwhelming force. The blast erased everything in its path. Crawling from the wreckage, the boy claimed the hero was finally dead. He laughed wildly, believing his money had saved him. As he celebrated, a cold voice spoke from behind him. In a flash, pain struck as one ear was severed. The unharmed hero warned him not to celebrate early and to live honestly next time. Cornered again, the boy begged, swearing he had changed. Ha Jung-woo saw through the lie without hesitation. He ended it swiftly, knowing the boy still planned betrayal. In that moment, the president's son's fate was sealed. The hero vowed to eliminate anyone who threatened his family. But the night was not yet over. He casually threw his dagger into the dark. He stated that secret recordings were forbidden as well. The blade tore through trees, forcing hidden figures to reveal themselves. No one escaped his awareness despite their concealment. The stalkers emerged wounded, unable to hide their blood any longer. The dark stars froze in shock, unable to believe the hero detected them within the shadows. Ha Young-woo smirked, saying they should have suppressed their core resonance sounds. The dark stars were stunned, knowing even their leader could not sense that. With their cores damaged, regeneration was no longer possible. They dissolved into shadow, retreating to warn their guildmaster. They realized this young man orchestrated the collapse of their entire guild. Ha Young-woo felt slight disappointment watching Choi Kyung-hwan followers vanish silently, tracing their fading signals. He knew 3 dark stars remained, survival uncertain. Meanwhile, back at the isolated house, the violent clash between the 2 leaders continued without pause. Choi Kyung-hwan mocked Lee Ho-guk for destroying his own ground. His expression twisted in shock. Lee Ho-guk charged forward, demanding a true confrontation. Choi Kyung-hwan activated his 7th gate technique. Gold steel surged, aiming a blow powerful enough to shatter terrain. The assassin let the strike pass through, ridiculing brute strength. He questioned why such martial arts were considered troublesome. As Lee attacked again, Choi Kyung-hwan shifted stance, refusing further delay. With many targets remaining, he summoned dark stars to bind his foe. Lee Ho-guk laughed, claiming one strike could erase that support. The assassin appeared behind him, ready to prove him wrong. Lee accused him of relying on underhanded tactics. Choi Kyung-hwan grinned, unleashing thunder fused with gold steel. The impact slammed Lee Ho-guk into the wall. The guildmaster returned his opponent's own technique. He questioned how it felt seeing his move used against him. Lee Ho-guk rose silently from the rubble. The sight caught Choi Kyung-hwan off guard. He wondered if his blow lacked force, or if Lee was simply too resilient. Enraged, Lee demanded to know how his technique was stolen. The assassin mocked him, saying gate defenses were laughable and knowledge was easy to find. Lee charged again, insisting thunder required proper attributes. Choi Kyung-hwan dismissed it, claiming mastery was simple and entertaining. Frustrated, Lee could not grasp how his attacks kept missing. He dismissed spying fears, knowing no outsider escaped the protagonist's notice. Choi Kyung-hwan countered, turning gold steel to shatter Lee defenses. Lee realized another technique had been copied. Far too quickly. Choi Kyung-hwan told him to stop complaining, warning stronger damage awaited. He advanced without using another stolen gate technique. The gatekeeper scowled, calling such power-cheap psychic tricks breaking attribute rules. The assassin pushed forward, intent on ending the fight and claiming the gate to rebuild the Darkness Guild. Hearing that ambition, the strong man answered with a wide, confident smile. He abandoned analysis, knowing tactics were pointless, and demanded a direct clash of strength. Choi Kyung-hwan sneered, mocking the idea that an assassin would fight head-on. He chose to finish it using the traps prepared with his dark stars. With a signal, he ordered the activation of Abyssfield Shadow Storm. Darkness surged from every direction as Choi Kyung-hwan promised to consume Lee Ho-guk whole. Even as shadows closed tight, Lee Ho-guk stood firm. The assassin burst into manic laughter. He declared survival impossible. Moments before launching the follow-up strike, lightning suddenly tore through the darkness. Lee Ho-guk declared Choi Kyung-hwan lacked true technique. He said no cheap trick could ever harm him. He demanded the assassin stop hiding and fight like a real martial artist. Choi Kyung-hwan watched in shock. Admitting Lee Ho-guk was more than a mindless brute. He revealed the dark stars still lived as 2 struck from behind. Lee Ho-guk, expecting the same result, froze in disbelief. The enemy he thought defeated drove a strike into his gut. Rage exploded as he threw a massive counterpunch. The blow passed through nothing but shadow. A moment later, pain flared again from another unseen strike. Lee Ho-guk cursed the shadows as pests, missing again and taking another hit. Choi Kyung-hwan smiled broadly, boasting his illusions and dark stars were unmatched. The strong man wondered if he was fighting specters instead of flesh. The dark stars explained they twisted space, deceiving senses before attacking. The trio fused into Diablo Shade and charged to end the battle. Without warning, a massive beam of light erased their assault. A calm voice praised clean one-hit kills. He questioned why his ally dragged the fight while time was short. Choi Kyung-hwan stood stunned as his elite assassins vanished instantly. Lee Ho-guk shouted at the hero for interfering as another assassin moved, and the hero replied he was helping. He eliminated the attacker in a single motion. He stated he remained completely unharmed. Lee Ho-guk argued quality mattered more than numbers. The two bickered loudly while the remaining assassin watched in confusion. Realizing the hero restraint, the assassin knew he was outclassed, yet Seer pressed on. He lunged at the strong man, assuming fatigue had set in. A cold voice warned him not to interrupt again. The villain threatened to end him if he moved. The strong man finished it with a heavy punch, telling his ally to stay out. Choi Kyung-hwan finally realized neither opponent treated him as a real threat. Lee Ho-guk stated he joined the Darkness Guild only to face its leader. Young-woo noticed the brute suddenly reveal a new technique, Lee Ho-guk. Unable to grasp how his moves were copied, believed fresh techniques were impossible to steal. Choi Kyung-hwan shattered that belief instantly. He mirrored the same move, blasting Lee Ho-guk backward. That pushed Lee Ho-guk irritation to the surface. The assassin laughed, claiming his power grew mid-battle, mocking the failure to see the trick. The hero quickly identified the source, a clone attribute. This rare dark ability copied and enhanced enemy techniques through fusion with the user power. Choi Kyung-hwan declared the fight over, amplifying his Thunderburst attack. The surge struck Lee Ho-guk directly. The clone ability ignored limits tied to attributes, flow, and waves. Though curious, the hero knew they could not stall. Time was critical. Respecting Lee Ho-guk's fight, he used a metal spike from Kang Haim-woo to accelerate the end. Lee Ho-guk countered using unconventional techniques tied to his hidden specialty. The assassin was struck unexpectedly. Pain forced a sharp reaction. Choi Kyung-hwan froze as the situation flipped. Lee Ho-guk unleashed a powerful energy release. With no room to evade, Choi Kyung-hwan took it head-on. In that moment, a massive energy wave erased everything forward. Dawn slowly broke over the battlefield. On the return, Lee Ho-guk complained about interference, while the hero said he was assisting. Ha Young-woo recognized the clone trait resembled Ju Ho Myung ability. It did not require killing to activate. Acquiring it would greatly expand his combat options. Soon after, Lee Ho-guk demanded compensation for the surprise strike, but Ha Jung-woo brushed it off. Unknown to them, a distant figure watched quietly, carefully plotting unseen moves. News quickly exploded across networks. Reports claimed the Darkness Guild eliminated Kang Hai-yoon-ru, and that Lee Ho-guk dominated the encounter. An 18-year-old online martial power analyst named Jong Shio noticed the footage. He urged others to watch the recorded fight between Lee Ho-guk and the assassin. The clean footage stunned viewers, proving the cameraman's luck was unreal. One viewer guessed Lee Ho-guk was grade 9, prompting correction from the analyst, judging the Darkness Guild leader at grade 7 or 8. He placed Lee Ho-guk at low grade 8, despite disbelief at such raw power. He explained that official ratings showed no grade 9 hunters in the country. Then Baek Jong-seo revealed his own compiled ranking. The group found it absurd, unable to accept Pang Do-cheon being ranked at the very top. The power scaler stood firm, citing rumors that this hunter defeated a Class 8 monster in a single strike. Still unconvinced, they argued whoever killed him had to be stronger, and Lee Ho-guk seemed far too weak. Baek Jong-seo added that traces of the protagonist's power were detected where Pang Do-cheon fell. That sparked mockery, since the scaler rated the hero as grade 6 while crediting him with toppling number 1. Admitting it sounded insane even to him, he decided to reanalyze the protagonist's true strength. Elsewhere, loud laughter echoed inside the Gyeonggangmun Gate. The gatekeeper, feasting lavishly, asked the secretary to read more comments aloud. Every comment praised the man's overwhelming physique and presence. Lee Ho-guk grinned, thrilled that his name was trending everywhere. The secretary worried as some nicknamed him the Mighty Foodie. He ignored it, enjoying the attention as fans crowded around him. Some rushed to photograph his flexed arms. Others posed close, snapping selfies between his massive frame. The protagonist appeared suddenly, remarking that Lee Ho-guk looked healthier than ever. The powerful man rushed to silence him, savoring a rare moment without cameras, finally owning the spotlight alone. Right then, Secretary Kim ushered the women away, explaining his boss had a scheduled procedure. Lee Hogup blamed the chaos on the protagonist, who replied it was fame's cost. Attention never bothered him before. The man pressed on, arguing that any true hero still carried responsibility. He demanded to know if the fight with the Darkness Guild leader was filmed just for online profit. Ha Young-woo replied the money meant little. His real goal was drawing a certain person's attention. And in that instant, the hero flipped the narrative, turning rumor into accepted public truth. Later, someone asked if he expected contact from Heba Panga, and he confirmed it, saying Pang's forces still pushed into Korea even after his death. With the public believing Pang Deochuan was avenged, retaliation was certain, yet no one grasped why the Hebuk family wanted Korea so badly. He explained they were fighting 5 major leagues and aimed to seize Korea to dominate China. Lee Holguk burned with anger at China, using his nation as a battlefield, but the protagonist promised their plans would collapse within days, aboard the ship. He added that the USA was also moving quietly, meaning constant vigilance was critical. As they stepped inside, they paused, asking if this was the correct room. Someone eagerly confirmed it, an elite grade 6 martial artist sent by the family head over his son's death. He poured out gratitude for the help, introducing himself and his ally as gatekeepers, industry eyes already spotting a rising star. They exchanged a firm handshake, a silent agreement of mutual respect. The man then suggested they sit down, saying there was much to discuss. Lee Hogup clarified he was not acting officially, while the other thanked them for avenging Pang Do-cheon. A strong man laughed it off, saying he was just guarding his date. The emissary thought he was being modest, already scheming to secure him as an ally for Korean influence. He mentioned his masters admired Gum Game One's power, and the strong man answered confidently that they stood at the top. The emissary then revealed the president's third son had requested his assistance. Right on cue, Pang Se, the third son, entered, openly grateful to the heroes. Meanwhile, Ha Young-woo felt genuine excitement at seeing his familiar toy again. In the past, he shocked Paying Si by planning to send him home as the next house successor, even though he was never meant to inherit. That decision would later send shockwaves through the Chinese government. As the hero mapped his next step, a sudden surge of energy slammed into him from behind. The impact left him visibly shaken. Elsewhere at Unique Alliance headquarters, Sung Ho Baek, upper grade 6 team leader, insisted they declare a national emergency to protect civilians. The chief director refused, ordering agents warned quietly to avoid mass panic. The leader argued rifts were erupting everywhere, monsters growing stronger, barely being held back. And that was only the beginning of the threat. Beyond their growth, rifts now appeared at random, including a newly formed Grade 9. As tension spread through the ranks, martial artists from Branch 12 stepped forward, eager to confront the monsters directly. Before the leader finished his speech, a giant struck him down in one sudden blow. His squad freezes in shock, fear locking them in place as the scene turns grim. The monsters stand proud and calm, wearing cruel confidence like armor. They pound humans aside together, moving as one brutal pack. Pang Si jumps ship the instant the portal tears open. He hits land in deeper chaos. Grave 5 agents fail to even mark the beasts, realizing his martial arts mean nothing here. He turns and runs. The escape lasts seconds. The enemy spots him immediately. He sprints in panic, a massive monster thundering close behind. Without warning, a cosmic god palm slams down on him. An emissary dives in, pulling him free. Stunned, he survived after fleeing first. Shaking, Pang Si admits fear froze him even while he tried to run. The emissary orders the young master to retreat at once. Too slow to move, he misses the warning and a giant club crushes him. Now the young master stands alone before the towering monster. He braces himself, certain the end has come. The club halts mid-swing. He opens his eyes, confused by the beast pausing. A split second later, everything detonates. The monster bursts apart, scattering fragments everywhere. A rescuer has finally stepped in. Hai Jiangwu scolds his subordinate, saying even the weakest must act. Watching his struggle, he drops his plan, calls it training, and orders retreat. The youth bolts instantly, making Hai Jiangwu note the lesson still needs work. As he turns back and clears the remaining beasts, His battle-crazed companion is already using them as practice targets. Seeing that, he knows the danger will end soon. Lee Hoguk rips through monsters non-stop, mocking them as frail. Medics nearby stare in silence, stunned by his nerve and raw strength. Big John Seo names him the Gyumgang Pillar, rumored Gyumgang Munju. Praised for his insight, the boy shrugs it off, calling himself a simple nerd. Bai Chengxia judges even the weakest monster as grade 7. With the portal clearly grade 9-1, the weaker wave signals one outcome. Lee Hoguk demands tougher foes, claiming grade 9 portals mean nothing. Then he senses a presence behind him. A stare locks onto him, sharp and deliberate. A top-tier demon appears, the Great Doc A.B. King of grade 9. Lee Hoguk grins, thrilled to finally face a true test. The Beast King unleashes a thunderous roar. The sound alone rattles civilians, panic spreading fast. Power scale concludes even Lee Hoguk cannot fight it alone. Stronger aid required. With him only fresh grade 8, the clash would devastate the area regardless, as the boy focuses only on escape. The battle-crazed maniac already charges straight at the monster, just as the beast starts bragging and drawing out its speech. Its words cut off, the motion stopping cold. Lee Hoguk unleashes a signature strike without hesitation. The blow erases the monster's upper body in a single instant. Even Lee Hoguk pauses, caught off guard by the result, while others credit him for the instant kill. Irritation flashes across his face. Hai Jiangwu had interfered again, stepping into what Lee Hoguk saw as his fight. Soon after, rumors spread fast, claiming Lee Hoguk erased a grade 9 wave alone. That fame triggers new rifts nationwide. Chaos rising and casualties mounting rapidly. Lee Hoguk is praised for sealing a rift solo with limited damage, his fame exploding. Elsewhere, alone in a quiet room, someone prepares evidence with sharp intent. He plans to expose the true powerhouse standing behind Lee Hoguk. The next day, a portal opens in Wulgaidong, civilians ordered to evacuate immediately. Hua Qianmun forces manage the rift, rushing civilians out under mounting pressure. With the area cleared, Kim Jin-kyung predicts the enemy will appear any moment. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoes from behind their formation. A violent surge of energy erupts across the field. A monster emerges, a rival heavy with overwhelming presence. It seizes the unit leader by the head without hesitation. Asking about its brother, Kim Jin-kyung realizes a grade 8 demon is involved. The demon studies him closely, grip tightening as it assesses its prey. Moments later, it decides this human is not its true target. Its fingers tighten, ending him with brutal ease. Meanwhile, far away, another chain of events unfolds quietly. Someone reads an article calling Lee Hoguk a fraud, demanding the gate's true leader. After reading it, the gatekeeper demands answers at once. His successor, Upper Grade 5 No Wu Haiyan, presents it as damaging proof. Claiming Lee Hoguk is overrated and mistaken as leader, he gets struck with a tablet. The gatekeeper scolds him, saying monsters matter more than reckless speculation. He orders him to fight instead, demanding a demon head as proof. At that moment, Li Gongqian steps into the room. The young men greet the gatekeeper formally, his surprise clear at the intrusion. Li Gong and Qian explain they came to help since monsters invaded their territory. They are suddenly jabbed from behind by the protagonist. With blunt timing, they admit they came to investigate fake rumors about the gate. Quan Bo Hyun bristles, accusing them of doubting his authority. The hero agrees calmly, saying the fake account traced back to their domain. Quan Bo Hyun draws his spear, calling them arrogant young fools. He mocks the hero's fame, claiming the win over Zhu Hongyang was luck. Without warning, something bursts through the wall directly behind him. It is the monster tracking its brother's killer, following the blood scent here. The gatekeeper and Mi Gongshi Young freeze as a grade 8 monster storms in. Seeing Quan Wu Hyun rush forward, they shout for him to retreat. This foe is lethal. The master answers calmly, driving the monster straight into the wall with one punch. The beast snarls that this human is not the killer and swears to tear apart the real one. Li Gongcheon realizes it targets his ally, denies it, and points to media blaming Lee Hoguk. As the monster closes in, they see it ignores rumors and focuses only on scent. The beast lunges toward the human, carrying its brother's lingering trace. That confirms the young man's theory. It is hunting his friend alone. The monster erupts into a frenzy. when a fire dragon blast slams into it from behind. The gatekeeper steps forward, fully engaged, ready to face it alone. He rains down crushing blows, unleashing his fire dragon combo. Ha Young-woo senses the old man's strength, but knows Lee Ho-guk still surpasses him. The gatekeeper presses on, hurling his son aside as flames surge. The monster sneers, dismissing him as nothing but an annoying insect. In that brief instant, the beast slips behind him for a sudden strike. Just as the old man braces for defeat, another fighter appears behind the monster. Using Rampart's fire lance, he cleaves it from head to toe. The monster howls, pain ripping through its roar. The old man seizes the opening instantly. He unleashes his fire dragon world at full force. The massive beast fails to endure the flames and crumbles into ash. The gatekeeper's eldest daughter, Kwon Bu-hwa, Grade 7, Flaming Flower, arrives at last. As the smoke clears, Lee Gangshun stands stunned, realizing they were saved by the Flaming Flower herself. The hero senses chaos ahead, thrilled to see her, and notes how different she is from her brother. Moments later, everyone moves to assist the wounded. The father praises his daughter openly, boasting of pride in her actions. The son fumes. Upset, his press moment vanished and his sister stole the focus. He pushes past the medic treating him, rushing to suggest calling reporters to boast about slaying a grade 8 monster. The old man explodes, valuing injured lives over hollow fame. He berates his son as a disgrace and orders him away. Those words strike Kwon Woo-hyun with crushing weight. Later, as rescue operations continue, Kwon Bu-hwa commands the field, prioritizing the most severely injured. Her brother approaches her, saying he wants to talk for a moment. Noticing she is overwhelmed with work, she tells him to be brief. The son assumes their father would never choose a daughter as successor, strength aside. He mentions having capable friends interested in meeting her. The suggestion confuses her, since their father ordered full focus on the injured, leaving her thinking she should not face everything alone and must seek support. He casually asks if there is anyone she has feelings for. She admits one man caught her attention, though she doubts she fits his preference. Her brother perks up, eager to learn who has captured her interest. Once he learns it is the main character, his mood turns instantly sour. Hyun dismisses him as unattractive and from another gate, while she fails to see the issue. He warns that the hero and his team crave influence, and she should avoid him entirely. The Flaming Flower tells her brother to relax, saying she only found the man handsome. He accuses her of using her looks to manipulate him and threaten his claim as heir. She is stunned that her own brother would accuse her of something so underhanded. Angered, she storms off, convinced their father would never name a daughter's successor. In that moment, she realizes her father's praise only deepened the rift between them. Even as children, she sensed his jealousy, ready to replace him if it saved the gate. She resolves to grow stronger, knowing his selfishness could doom them in this new era. Elsewhere, Hiran is ordered to step down from the rooftop. Seeing the young girl at risk, the secretary urgently tells her to come down. Her older brother arrives with the hero and asks what is happening. The secretary explains she climbed up to mend her broken heart. The hero is confused, while Lee Ching-chun suspects she heard rumors about Yu Hera. That still fails to explain the rooftop, so the secretary claims she is praying to the sky. Ha Young-woo feels irritated, worried others may misunderstand. Training the Lee family was simple. He knows he cannot treat Hyerin the same way, since she feels like a sister to him. He asks her to come down, but she calmly insists she is safe. She says she will stay there until her wish is fulfilled. The hero grows frustrated, realizing she shares her father's stubborn nature. He understands forcing her down would only make things worse, so he tells her he will wait. Hyerin gazes at him with shining eyes, hearing exactly what she hoped for. He promises to wait for her, even if it takes 10 years. Overwhelmed, Hyerin rushes forward and hugs him tightly. Ha Young-woo knows young feelings fade, and she will forget him with time. Just like that, he avoids hurting a child's fragile heart. Soon after, laughter echoes through the mansion as Lee Ho-guk hears his daughter is dating an adult. The hero clarifies he is only being kind and warns not to misunderstand. As the father keeps teasing, he suddenly declares it is time to go to war with China. Seeing the strongman still confused, he calmly repeats that they plan to fight the Chinese government. Hearing that, Lee Ho-guk rushes over to check his temperature, convinced it sounds like fever talk. Ha Young-woo reminds him of his own warning, that China would move on Korea after fixing itself. Once the Chinese unite, they become a threat, so internal conflict is needed to isolate key figures. Lee Ho-guk gets fired up instantly, claiming the first strike would decide the entire war. Ha Young-woo counters, saying a direct clash must be avoided by breaking their unity from within. The strongman finally understands, realizing the plan is to ignite a civil war. He grins in excitement, saying Peng Se will spark the chaos once they return home. Meanwhile, outside Wu Group headquarters, the area turns into Chaos City, crowds demanding truth about the president's son. After Kang Hyun-woo's death hits the news, the stock crashes hard, shaking Kang Chul-min's position as chairman. Accusations fly everywhere, voices rising as blame piles onto him. He apologizes to shareholders for his son's failure but insists it was a setup. Before revealing his countermove, someone storms into the room. It is Kang Buk-hwan, the 85-year-old founder of Wu Group. Forced out by illness, he lashes out, condemning his son's parenting and leadership. Kang Chul-min refuses to surrender his seat without resistance. His brother interrupts, accusing him of hypocrisy after countless mistakes. Kang Chul-jin, the second son, openly demands his brother step down. The shareholders echo his words in full agreement. Later, bitterness consumes him as he loses control of his position. Just then, two allies he planned to contact arrive unexpectedly. His younger brother Chul appears beside him. Their younger sister Heejin follows, ready to support his cause. The former president allies with his siblings against their father. Suddenly, the old man's health collapses. The balance of power flips instantly. Kang Chul-min seizes the moment, reclaiming majority control with his siblings. In one move, he retakes the chairman's seat. The shareholders who opposed him stand stunned. Later, the secretary announces the arrival of Hanyang Industries as chairman. He welcomes him with a smile, then realizes it is Ha Jung-woo. Ha Jung-woo offers congratulations but suspects grief has driven his hunger for power. The president assumes the visit is an attempt to demand more and orders him out. Before leaving, the hero reveals clues from the late Darkness Guild master. He explains the assassin targeted Wu Group and left recordings naming the client. The president panics, knowing exposure would destroy the company. He accuses Ha Jung-woo of blackmail. Ha Jung-woo replies calmly, saying he only wants a win-win deal. The president knows he cannot be shaken. He needs more shares to keep control of the company. He keeps his tone calm, choosing to downplay the entire conversation. Ha Jung-woo reads his intent instantly and pressures him to choose correctly. The president deflects, saying the decision belongs to him and time will decide. The moment the young man leaves the office, the president asks his secretary whether their conversation was recorded. To his shock, she reports the entire recording has vanished without a trace. Outside, the hero considers how the government would likely shield Wu Group to protect the economy. The company feeds countless people yet hides rot inside, and its secrets are slowly leaking. The elites only crave control, so he plans to remove the nearly bankrupt president and his ally. His goal is simple: drain their funds completely and erase their power step by step. Suddenly, someone crashes into him from the side. The stranger keeps talking without an apology, acting like nothing happened. That odd behavior immediately catches the hero's attention. The man only smiles wider, clearly unfazed. It turns out he is Gold Knight from a mysterious unit, fresh from a completed mission. Elsewhere, Hyperfactory surges in value, rapidly rising into a mid-sized enterprise. That new status brings privilege and burden alike, power always demanding heavier responsibility. Inside, the bald executive turns to the president, asking about their next move. The president snaps, irritated by his son calmly sipping coffee nearby. He urges his son to speak, expecting initiative as always. The son responds by insisting they use proper titles during business meetings. That reply fuels the president's frustration, barely holding back a public outburst. Eventually, Ha Jung-woo claims he understands every issue and hired a risky finance team. The room erupts in applause, praising the young prodigy's bold solution. The president beams with pride, calling his son the brightest part of his life. Then, a director quietly warns the president to prepare himself. Ha Jung-woo tells his father a dangerous visitor is on the way. Without warning, a dark figure storms inside, demanding to see the hero. The president stiffens instantly, recognizing the man. It is his son's future-in-law grandfather, furious over a stolen lawyer. The hero shrugs, saying he merely gave work to someone being wasted, which angers the elder. Hao Jung-woo adds that one lawyer should not matter so much. The old man snaps back, accusing him of ignoring his granddaughter, citing modern messaging. He threatens to crush all the hero's businesses, but the hero notes his supposed trip. The remark lands like an insult in the old man's ears. Ha Young-woo adds that business is the only reason he is present at all. The hero's father steps in, urging respect toward his girlfriend's grandfather. But when the hero exposes the old man's group for hoarding rift profits, he freezes, enraged and stunned. The old man grabs the hero by the wrist. He guides the old man to a secluded spot, choosing privacy for the real talk. Alone. The elder asks how his plans leaked. The boy cites rumors of core and demon investments. The old man does not deny it, admitting those deals promise massive returns. The hero proposes a joint venture, suggesting their companies invest together. The offer hits the old man hard, leaving him visibly stunned. It means Daehan Group and Hyperfactory would stand as equal partners. The hero adds that the Strongman's Gate will join the operation. Hearing Ji and Gangwon named catches the old man off guard. Their fighters are strong enough to secure cores with ease. He agrees, saying he trusts a gatekeeper who keeps silent. That trust shocks the mastermind, since Lee Ho-guk is famously loud. Ha Young-woo then asks for a favor if the partnership moves forward. He wants the elder to start buying Woo Group shares. The old man questions if the hero caused Woo Group's current turmoil. The boy deflects, claiming he only wants to strengthen their side. The elder says there is no need to hide it, but secrecy remains the hero's choice, even with Daehan Group holding far more capital than Woo Corp. Woo Group dominates the Rift District, so he doubts they would surrender shares. Ha Young-woo says holding stock is smart now. Chaos will erupt soon. With that logic, the old man agrees to launch the investment plan. Timing is perfect. Woo Group is fractured, so Ha Jung-woo plots to drain them quietly. He expects the president to overspend on assassin intel, funneling funds to Daehan. The following day, inside a car packed with restless energy, all four doors swing open in sharp unison. Lee Ho-guk's kids barely slept, disrupted by snoring and training noise. Ha Young-woo informs the gatekeeper the alliance meeting sits on the top floor. The strongman explains leaders get exclusive access. Lower floors stay public. With time to spare, the hero suggests grabbing food before the meeting. He realizes how wealthy this place is, surprising Lee Ho-guk by picking sushi downstairs. The strongman smiles, pleased the hero finally shows refined taste. Soon, they sit before neatly arranged sushi plates. The second son stares in awe, asking if the hero is really paying. Ha Young-woo plans to pay cash, then receives a card from the manager. The boy feels disappointed, hoping to eat freely. Only then does the hero realize he avoided disaster. Lee Gang-cheon eats like a monster. The strongman sighs, saying the manager would rage at such a bill. Lee Ho-guk says his son should never cut corners on meals. He promises to speak with the manager himself, lifting his son's mood. As thanks are exchanged, the strongman says battles demand a full stomach. Ha Young-woo clarifies they came for a corporate meeting, not a battlefield clash. Lee Ho-guk answers that if something annoys him, fists will fly anyway. With that settled, the four of them focus on eating without restraint. Elsewhere in the building, a man apologizes to his gatekeeper for the long walk from parking. It is Kim Monsoon of Dahamu, who despises Lee Ho-guk, hates the capital, yet values order. He notices a growing crowd and wonders if an entire family has arrived. Onlookers stare as Lee Ho-guk and his family demolish endless sushi plates without pause. The hero urges them to head upstairs soon, silently praying the card limit survives. Their father tells the kids to stop, warning that overeating looks disrespectful. As they leave, shock spreads when everyone learns 400 plates are gone. Only then does the strongman hear someone mocking his so-called silent gatekeeper title. The insult comes directly from Kim Monsoon, spoken without hesitation. The children rush in, grabbing their father to hold him back. He shrugs them off and lunges toward the man who mocked him. The swordsman grins coldly, daring him closer while drawing his blade. At that moment, the son tackles his father to the ground. The impact shakes the floor, leaving cracks in its wake. The father fumes, but the son reminds him of their location. Watching this, The crowd assumes Lee Hoguk lives up to his brute reputation. He rises quickly from the floor and offers an apology to Kim Monsoon for the sudden attack. Kim bristles as the crowd shifts from jeers to applause. The clash teeters on the edge of chaos when the Gate Alliance intervenes to halt the conflict. Kim Monsoon protests about honor, but the leader calls public fighting foolish. As Kim backs down, observers praise the alliance for swift control. Behind the calm, Kim Monsoon still burns to settle things later. Sometime later, inside the meeting room, the alliance leader formally begins the session. The hero quietly asks why Lee Hoguk and Kim Monsoon despise each other, and hears the story. Years earlier, they planned to eat together after a meeting. While Lee Hoguk ate without care, food splashed onto Kim Monsoon's clothes. Furious, Kim called him a pig and refused to eat stained. Lee Hoguk did not take kindly to the insult. Lee Gang-cheon adds Kim Monsoon is rumored to fear filth. Their clash ended without a clear victor. Unlike the son who differs from his father, the hero notes that despite low activity, Kim Monsoon is still powerful. Ha Young-woo realizes this man plans carefully and will be hard to handle. Suddenly, Lee Gang-cheon notices something unsettling. The group unexpectedly runs into the flaming flower again, her presence impossible to ignore. Wei Gang-xian is clearly excited, surprised and pleased to see her standing there. Ha Young-woo notices she feels calmer than before, her sharp edge softened this time. She steps straight up to the hero and boldly asks him out without hesitation. Caught off guard, he explains he already has a girlfriend and cannot accept. She shrugs it off, saying she only wants company because doubt weighs on her. Lee Gang-cheon slides in, pushing his friend aside and offering to go instead. When she says her sadness vanished instantly, his confidence drops in confusion. The hero cuts in, telling her to stop pretending and face the truth. His tone turns cold, pressure rising, and her expression shifts in shock. She instinctively steps back, sensing danger in his words. Her body moves on reflex, settling into a defensive combat stance. Young Lee freezes, startled by how suddenly the mood turns hostile. For a brief moment, the flaming flower feels as if her resolve is breaking. As doubt creeps in, the villain smiles, claiming his objective is complete. Revealing his intent, he brings up her generous older brother. He points out her brother skipped the meeting and forced her to attend alone. Unfazed by his knowledge, she is warned sharply not to speak of her brother. He escalates further, accusing her of betrayal without hesitation. Suddenly, someone rushes in and pulls Kian back from the tension. The eldest son announces the meeting is over, revealing new developments. The news catches everyone present completely off guard. He explains the Gate Alliance plans a tournament to select elite Gate members. Talk spreads about how Kanahai and Wu clashed with the hero over a woman. It continues with how Wu contacted the Darkness Guild and Pang family, then fell. The blonde listener finds it strange the hero stands at the center of every storm. Gold Knight cuts in calmly, signaling everyone to relax. He states clearly that Ha Jung-woo remains under his watch. The next day, someone obsesses over a small talking toy shaped like a muscle man. The girls find it adorable, while the power type calls it a blatant fake. They tease him back, saying even his whispers sound loud and obvious. Embarrassed by the attention, he bolts away as if chased. Later at school, he reflects on how people credit Lee Hoguk for the hero's wins. He then notices the hero and his partner right behind him, fully alert. Baek Jong-seo grows tense, hearing Lee Gang-cheon is targeting his account too. He knows hiding it is the only way to stay safe inside the school. Soon after, Lee Jang-kian recalls to mention Yoonjan has finally returned. He notes her past likely left deep scars she still carries. Later on, the group gathers at the usual school hangout. Yoonjan sits alone there, quiet and distant from everyone else. The hero arrived quietly, checking on her condition without ceremony. Yoonjo nodded, steady voice, saying she felt better now. Ha Young-woo sat beside her, saying life stacks ugly memories. Sometimes forgetting keeps you alive. Then the mood cracked. She burst into soft laughter. She found it funny. The man beside her sounded like a tired grandfather. The hero, weathered by time, knew he was no youth. Her laughter eased his chest. Yoonjo asked if he reached the 7th circle and sensed mana changes. He confirmed it. Shock hit her hard. Years of magic lost to his 1-year leap. Yoonjo asked to examine his mana. He agreed without hesitation. That quick consent stunned her. Revealing a circle usually exposes everything. Once she checked, disbelief followed. 7th circle confirmed. Control flawless. Ha Young-woo called it New Age Control, disliked the name, thought of rebranding it himself. Yoon-jo grew more impressed, a magic novice daring to define his own path. Reading her doubt, the hero offered a mana comparison, then shared a portion with her. She understood fast. He was guiding her toward the 7th circle through exposure. In that instant, power surged. The 7th circle began forming inside her. Just before completion, the hero stopped it, sensing danger. She admitted she would have collapsed if he had not intervened. He praised her progress, calling her a genius for mastering fusion and control so fast. As Yoon-jo thanked him, he noticed her unease. She blamed the sudden breakthrough. He planned to teach only his partner, then chose to share, asking dinner as payment. Yoon-jo said dinner was nothing. Her family led the Gatekeeper Alliance. Lee Young-kyan arrived late, saying he searched everywhere with Yoon-jo. He brought a young man hunting her. Luke Allen, 7th Circle Mage, heir to the Allen house. Ha Jung-woo watched calmly as Lee Jung-kyan bonded with Luke like old friends. Tension snapped when Luke mocked her, accusing her of fleeing without honor. Luke called her inferior, claiming honesty. Lee Jung-kyan dismissed it as nonsense. Luke doubled down, calling her disgraceful, saying she deserved exile. The Allen house held massive wealth in the USA, their bloodlines tightly guarded. Yoon-jo's mother was their hidden child. Because of that, she endured deep hostility growing up. They confined her alone, sealing the door without light. She remained there for days, isolated by her own family. When the door finally opened, the child only wanted to step outside. Seeing this, the lady of the house reacted with cold anger, yet she survived. After years of torment, her mother escaped at the first chance, fleeing to Korea. There she met the gatekeeper of Chamumun, and Yoon-jo was born. The bully turned out to be her cousin, heir apparent to the Allen house power line. Yoon-jong shouted she wanted nothing to do with him and ordered him to leave. Luke chose violence, raising his hand to strike her without hesitation. The blow never landed. Someone intervened at the last second. The hero stepped in, saying only savages attack before speaking. He moved to punish Luke for targeting Yoon-jong. Luke Allen laughed, amused by Ha Jung-woo daring to confront him. The hero replied coldly, offering to end his life instead. Lee Gang-cheon intervened, scolding Luke for the insults despite bringing him here. Before he could finish, Luke Allen struck first, blasting Lee Gang-cheon away. When the martial artist stood again, he froze. The arrogant man he grabbed was already gone. Yoon-ji-young begged her friend to stop. Saying this only provoked the Allen house. Luke reappeared, mocking Lee Gang-cheon, calling him a yellow gorilla. Seeing him stagger, Luke repeated the insult without restraint. Lee Gang-cheon finally snapped. He rushed Luke Allen head-on. Yoon-jong pleaded for them to stop fighting. To his shock, Luke blocked the strike easily, calling him brainless. Lee Gang-cheon reeled, but Luke warned him to react faster. Luke gathered a compact mass of dark energy. He fired it instantly, sending Lee Gang-cheon flying again. Watching closely, the hero realized this 7th Circle Mage far surpassed Yoon-jong. Lee Gang-cheon questioned the true depth of Luke Allen's strength. Luke mocked him for staying down. Enraged, Lee Gang-cheon rose, demanding the hero stay out and let him fight alone. He lunged again, moving with lightning speed. Luke activated Steel Skin. The strike bounced off, leaving him completely unfazed. A sharp crack echoed through the air. Pain surged instantly. Lee Gang-cheon staggered, barely containing his agony. Ha Jung-woo observed calmly, impressed by how fast Steel Skin was activated. Luke Allen prepared to finish it with lightning. He struck down the struggling Monty Shill. As Luke turned toward his cousin, a sudden chill ran through him. The hero unleashed a powerful kick, tearing through the space in chaos. Ha Jung-woo wondered briefly if the blow had connected. The American reappeared behind him, explaining he evaded with warp, calling it magic, far beyond Korean standards. He boasted openly, declaring it 7th Circle magic, flames erupting as he displayed absolute confidence. The hero slipped past the fire with ease, saying he had seen better magic back in school. Luke Allen mocked him as a trained monkey, hinting he still had hidden techniques ready. Ha Jung-woo shut him down instantly, refusing to entertain the insult or back away. Luke burned with anger. arriving to dominate but now pushed far beyond restraint. He chose escalation, deciding to erase the protagonist using overwhelming magic. A stone wall spell erupted between them, forcefully separating both fighters. Jones stepped forward, urging calm and telling the hero to stay out of her family conflict. Luke Allen snapped back, calling his cousin insane for daring to confront him. She answered sharply, accusing him of recklessness for using extreme magic at school. Luke laughed, mocking the lesser branch, claiming her mother bloodline was showing again. Yoon-jong countered, reminding him this was a special academy where his status meant nothing. Students quickly gathered, drawn by the escalating confrontation. One warned outsiders not to fight here, while another joked his looks earned leniency. In moments, the crowd erupted into arguments and noise. Amused, the antagonist laughed, calling his cousin foolish for trusting a unique alliance. Yoon-jong suddenly felt a sharp chill crawl through her spine. Her cousin warned her these disruptions only fueled his amusement, not restraint. A voice echoed from beyond the wall, calmly agreeing. The lurking menace expressed excitement at testing a 7th Circle mage. Luke Allen said he could destroy them, but claimed he only came to introduce himself. As the helicopter ladder descended, he reached up and grabbed it without hesitation. He warned the protagonist their fight would end differently next time. Moments later, Luke Allen lifted off and disappeared. With that escape, Ha Jung-woo doubts solidified. Later, inside the hospital, Lee Gangqian questioned letting Luke leave, asking if the fight should have continued. The bruised fighter complained, saying he lost because he was unprepared. Ha Jung-woo replied calmly, saying even prepared, Luke would still overwhelm him. As the hero left, his friend promised discharge tomorrow, begging him to stay quiet. After the door shut, Ha Jung-woo reflected on the Allen House dominance over the United States. Though losing influence in China, America remained wealthy and powerful. With the Allen House among its top pillars, their resources were immense. He understood the Gate Alliance strength alone could not oppose them, especially with alliances forming, and Luke's arrival driven by more than family issues. He recalled the girl warning him not to provoke the Allen family. He admitted they were far beyond him, stronger than anything he had imagined. Yoon-jin feared the Allen family, yet dismissed their strength, believing they would fall eventually. Elsewhere, the Gold Knight observed the hero from afar, calculating methods to defeat him, waiting for permission to strike. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared behind him, recalling their encounter near the Woog Group exit. Startled, the man panicked instantly. Exposed and irritated, he vanished on reflex. The protagonist found the whole exchange oddly entertaining. Moments later, the Gold Knight resurfaced at a different location. He realized the hero was far sharper than expected. Remembering their earlier meeting, the young man appeared behind him again, saying he remembered the guide who tagged him quietly. The Gold Knight froze in disbelief, stunned by the teleport and instant detection. He attempted another escape, claiming he wanted to fight the hero later, not now. The hero grew visibly irritated, leaping away, saying he despised being followed by other men, while fleeing. The Gold Knight questioned the hero identity. Confused since a grade 6 should not warp, he sensed something wrong. Too late. Ha Jung-woo closed in and delivered a heavy kick. The man slammed into the ground. Before he could react, his face was crushed underfoot. Ha Jung-woo interrogated him, demanding his name and motive for stalking. He then sensed movement above. Looking up, the hero spotted a massive stone fist descending. It struck down with overwhelming force. Shockwaves tore through the area. In an instant, the target escaped under the chaos. Seeing the island faction and the stalker appear together, the hero sensed deeper trouble. Ha Jung-woo remained unaware, focused on other pressing matters. His team was already mobilized. Once preparations ended, they forced the door open and stormed the apartment without hesitation. 7 days earlier, at the hero home, while his mother cooked, he trained non-stop, reaching stage 9 of the 7th Circle. Ha Jung-woo felt satisfied with the steady progress. His sister burst in suddenly, calling him a hypocrite. The hero blocked her swing calmly, saying she was energetic as always. His sister refused to back down, ignoring his excuses. At first confused, he realized she meant the events of Sunday morning. His younger sister exploded at him, Furious, he never went to see Seoyeon. The hero stared blankly at first, not following her anger. Then it clicked. She was the friend who kept clinging to him non-stop. The middle school girl flirted constantly, always asking if he had a girlfriend. Ha Young-woo admitted she was sharp and treated his sister well. Soo-yeon snapped. Angry, he vanished after promising to call her friend. He recalled her leaving, clearly saying she would wait for his call. Ha Young-woo told his sister he only wanted to avoid being rude. She fired back, saying her friend treated it as a real promise. Soo-yeon demanded he fix the situation immediately. She yelled that her friend stopped talking to her because of him, when suddenly, the hero quietly pulled out cash, instantly irritating her. She accused him of trying to buy his way out again. When she resisted, he calmly added more money. Soo-yeon fought temptation as 400,000 won stared back at her. Seeing her hesitate, he raised the amount again. When it reached 600,001, she grabbed it instantly. Soo-yeon agreed to talk to her friend, saying money solved nothing, promising revenge someday. She said she needed to beat him first, asking why grade 6 would impress him. The hero explained reaching that grade was hard, making her a rival within 10 years. The siblings bickered. He told her to find someone stronger. She called that impossible. Then she noticed something suspicious. A letter lying in his room. Ha Young-woo said he found it at school, her excitement exploding instantly. He opened it under pressure, only to freeze. Furious, it was chainmail threatening bad luck unless shared. His sister sprinted to their mother, smiling triumphantly. She reported he thought it was a love letter, but it was chainmail needing copies sent. Their mother laughed, saying kids still fell for nonsense like this. The hero agreed, telling his sister to stop teasing him. Soon after, dinner began. He took the first bite. Something hard cracked in his mouth. Rice should not feel like that. Their mother froze. Rice was never supposed to be hard. He brushed it off as coincidence. Then he slipped down the stairs, slamming face first, triggering suspicion in his mind. Accidents followed, balls striking him unexpectedly. Toes slammed into corners. Phones slipped from his hands again and again. With no other path left, he accepted there was only one solution remaining. He spent the night producing 200 copies of the cursed chainmail without rest. After that, he called his entire crew together in one place. He told the group they would receive a bonus added to their usual payment. The first guy stepped forward eagerly to collect his reward. His excitement was obvious as he reached out. Instead of cash, he found a copy of the chainmail in his hands. The boss said they could reject the kindness, but next month pay would disappear. Back in the present, the squad kicked the apartment door wide open. The resident panicked instantly, stumbling backward in shock. He shouted, asking what they wanted from him. A blow answered him, accusing him of ruining their lives. The large man collapsed hard onto the floor. His companions rushed in, standing between him and the intruders. One thug scowled, recognizing them as the fallen man friends. Rake John Shio stayed silent, quietly threatening police involvement. The intruders ignored him, reminiscing about their old criminal days. The frightened boy asked why they were attacked, insisting no debt existed. They claimed it was about a cursed chainmail they wrote, leaving him confused. Another man repeated it calmly, saying the chainmail curse was the reason. Bait John Shio shoved someone aside and tried to run. He screamed innocence, ranting about non-stop bad luck while failing to escape. At that moment, the protagonist arrived. Curious why the boy was hiding. His presence terrified the power scaler, who collapsed in fear. The evil Duke watched closely, eager to see what would unfold. Soon after, 3 boys knelt on the floor before the protagonist. The young Sheo stared in disbelief, seeing him at a friend place with a squad. Ha Young-woo ordered them to explain everything without holding back. One trembling student asked what fate awaited them now. Something suddenly flew toward him through the air. A letter dropped between his legs, heavy with implication. The hero said his patience was gone and denial was useless. The big one apologized, saying they never expected it to escalate. The trio studied witchcraft, learning curses, mocked daily as academy outcasts. Passing students laughed, asking for fortunes or winning lottery numbers. One boy snapped in anger, shouting they were not mind readers. The bullies only laughed harder and walked away without concern. The ridicule pushed them over the edge, rage building beyond control. When the chubby one demanded apologies, Ha Jung-woo understood the chain-mail revenge. Even so, pleased by their regret, he offered forgiveness for 3 million won. The number stunned the boys completely. Their frozen faces made the impact obvious. Ha Jung-woo calmly asked if the price he named was truly excessive. Bae Jong-seo said it was insane, insisting students could never gather that much money. The hero explained he hired 300 freelancers searching 10 days, justifying every cost. He added he was losing money at 3 million, proposing a daily 100,000 plan. Even then, the power scaler protested, calling the demand outright robbery. Hearing enough, the leader stepped back, leaving the matter to his crew. The rough-looking men were thrilled, eager to repay every cursed letter they wrote. Ha Jung-woo smiled, warning the boys his crew would not hold back. Bae Jong-seo panicked, realizing once the leader left, the beating would begin. His two companions dropped to their knees, rushing to the man's feet. They cried and begged, promising anything in exchange for mercy. In response, he calmly handed them a prepared contract. The hero chose recruitment instead, offering each a salary of 1.5 million. The deal carried a grim clause, payment only after their deaths. Ha Jung-woo asked if they understood the weight of their actions. He explained a failed curse would rebound, causing severe accidental consequences. To prevent that fate, he demanded they sign the contract. Date: Yang. CO signed in haste, regretting ever provoking the ruthless man. Knowing curse removal took time, their boss ordered them restrained for days. Ha Jung-woo felt pleased, gaining poor fighters but exceptional curse specialists. Elsewhere, at Ayum and Chan residence, the Dayhand Corporation director arrived. The Woo Group president entered, visibly tense and strained. Still, he forced calm, keeping his focus steady. He knew one mistake could end everything. Upon entering, the old man joked, asking if he lost his way. Ignoring the jab, he clung to his company, all he had after losing his child. He apologized for being late, which the old man already anticipated. President Wu felt pressure rise but stayed patient despite visible hostility. Yuma and Seonben gestured for them to sit and explain. They pushed him to speak directly without delay. Facing the blunt tone, President Wu asked for 200 billion. He offered enough shares for control, but Yu Manchun rejected it. Seeing refusal, President Wu revealed critical information. That finally caught the old man interest. Though disadvantaged, he knew union support would sway undecided directors. With terms clear, the Dayhand president prepared to draft the contract. Moments later, documents spread across the table. President Wu asked Yu Manchun to pay upon signing, and she agreed. Right as the pen hovered, the moment shattered. A soft draft slipped in, then exploded into a violent gust, stunning both executives. Guards rushed inside in panic, shouting an intruder was present, leaving the elder baffled. A glowing magic circle suddenly formed across the ceiling. The intruder mocked them calmly, saying surprise was pointless, calling the barrier fragile. It was Luke Allen, openly ridiculing the elder for weak security during a secret meeting. The arrogant American declared he was eager to crush Yu Manchun himself. The elder accused the other president of betrayal, but President Wu denied it completely. Enraged, Yu Manchun accused the other man's father instead. President Wu realized his father stood to gain the most and regretted arriving unprotected. Luke hurled insults at the Koreans, boasting his barrier sealed both entry and escape. The elder stood cornered, facing a young man ready to annihilate everyone. The bodyguards charged forward to shield their employer. The magician laughed openly. He cast a freezing spell, stopping the guards mid-charge, then slammed them together without mercy. Like broken dolls colliding, he pinned them to the wall, mocking their weakness as protectors. Seeing the magic, Yu Manchun realized the intruder was Allen blood. President Wu noticed the golf clubs and understood the Allen family backed his father. Still desperate, he charged Luke, hoping to protect his Wu Group shares. He was blasted aside instantly. The elder was left alone, staring down the overwhelming magician. Yu Manchun demanded to know who ordered this and why he was targeted. Luke showed his blade, saying answers were meaningless after crossing the Allen business. Regret hit the elder for ignoring the protagonist's earlier warning. He remembered being told to stay home due to his age. Yu Manchun rejected the advice, telling the young man to stay out of it. Anger flared when Ha Jung-woo said his death would not stop Yu Hara's future. His final regret was missing his granddaughter wedding. A voice behind him said Yu Hara would grieve deeply if he missed it. Ha Jung-woo arrived, stepping between Yu Manchun and death. Luke stared in shock, realizing his barrier had been breached effortlessly. Fueled by anger, Luke vowed to crush the protagonist personally. A magic circle formed beside the hostile mage, releasing a massive surge of energy. The blast tore through the room in chaos. Ha Jung-woo absorbed the impact head-on. Luke swore to show the cost of defying a divine existence. He summoned a meteor storm, earning a flicker of the hero interest. He said Luke overestimated himself, shattering the meteor while charging straight at the caster. Before Luke could respond, a brutal strike slammed into his stomach without warning. Ha Jung-woo called him a pathetic waste of a human. The assault did not stop there. He drove Luke downward with overwhelming force, blasting his body straight through the mansion walls. The American froze, stunned a Korean landed such a hit. Seeing that disbelief, the protagonist calmly offered to repeat it. Luke Allen burned with rage, deciding the hero needed to be erased. He hurled massive chunks of debris forward. The hero formed an energy sword, asking if his enemy enjoyed the zoo. Ha Jung-woo carved through the concrete while rushing his shaken opponent. The sweeping cuts nearly reached Luke as he retreated. Ha Jung-woo mocked him, telling him to wake up to the chaos. He closed in fast, driving a knee into Luke and dropping him. He boasted about his mastery of concealment. Luke scoffed in confusion, unaware the hero had spotted a hidden ally setting traps nearby. At the same time, the hero team extracted the president, mission secured. Then, everything shifted. A sudden presence emerged without warning. The team dodged a massive blast, thinking it ended, until the targets reappeared. They said their leader predicted everything, even the hidden attacker. In an instant, Gold Knight was surrounded from all sides. He only smiled, convinced they were overconfident. Luke muttered in shock, wondering how the Korean read his thoughts. Ha Jung-woo seized the moment, declaring he would end Luke and his crew. Luke laughed, saying he was enjoying this. He claimed he would be the one left standing, glowing with power. The hero evaded a massive energy strike with ease. Luke ranted dramatically, swearing revenge for his family. Power surged as he unleashed everything. Luke's form began to change. His presence escalated like a system upgrade. His energy output spiked sharply. He revealed a hidden transformation. Ha Jung-woo noted he was going full anime. He recognized Luke was different, seeing the sudden rise from the altered form. The magician warned the hero not to relax. Danger was still close. Ha Jung-woo, never fighting a Circle 8 before, felt excited to learn through combat. He provoked Luke, telling him to display the full extent of his new power. Luke refused, saying he would not fall for such bait. Ha Jung-woo scoffed, calling him a joke who talked big. The magician bristled at the insult, then chose to demonstrate his upgraded strength. Ha Jung-woo acknowledged the suit speed and spell output. He mocked Luke for still being slow, then vanished instantly. Luke Allen replied that escape was meaningless. He revealed the suit tracked targets automatically, stunning his opponent. Even as distance vanished, Ha Jung-woo kept taunting him mid-fight. When Luke reached for him, Ha Jung-woo calmly deflected the grab. He continued evading, sensing the attacks accelerating. Luke Allen stared in disbelief as every strike missed despite enhanced speed. Growing bored, Ha Jung-woo told him to raise the output. The magician responded by unleashing maximum power, activating the Circle 8 spell, Hell Chain. Ha Jung-woo felt thrilled facing a higher magic tier. Meanwhile, Gold Knight overwhelmed the hero team with ease. The ground trembled violently. A sudden blast erupted nearby. One fighter panicked, realizing the shock came from his leader clash. Gold Knight smiled, pleased to see Luke Allen get serious. The magician suit, built by NASA, contained advanced artificial intelligence. Complex spells strained the mind, but the AI reinforced cognition to prevent failure. With that support, the suit reached full capacity. The surrounding forest suffered massive destruction. Luke Allen laughed wildly, convinced victory was certain. When the system warned of close contact, he advanced aggressively. The suit shifted into close combat mode, stunning the hero with its precision. Luke Allen spoke about progress, saying adaptation always beats tradition. He continued speaking while exchanging blows. At last, he landed a clean strike. Even so, the hero recovered smoothly on his feet. A massive energy blast followed immediately. Ha Young-woo avoided it by a narrow margin. Luke mocked the martial artist's arrogance and threw a punch. Ha Young-woo blocked it without effort. Ha Young-woo stepped back, recalculating fast as the pressure closed in. He realized too late that the suit was far stronger than expected. The magician showed no interest in the enemy's effort or preparation. With a sharp move, he sealed Ha Jung-woo inside a force field. Ha Young-woo admitted Luke matched his reputation. A seventh circle magician indeed. The American followed instantly, unleashing a final strike with the shining cutter. Ha Young-woo was swallowed by the attack before he could evade. The strike was raw energy, dense and unforgiving. It tore outward in all directions, scouring the battlefield clean. The shining cutter erased everything it touched without resistance. Castor burst into wild laughter, convinced the outcome was decided. He reveled in the thought that even the body was completely erased. His grin froze when the supposed victim spoke, saying he celebrated too early. Safe. Ha Young-woo complained about the dust cloud Luke kicked up. He called it a health risk, saying the fight only tested the suit, a cheap toy. Luke mocked him, saying the weapon let him transcend humanity. The villain answered with a slow, confident smirk. He offered to defeat the magician without using any powers. Meanwhile, on the battlefield nearby, Gold Knight said his boss must have used the suit, meaning Ha Jung-woo neared death. The man laughed, dismissing Gold Knight's arrogance after such a small clash. He explained their orders were to show power. Now they would go all out. One impaled ally agreed without hesitation. Just like that, the tide shifted. Those thought dead rose together, surrounding Gold Knight from every side. He froze, stunned that the enemies he killed stood again. The opposing crew believed their numbers now guaranteed victory. Gold Knight called them shameless, vowing to finish this permanently. As they charged from all sides, the pressure spiked instantly. He revealed the gap in strength with his crystal storm attack. Shards rained down, forcing enemies to dodge or be crushed. They stayed calm, aiming to drain his energy through attrition. A large foe closed in from behind, timing the strike carefully. Gold Knight answered, forming a massive crystal shield. He countered immediately, smashing the attacker with another crystal blow, declaring himself untouchable. He was struck suddenly in the neck. Our hero's crew said they weren't done yet. 2 needles couldn't stop him. The hidden effect activated at once. Pain surged, forcing him to cough blood. Gold Knight realized too late he had been poisoned. The fast game members rushed forward, shouting that street fights had no rules at all. Their fists connected hard, delivering 2 heavy blows in rapid succession. Gold Knight shouted back, calling them shameless for relying on reckless tactics. They answered while charging together, saying only the strong survive in chaos. Cornered, the magician triggered his final option, Burning Impact Shoot. The blast struck every remaining gang member in a single sweep. The attack surged forward with beam-like force and crushing pressure. One after another, their bodies collapsed under the overwhelming power. As Gold Knight cursed, the fallen enemies scattered around him. A sudden grip locked around his leg from below. One defeated foe mocked him, saying such filthy words did not suit him. While one pinned him down, another rushed in, blade flashing forward. Our hero's crew burned with rage, eager to repay the damage done. In an instant, Gold Knight was swarmed by enemies he thought finished. Blades flashed everywhere as they lunged in, aiming to stab him repeatedly. Meanwhile, the fight shifted back to the boss battle where Luke took a hit. The main character struck him cleanly, exactly as it should have happened. Luke refused to admit defeat, pushing himself to keep fighting. Ha Young-woo blocked the strike easily, mocking him for missing so badly. Without hesitation, our hero moved in and twisted his opponent's arm. Luke screamed as the AI reported severe damage across the suit. Ha Young-woo kept hammering him while the suit warned repairs were impossible. With full force, our hero slammed Luke straight into the ground. Luke Allen could not believe a few blows nearly destroyed his suit. Ha Young-woo told him to wake up, saying he would never win this fight. Consumed by anger, the American rejected those words completely. He unleashed Hellbuster, claiming no Korean could beat him with old martial arts. Ha Young-woo watched with interest as missiles chased him relentlessly. Luke mocked him, saying running was useless and fate was sealed, as Ha Jung-woo suddenly changed direction to escape. Luke Allen froze when the system showed the missiles lost their target. Only then did the alert warn him of a fast-approaching threat. Moments later, our hero smashed him down as the suit absorption maxed out. Seeing its owner badly injured, the AI urged an immediate retreat. Before he could move, Ha Jung-woo pinned him as missiles retargeted. In a blink, they struck both him and Luke Allen together. The impact triggered a massive explosion that swallowed everything nearby. When it faded, only a huge crater remained in silence. The protagonist felt relief, realizing how close death had come. He left the magician terrified, thanking him for revealing 8th Circle magic power. Ha Jung-woo said he only drags fights with weak opponents to study them, just as Luke prepared to activate another ability. The suit interrupted, warning his failing vitals forced a data protection shutdown. Instantly, unbearable pain surged as his own system turned hostile. The embodiment of evil laughed. Amused, the House of Allen sacrificed its eldest son. Luke began begging desperately, pleading for the pain to stop. In the end, the hero chose to turn away. He felt satisfied watching the enemy destroyed by his own supporters. And just like that, the battle finally ended. Gold Knight was finished. Yet from the massive crater left behind, a lone survivor suddenly emerged. Luke Allen, barely alive, screamed threats of revenge at his cousin and the hero. An enraged voice stopped him, daring him to speak Yoon Jong's name. The speaker's eyes burned with lethal intent. He moved forward, delivering the final overwhelming strike. With the chaos settled, the men debated their next move. One suggested honoring the contract, but the elder refused to risk war with the Allen family. He said President Wu would understand if placed in the same position. Yuma and Sean were less surprised as bargaining resumed again. At that moment, another figure arrived. After dismissing Xiao, the protagonist was questioned about the situation. Ha Jung-woo calmly explained how he eliminated Luke Allen. Kang Cheol-min froze, shocked the Allen heir had fallen. When he began shouting about the mistake, a single glare from the hero silenced him instantly. It felt like a horror scene, fear gripping him to the bone. President Wu warned the House of Allen would never ignore their heir's death. The hero responded coldly, asking why that was his concern. President Wu explained the move endangered Zheng Ganglin and the Dai Hen group. Ha Jung-woo countered, saying inaction would not calm the Allen house. He revealed their plan to use the Wu group to dominate the regional economy. The elder fell silent, absorbing the sudden revelation. Ken Chioman nodded, knowing the Allen house would not stop midway. The hero said Luke's death alone would not destroy them. President Wu argued they could not face American force head-on. Ha Jung-woo proposed a deal, offering himself as the president's bodyguard. He added he wanted more compensation given the enemy involved. President Wu reacted sharply, calling the demand outrageous. Ha Jung-woo stood firm, demanding assets or shares if cash was impossible. When the man pressed him for further explanation, Ha Jung-woo cut him off, telling him to stop pretending to be clueless. 10 men quickly understood this was no fool like Lee Ho-buk. This one only cared about money. He argued he invested heavily in Jean Gangman, but the hero replied he saved him for free and owed nothing more. President Wu was left speechless with no reply. Ha Jung-woo knew the man was shameless, willing to sell family for profit, so he aimed to drain him dry. Later that same day, the hero told the old man to calm down after the chaotic events. The elder asked if he knew about Luke Owen's attack, and when he confirmed, the man grew upset about the lack of warning, but the hero reminded him not to attend the meeting. Watching this, Yu Manchun feared the young guide might destroy his group and leave Yu Hera widowed. The hero brushed it off, telling him to relax. Overwhelmed, the old man demanded why Ha Jung-woo stayed so calm. Ha Jung-woo leaned closer, whispering something that left him stunned. He revealed he had an ally within the Allen family. Just as he prepared to explain his full strategy, he stopped himself at the last moment. Yuma and Shun began suspecting Ha Jung-woo planned to take over the Allen house when the young man offered his support. The old man froze in shock. He realized his future grandson-in-law was unpredictable and ambitious. He questioned whether this man would bring fortune or disaster. Yuma and Shun chose to stay close, hoping to prevent future chaos. Soon after, the internet exploded with news about Yu Hera. At just 18, she was reported to be in a relationship. Fans doubted it, calling it fake news, until a press conference confirmed it. Reporters flooded Yu Hara with questions about her mysterious boyfriend. That was when the hero saw his girlfriend appear on the screen. She said she was dating the best man in the world. When she named him, shock hit so hard he spilled his drink. Later, while Ha Jung-woo relaxed in public, people recognized him as the rumored boyfriend. They mocked him, claiming childhood love fades fast and boredom follows. When they demanded a breakup, he became the villain in their story. That night, outside Yu Hara's home, paparazzi waited eagerly, hoping to catch a private moment. One hesitated about filming minors, but the other chased the headline anyway. Suddenly, the main character stepped out behind them, calm and ready. In seconds, the paparazzi froze, fear locking them in place. They ended up trapped in the very scandal they sought to expose. After capturing a photo of his latest handiwork, the mastermind decided to return the favor, uploading everything online for all to see. Not long after, his girlfriend finally arrived at the scene. She looked completely shaken by what she found. He was just standing there calmly, waiting for her. Yu Hara said she needed to tell him something important. After hesitating for a moment, she stepped closer, kissed him softly, and confessed her feelings. Yu Hara apologized to him for making their relationship public. After that, she left, saying she would contact him once work ended. Just as he said earlier, the main character accepted her announcement. For the first time, he felt true closeness and allowed the relationship to grow. The following day, at Jiandong Moon headquarters, Lee Gong-kyeon arrived to greet his close friend. He teased him about sudden fame, but backed off after noticing his healed leg. The hero explained the only way to win the martial arts tournament was coaching him. He placed a hand firmly against his chest. In an instant, power surged through him. Ha Young-woo told him to use Lee Gain-cheon's recovery ability to return stronger after defeat. Still annoyed by the CAC incident, he asked if this was some kind of joke. This time, the hero answered with a serious look. He struck his friend again, calling it rehabilitation. Lee Gong-kyeon laughed awkwardly at the situation. He accused his best friend of enjoying his suffering. Ha Young-woo told him to stop overreacting. He slammed him into the wall, saying he was exaggerating everything. As training continued, Lee Gong-kyeon complained that life was unfair. Ha Young-woo looked confused by the comment. His friend broke down, jealous of the attention and girlfriend he never had. The hero told him to use the tournament to change that, saying many girls would watch. He immediately imagined the campus goddess falling for him after victory. While Ha Jung-woo kept explaining the benefits of the competition, his friend drifted off, lost in fantasy. Seeing the strange grin, the hero refused to guess what he imagined. Without warning, the same guy charged at him with full force. Ha Jung-woo smiled, pleased by the enthusiasm, as they clashed head-on. Later that day at school, Yumshan sat alone, quietly reading. The main character suddenly approached her. Startled, she snapped her book shut. As she walked off, Ha Jung-woo assumed it was about Yu Hara and tried to explain. The girl questioned why he even bothered showing up at school that day. As she told him to leave immediately, her tone sharp and tense. Instead of backing off, his curiosity only grew stronger. Yoon-jong quickly urged the main character to leave. Without delay, just as he asked why she looked so worried, attackers rushed in, swinging a massive blade toward him. He responded instantly, dropping them with clean, decisive moves. Each attacker fell unconscious before landing another strike. As the hero prepared to mock their poor attempt, slow clapping echoed from nearby. David appeared, East Branch manager of the Island family, praising the victory while probing Luke's disappearance. Before the hero could react with force, Yoon-jong explained David was an Allen family investigator, claiming this was only a test. Ha Young-woo found it amusing, given the sudden sword attack. David continued, boasting they tracked Yoon-jong's circle and tied the hero to the case. Without warning, the hero lunged forward, joking this must be the American greeting. He chose to respond in kind, driving the investigator face first into the ground, wrestling style. That single move convinced David Ha Jung-woo eliminated Luke. He summoned his gold knights, prepared for confrontation. The investigator remained calm despite the tension. He said he wanted a word with Yoon-jong before leaving, as the detective shouted orders to surround the suspect. David vanished without a trace. Elsewhere in Korea, Yoon scolded the hero for fighting David, explaining she avoided him to keep him safe. Ha Young-woo reassured her calmly and guessed someone from the US contacted her. After hearing everything, he realized Luke came to Korea due to shaky air status. That theory fit when Yoon revealed she was recalled to America for air training. Ha Young-woo concluded the Allen family panicked over the missing heir and chose Yoon instead. Despite wanting to stay in Korea, the main branch issued a public apology to her mother. After that, she asked the hero for assistance. When he asked what he would gain from it, she hesitated, clearly unprepared. Ha Young-woo reminded her help always came with a price. When she asked if he truly expected repayment, he nodded firmly. Still stunned, Yoon said she was grateful despite knowing her family's reputation. She admitted she had nothing to offer, especially since he was with Yuhara. Ha Young-woo said repayment could wait until she became heir and asked the Allen goal. She revealed they wanted her to establish a family branch in Korea. The hero understood they planned to use her as bait to lure the killer of the true heir. When she spoke about being treated as bait, Ha Young-woo acknowledged her sharp instincts without hesitation. Yoon cut it short, saying there was no time. They needed a plan immediately. Ha Jung-woo explained the gates were unstable and the Gate Alliance clashed with the Woo group. She agreed. He stated clearly that she was the core of his entire strategy. Ha Young-woo advised her to align with a unique alliance as her nation's representative. At first, she doubted anyone would support an American pawn like her. The hero countered that helping her reclaim heir status meant gaining a powerful ally. Yoon asked directly what she should do next. Ha Young-woo told her to decide herself and stop moving like a controlled piece. In that moment, she realized she relied on the hero too much. He explained that trust and fair exchange built bonds that endured. Yoon thanked him sincerely for standing by her. Just then, the investigator arrived with his team. Ha Young-woo said he expected them sooner and suggested continuing earlier business. As the Gold Knights moved to engage, Yoon suddenly ordered them to stop. David warned her to step aside, saying defying the Allen family carried consequences. She held her ground, saying without proof, attacking him meant attacking her. David had no alternative. He apologized and showed respect to the heir's ally as well. Ha Young-woo gave a silent thumbs up, acknowledging her courage. Yoo remained visibly displeased. Later that night, at Washing Moon, the assassin leader ordered his unit to approach carefully, testing the guard response. The flaming flower approached the gatekeeper, who spoke to her like a concerned father. He asked about reports on the elders' movements. She told him most elders opposed her entering the martial arts tournament. The gatekeeper sighed, saying old prejudice still needed correction. Despite his words, the flaming flower knew he shared the same flaw. Back then, when she delivered the final strike, the entire gate was stunned. The heir had fallen to his younger sister. While many praised her skill and supported her joining the tournament, Hume refused to accept defeat. In the present, she considered negotiating with elders backing her brother. Her father agreed, saying unity was vital for the gate's survival. Suddenly, he was struck by intense pain without warning. The old man collapsed in pain, hitting the ground as his daughter rushed to him. That moment gave the hidden assassins their opening, launching a sudden ambush. The flaming flower reacted instantly, drawing her weapon without hesitation. Power erupted as she blasted the attackers back with overwhelming force. In seconds, the assassins were erased as if they never stood a chance. She quickly moved to help her father back onto his feet. As he struggled, he questioned who weakened him with power diffusion poison. At that moment, the true enemy stepped out from the shadows. It was his eldest son, who had used power extermination poison on his own father. The revelation struck the gatekeeper like a brutal blow. Even then, the girl could not understand how her brother poisoned their father. Only then did she realize their mother was involved. Hume bragged their mother despised her siding with their father and agreed to help him. The flaming flower demanded a fair fight, face to face. Hume snapped back, accusing them of cheating and refusing to accept reality. Enraged, the gatekeeper charged toward his son. But the poison had already taken its toll. His strength failed, dropping him helplessly to the ground. Hume mocked him, warning that any more struggle could end his life. Seeing her brother lost to arrogance, the flaming flower stepped forward to fight. She unleashed 9 dragon fire, her most powerful technique. Hume scoffed, claiming it would fail against his sky barrier. The flames were deflected upward, diverted by his defense. Shock filled her as he blocked her strongest move. Realizing a forbidden drug boosted him. Hume admitted she was right. Boasting the miracle medicine should be used often. She warned him the drug risked his life, as it was untested. The gatekeeper told her not to worry over a traitor like him. He demanded to know the mastermind, but knew Hume lacked the mind to act alone. At that moment, the real mastermind appeared. Kim Monsoon arrived, praising the old man's insight while dismissing his concern. Father and daughter froze. Realizing Kim Monsoon backed the rebellion, Kim Monsoon greeted the gatekeeper, saying it had been a long time elsewhere. Restricted zones were sealed under the excuse of dangerous gas leaks. Workers warned civilians to stay away from Huaki and Lun for safety. They reported everything was ready, told to protect civilians despite confidence. With elders of Huaxian Moon supporting them, success seemed guaranteed. Suddenly, a young man crossed their path without fear. He calmly asked if this road led to the gate. Now standing face to face, two gatekeepers locked eyes. The old man accused Kim Monsoon of turning his son into a traitor. The man claimed the boy contacted him first, while Hume argued it was his own plan. Kim's father erupted in rage, shouting the man had no right to call himself a gatekeeper. In an instant, blades flashed and sliced through the man's knees. He crashed to the ground, overwhelmed by pain. Kim Monsoon protested loudly, insisting he was innocent in all this. The daughter spun forward in a fiery arc, attacking the swordsman to shield her father. He swatted her aside effortlessly, tossing her back like nothing. The flaming flower froze, shaken by his overwhelming strength. Supposedly a basic magician, yet every strike carried brutal force. She realized he would not hold back, not even against her. He shifted into a knife flow stance, warping the space around her. Glacial Duel 1 activated, and Kim Monsoon unleashed a mechanical slash. Unable to evade, she believed this was the end. In that instant, she thought of the protagonist, saying only dads make excuses. She could not believe her final thought was Ha Jung-woo. Then he appeared, intercepting the strike and saving her. The protagonist scolded her for losing focus after her brother's betrayal. When she asked why he was there, she froze when he casually said he was just passing by. Hyun scoffed, calling the excuse pathetic. He swore the hero would not leave unharmed. Ha Jung-woo smirked and openly mocked him. Enraged, Hyun charged forward. The hero slipped past the attack and grabbed him. A blade pressed against Hyun's neck. Ha Jung-woo had taken him hostage. Kim Monsoon cursed Hume's foolishness but still needed him as successor. He asked whether Jun Gangmin would intervene. Ha Jung-woo replied they were nearby and would move if ordered. As Hyun demanded release, the hero warned one wrong move meant pain. Ha Jung-woo told the gatekeeper betrayal naturally left him weakened. The gatekeeper instead asked if Lee Holguk was with the young man. Ha Jung-woo replied the gatekeeper followed his own path, ignoring warnings. Kim Monsoon realized the hero knew about the Hwachambun attack plan. He had infiltrated the gate and manipulated the successor all along. Noticing the gatekeeper's curiosity, Ha Jung-woo offered answers. Kim Monsoon demanded the truth. The hero laughed lightly and refused. In the heavy silence, the flaming flower trembled despite herself. Kim Monsoon demanded the youth be punished for mocking an elder, but Ha Jung-woo told him to relax and enjoy the joke. The swordsman froze, unable to move while Hyun remained at the hero's mercy. Ha Jung-woo revealed he knew Kim Monsoon exploited Hwa Chulman's internal conflicts out of jealousy. He refused to explain how he knew or when he planned to strike. The flaming flower sensed something off. The swordsman stayed calm despite his plan collapsing. Then it clicked. Kim Monsoon was stalling, waiting for the poison to spread and permanently damage her father. Panicked, she urged the hero to kill him to stop the poison. Kim Monsoon mocked her, saying his death would not halt the poison. The gatekeeper realized the caster was someone else, explaining the villain's calm. Kim Monsoon proposed mercy if the hostage was freed and apologies made. The old man admitted his mistake, saying Ha Jung-woo must defeat Kim Monsoon to save the gate. The son shouted his life mattered more than Hwaki-amun and demanded surrender. The daughter stood firm, declaring their gate never begs and ordered the intruder's defeat. Kim Monsoon laughed, amused they believed Ha Jung-woo could beat him. Suddenly, an old man entered confidently, saying he could handle this, delayed by a shady encounter outside. Kim Monsoon realized the hero stalled to buy time for this arrival. Lee Hoguk stepped forward and spoke. "Sorry for ruining your plan, but I am here to beat you." Lee Hoguk said he would have stopped Kim Monsoon sooner, but Kim dismissed the claim. The old man scolded Lee Hoguk for being late, and Lee replied, "Events moved too fast." The gatekeeper snapped back, saying he knew Lee would arrive late regardless, exposing foreknowledge. Seeing the Circle 8 Bugmaster already defeated, Kim Monsoon realized he had walked straight into a trap. Allied with Korn Woohoo and DeBruce's faction, Kim Monsoon resolved to eliminate Jun Gangman at all costs. He unleashed Magic Ravine Severance, declaring he would wipe everyone out. Lee Hoguk called the attack weak. He countered immediately with his own strike. As the two powerhouses clashed head-on, the Flaming Flower knew she could not keep up. Their collision triggered a massive explosion. The shockwave alerted every guard nearby. Reinforcements rushed in to protect their gatekeeper. Then it happened. Lee Hoguk smashed through the wall under the impact. Even so, he claimed the enemy blade could not harm him. Kim Monsoon lost patience with his rival. He activated Absolute Life Analysis to silence him. A sword slash tore outward, cutting through nearby structures. The battle unfolds like a living storm, every clash tearing the scene wide open. Flaming Flower reels as the gatekeeper's strength shatters her expectations in seconds. Her gaze snaps to her poisoned father as he struggles, drawing breath to speak. Instead of pleading, he lashes out at Lee Hoguk and Kim Monsoon for trashing his domain. The hero fires back, blaming the chaos on a father who failed to watch his son. Jang Woo appears gripping Korn Woo Hen, making both father and daughter assume death already won. The hero shrugs it off, saying he only gave a timeout to stop future drama. Flaming Flower bristles. Offended, he fixates on her brother instead of shielding her. She glares hard, suspecting he might be siding with their enemies. New figures rush in, alarmed by the blast and the gatekeeper's condition. Yu Jung-il, Ji Eun Jongmu, and Ma Jae-gup arrive, elders sworn to guard the gate. Ha Young-woo grins, pleased the three traitors finally show their faces. When they feign ignorance, the mood sharpens and the lie hangs thick. The villain coolly applauds, mocking how convincing their act looks. The elders snap back, saying a brat cannot judge them, blaming him and the gate. Ha Young-woo cuts in, voice sharp. "Yo, stop acting like politicians with your fake acting skills." Yu Jong-il snaps, fury boiling, "I'm gonna rip you apart if you don't zip it." Tension spikes as another gatekeeper presence forces its way into the standoff. Silence stretches, every fighter braced for the next move. A command rings out, "Hey, show some respect to Ji and Gangman. They're my guests." The elders panic, convinced the old man knows their betrayal already. Their quiet assassination plan collapses on the spot. They rush the protagonist, sensing the poisoned gatekeeper cannot stop them. Flaming Flower tries to warn Ha Jung-woo about their elite strength. Too late. He draws his energy sword and ends it in a single blur. The elders freeze, shaken by the brutal gap between their power and his. Ha Young-woo declares, "I'll take out the flock," she said. "I'm in traitors, no charge." Elsewhere, the gatekeeper battle rages without mercy. The swordsman and the powerhouse clash, each strike driven to the limit. Kim Monsoon staggers, stunned as Lee Holmuth unleashes raw techniques bare-handed. The brute urges surrender, saying fate will end him by fist or old man. Kim Monsoon adjusts his grip, resolve tightening in his stance. He fires back with force, telling his foe to drop the nonsense. He needs time, stalling for the squads he trained to revive the gate. The first was the Crimson Squad, forged for relentless assault. The second was the White Squad, honed for control and balance. The third was the Azure Squad, swift and precise in execution. Kim Monsoon trusts these squads to decide Hwachiman's fate. Suddenly, an unknown presence blocks all three squads cold. That figure warns them plainly. Step closer and he will break them. A Crimson Squad fighter recognized him as the protagonist's sidekick and mocked him for standing alone on the field. The X-Gain number answered calmly, saying he alone was more than enough to crush them all. Kim Monsoon's follower laughed at his solitude, so he replied he only liked girls and found men irritating. The enemy dismissed his joke as weak, and rumors of an undead psychic hero failed to worry them. The squads boasted loudly that the X-Bane number could be overwhelmed if they attacked together. He found their confidence amusing, and casually told the useless bunch to rush him all at once. The provocation hit hard, igniting anger across the enemy ranks. Every attacker charged forward at the same time without hesitation. That was the exact moment he pressed the hidden trigger. The planted charge detonated, wiping out the rushing line in an instant. Watching the massive blast unfold, Kim Monsoon assumed his own men caused it and felt victory closing in. Lee Holbach corrected him, explaining the blast came from a bomb set earlier. He followed with a punch, stating White had already seized their forces. Kim Monsoon accused Lee Holbeck of using explosives in a martial artist battle. Lee Holbug fired back, saying invading another gate carried no honor either. As the gatekeepers traded blows, Ha Jung-woo sensed Lee Holbach's superior strength. He stood near grade 9 level, far beyond what his opponent could reach. Then Ha Jung-woo noticed a sudden attack incoming, and narrowly avoided the incoming flames just in time. The protagonist pleaded with them not to damage his coat, a gift from his girlfriend. The three elders arrived, determined to stop the evil disrupting their rebellion. Sensing their unstable power, the hero realized they used drugs, yet said power never justified betrayal. The elders argued the gatekeeper abandoned them first, despite all their service. The old man raised his hand and ordered them to stay silent. He stated his death would bring no benefit to the gate. The elders accused him of breaking tradition by naming his daughter over his eldest son. The old man replied his son chased power blindly, while his daughter truly carried their future. The flaming flower felt deeply moved hearing her father's honest judgment. The three elders rejected the idea, claiming a woman leading would doom them. When they threatened to kill the flaming flower to restore male dominance, the hero stepped forward and told them to be quiet. Only then did the trio realize they were already struck, stunning both father and daughter. He remarked that elders like them had gone far beyond their place. He warned that hiding behind tradition again would bring consequences. He promised he would remove them without hesitation. Two of the elders finally snapped under his relentless pressure. They rushed him together, convinced they could end him first. The hero mocked them calmly, saying, "Are you guys deaf or what?" before they reached him. In a blink, he carved through them with clean, ruthless cuts, precise and unstoppable. The crowd froze, minds blank, voices gone, stunned by the sudden end. Ha Jung-woo spoke without pride or heat, "Told you enough to ignore me." He made it clear their silence only cleared the stage for him. The villain answered coldly, saying mercy now beat the past where families vanished. Watching this, the last elder shook, terror locking his body in place. Ha Jung-woo declared the traitor's family spared for this final moment. He moved once, clean and final. The elder never even flinched. The head fell away, and both father and daughter stood shaken. The gatekeeper recoiled, chilled by the calm certainty behind each kill. He knew then this was no rookie. Only veterans carry that weight. In his mind, the name changed. This man was the final boss. His daughter stared, overwhelmed by that brutal, almost divine strength. Against reason, her heart leaned toward the man who dropped three foes. Elsewhere, the two gatekeepers clashed, steel and force colliding non-stop. The swordsman mocked his rival, saying his temper stayed dull as before. The answer came fast, a hurled strike, saying cowards deserve shallow graves. Kim Monsoon fired back, vowing to bring Lee Ho-guk down. The powerhouse laughed, amused anyone thought that vow meant anything. He answered by ripping up a massive rock and driving it forward. The swordsman cut through it cleanly, technique sharp and flawless. He stepped free and said, "Calm always comes before the storm." Lee Ho-guk grinned, thrilled his enemy finally unleashed everything. His focus snapped to the air, sensing odd motion among floating stones. The stones burst apart, revealing layered slashes from twin blades. Lee Haldeck scoffed. Upset the awaited move was only warped space. Kim Monsoon corrected him, naming the technique, the Great Comb. He followed with his storm, magic raven, severance of truth, flowering blossom. In moments, the strong foe lay shredded, power scattered and broken. For a breath, the swordsman believed the battle had ended. Shock hit him hard as the fallen rival surged back in rage. Lee Ho-guk roared, slammed him down like lightning fueled by fury. Time passed, the aftermath drifting back toward the quiet halls. A parent reeled in shock, realizing their child never returned. The old man raged, unable to accept his son, and forces fell so fast. The psychic reported calmly, saying their army walked straight into a trap. He warned against probing deeper, the sect now leaderless and unstable. Knowing they were too weak to challenge other sects, fury boiled over. The aide trembled when ordered to reach out to a certain group. The grieving father swore vengeance, ready to cross any line for revenge. The following day, inside the strongman's base, tension still lingered in the air. Li Gongqian lit up after hearing Korn Wu Hua had arrived at their sect. Once told she was inside her father's office, he rushed over without delay. At the same time, Flaming Flower formally greeted the gatekeeper, naming her sect and thanking him for saving her father. Li Hoguk replied that her visit was obvious since he protected their entire sect. He followed up by calmly asking about her father's current condition. She noted his blunt tone and answered that her father was recovering while handling sect disputes. Li Hoguk smiled at the news and told her to remind her father about their agreement to settle the chaos. Both sides moved forward and signed a formal deal. The contract bound them as allies, with Huachi backing them as long as peace held. Flaming Flower knew the terms favored others, yet accepted because of someone special. Later on, she wandered through the mansion halls alone. She searched for Ha Jung-woo's office, unsure how to approach him. Then it happened without warning. She collided head-on with Li Hoguk's daughter, in the past. Their first meeting turned awkward. Their fathers once argued fiercely over who Ha Jung-woo should marry. Lightning and fire clashed loudly, pride and ego fueling the fight. Flaming Flower grew irritated as they compared their daughters' figures. Ha Jung-woo cut in, separating them and stating he already chose someone. Now she stood face to face with her rumored rival. Korn Wu Hua froze, unable to speak. Her first thought questioned if this girl was truly her equal, as she dismissed it. The girl asked if she was searching for Ha Jung-woo. Flaming Flower stiffened, shocked her goal was seen so easily. She then learned the main man had already left. She quickly asked where he went. The answer came. He had headed straight for the airport. Meanwhile, scenes shifted to the airport terminal. Yoon-jun thanked Ha Jung-woo for his help, and he brushed it off casually. She said she would return to Korea after finishing her business trip. Ha Jung-woo gave a brief farewell in response. Unexpectedly, she reached out her hand. She wanted to seal their understanding properly. The hero smiled and accepted the handshake. Soon after, the plane lifted into the sky. While heading home later, he worried for his friend yet trusted her strength, turning focus to Wu Group shares. Ha Jung-woo realized he needed a fast strategy to expose the president. Hearing the sect planned heavy spending for the martial arts tournament despite weakness, he aimed to trade funds for entry, slipping his people inside to gain victories and shake the president. He considered granting his crew heroic endings, then hesitated. Bonds were still too fresh. As the former villain weighed his shift toward the light, silence filled the car. His driver sensed the shadow clinging to him and grew visibly uneasy. Ha Jung-woo, stunned after 5 evil lives undone, owed Jin Kang-baek everything. Suddenly, a lone figure appeared ahead on the darkened road. The moment he recognized the shape, tension spiked inside the car. The driver panicked and slammed the brakes, stopping just in time. He shouted at the man for blocking the road, blaming him for dragging them into trouble. Then clarity hit him all at once. It was Peng Si standing there. The boy lit up, thrilled to see his boss alive after assuming the worst. Before he could explain the chaos behind him, danger struck without warning. The vehicle erupted, metal and smoke swallowing the scene. From the wreckage, figures slowly emerged. The assassins sent to kill now searched debris, hunting for his remains. They whispered that Ha Jung-woo died in the blast, mocking his reputation. As they claimed someone so weak never belonged in June Gallman, he stepped out, agreeing calmly. Shock hit them hard, fear sending their feet scrambling backward. Ha Jung-woo said he overheard everything and asked why Peng Si was targeted. The lead assassin stayed cool, ignored him, and began playing a flute. In seconds, a beast surged from the man's body, locking Ha Jung-woo in combat. The remaining 2 seized the opening and rushed forward. They unleashed a flurry of strikes at him and the summoned serpent. Confident, they believed the fight was finished. Instead, They saw Ha Jung-woo grab a hostage and mock their loud mouths. He explained only 3 reasons justified an attack in daylight. The first, he said, was pure stupidity on their part. The second was reckless confidence backed by powerful patrons. As bodies hit the ground, the last 2 charged in blind rage. They were cut down swiftly by Ha Jung-woo. He stated the third reason was absolute strength, the kind that fears nothing. After the chaos settled inside Junguide-1's living room, Peng-si began eating as if nothing happened. He described how the Hebei cavern opened and collapsed together, far from normal. He warned massive destruction would follow when the Great Eight monster appeared. Peng-si added his family was locked in conflict with Sahetman over the land. Ha Jung-woo grew irritated that his psychic hid the truth about the Buddha link. Peng-si panicked, admitting he lost only a few bouts to Sahetman, earning harsh training. Ha Jung-woo needed no explanation to see his minion was meant to lead his family. After losing badly, he fled China. Peng-se admitted he tried everything but his second brother now hunted him. That confession made Ha Jung-woo realize securing a successor would never be simple. Watching him beg to remain in Korea, Ha Jung-woo questioned his value as a controllable piece. Not long after that moment, events began moving fast. Lee Ho-guk froze when he heard the hero planned to visit the Pang family in China. Ha Jung-woo confirmed it calmly, explaining the family sent their 3rd son seeking support. Peng-se then introduced himself properly, saying his father promised land and influence after victory. Lee Ho-guk called the offer generous, then pulled Ha Jung-woo aside to talk privately. Alone, he warned the effort might be wasted. The Pang family could discard them as tools. Jung-woo agreed, sensing the Pangs used classic war stratagems to erase rivals indirectly. He said he would do the same, though the reward was clearly designed to tempt greed. At that moment, Ha Jung-woo revealed his plan to seize everything through their internal feud. Still, Lee Ho-guk doubted Peng-se was capable enough to serve as a puppet. Ha Jung-woo replied it was irrelevant. The victor of the war would inherit everything. When asked how he planned to exploit the conflict, Ha Jung-woo said he would personally go to China. Lee Ho-guk said, "I should come too." And the hero replied, "Dude, we'll look like hired guns." They argued about Lee Ho-guk being too old, while Peng-se silently observed. Lee Gong-cheong stayed calm, seated nearby, quietly meditating without concern. Ha Jung-woo said, "Hurry up, guys, we're off to Hebei as soon as possible." He then asked about the flaming flower. Ha Jung-woo said she was powerful and would become a dangerous rival. His companion clearly disagreed and shook his head. The young man suddenly broke down, shouting how she recently visited their sect. He admitted he dressed carefully, hoping to impress her, only to discover she left without waiting. His sister revealed what really happened. She said Flaming Flower left immediately after learning Ha Jung-woo was absent. Lee Gong-cheom teased him, saying he lost another girl's heart. He earned a painful ear pinch right after. Ha Jung-woo told him, "Focus on training, bro," delivering a blunt reality check. Later at Tianjin port, Ha Jung-woo received a warm welcome from the Pang emissary. The envoy said, "Of course we sent a ship. Your SIPT sent some serious muscle." Ha Jung-woo felt energized, as if returning to familiar ground. In harsh, Heilongjiang winters, many doubted outsiders could survive long. Stories claimed one soldier there matched 10 ordinary fighters. In his past life as Heavenly Horse sect leader, he hired them often. They hated cooperation, yet all united under Sahetman's banner. That unity hinted at deeper reasons, sparking his curiosity. Still, the core problem remained. Pang had already lost the war. Nearby observers hesitated, wondering if they should interfere as Ha Jung-woo entered China. Ju Ho-myung was quietly questioned about the situation. They asked whether Sahetman's gatekeeper could truly defeat the evil embodiment. Later, the hero ordered his team into 5 units. Moving together would slow them down. Lee Gong-cheong once stood stunned by overwhelming sights. A towering castle rose before him, massive and imposing. When asked if it impressed him, he brushed it off, saying it was nothing special. He tossed the question back, and the hero answered with equal indifference. It reminded him of his first home, once burned to spark wars. Yet the Pang family had grown stronger since then. Their estate now dwarfed the past, as the Koreans received a grand palace welcome. Suddenly, someone spotted Jang Gong-moon's troops and panic spread fast. A rank 7 warrior appeared, paying Jones' scion, the Thundering Tiger, driving them back. The emissary claimed the Koreans were allies, but Pang Jim-sun dismissed them as hired help. Tension spiked as voices rose and tempers flared. Without warning, Thundering Tiger hurled a heavy sack of coins. He said, "Mercs got paid, time to bounce. Our fans got this." Ha Young-woo restrained Lee Gang-cheon while the emissary tried to explain again. The response was swift, a slap silencing him instantly. Pang Jung-se-young sneered, claiming the foreigners lied to the family head. Deciding punishment was needed. He stepped forward, ready to teach a lesson. Some scoffed at his arrogance, others whispered he was all show, soon to be exposed. Then the Thundering Tiger was like, "Yo, watch your words. I'm the one who hooked you up with this epic trip to China." Ha Young-woo being the ultimate stirrer was all. Dude should use his gold coins to swap out that tragic suit. Thundering Tiger clapped back, "Worry about your own drip, bro." Without warning, confusion crossed the hero's face. Something unseen coiled tightly around his body. He was slammed hard into the ground with crushing force. Just as the villain started yapping about the hero being a basic hired soldier. Bam! Strings wrapped around his neck. Our hero was like, "Taste your own medicine, buddy." In one motion, Ha Jung-woo drove him down again. The rank 7 fighter fell silent, defeated in seconds. As the dust settled, the villain sensed a new presence arrive. The emissary froze, fear flooding his face. Paying Woo-kyung appeared, the king of blades, one of Junwan's big 5. A servant rushed forward, desperate to explain the guest's arrival. The family had ignored him and walked straight toward Ha Jung-woo. The two locked eyes in silence, pressure filling the space. Lee Gang-cheon stood stunned, never expecting someone tied to Pang Se to be this formidable. The family had finally apologized to the Koreans for the harsh reception. That moment flipped everything, turning expectations upside down without warning. Lee Gang-cheon stared in disbelief. The King of Blades was nothing like imagined. Later, after tearing through a massive feast together, Lee Gang-cheon leaned back stuffed, his body protesting every extra bite. The young guy laughed and said, "This place is lit. The pain fam ain't so bad." Ha Young-woo replied, "Don't judge him by a meal. That Thundering Tiger attack was a test," but his buddy already knew. The apology from the King of Blades caught the hero off guard, and Wee Gang-cheon said, "That's some noble stuff." When his friend added the old man despised weakness, curiosity kicked in hard. Ha Young-loo explained even after beating a family member, the old man forgave him, making him impossible to read. Seeing his friend rattled, the hero said, "Let's stop goofing and get stronger." Ha Young-woo reviewed the eldest son's presence. Puzzled how they were still losing, he called over a subordinate for a Citra update. The report said the second son led half the forces, with Peng Se rumored to join soon. As plans formed, sudden screams echoed, trying to stop someone storming the bath. Then, bam! The door burst apart and a body splashed into the water. Lee Gang-cheon froze beside Pang Se as a girl's voice ordered, "Stay put." Panic hit him when he realized this was the men's bath. The intruder was Chen-kun Blade Flower, also known as Pang Si-kyom, the forbidden member demanding Ha Jung-woo. The musclehead went silent, completely taken by her looks. Annoyed by the quiet, she asked again for the hero. The naked guy finally spoke, asking the pretty girl for respect since they were the same age. The hero immediately recognized her name. Pang Si-kyung assumed he had dug into her family background. He said, "Nah, you're just the most famous one," unaware how known she was. Ha Young-woo saw her raw strength and thought she was perfect training material for his sister. Lee Gang-cheon pointed at her knocked-out brother, asking if dropping him was too much. She ignored that and asked if he was the man she hunted. Lee Gang-cheon snapped, said "Nah, not me," and named himself the next star of Janggang-loon Gate. She brushed him off and faced the other man, calling herself the first flower of Habuk. She declared she came to repay the named dude for hitting her ally, but the named dude said that title belonged to the beauty flower of Beijing. Li Gangqiao recalled that beauty flower as the arrogant legend of the first family. The girl denied it, claimed the title, and the muscle backed her. Ha Young-moo sensed trouble brewing between his simp friend and the blade flower, so he asked about her target. She answered she came for the Thundering Tiger, whom the hero recalled beating at the gate. He casually assigned his best friend to handle it, leaving the guy stunned. Hao Jiangru told him to stop whining, saying he brought him to deal with small fry and shine. The blade flower bristled when the evil dude stated the power gap was massive. She warned Li Gangqian to stay back, saying she would not hold back just because he's cute. That single compliment hit the desperate guy harder than any strike. He rushed straight into the clash, even leaving himself open for a free strike. Ha Young-woo warned his tall friend that choice would end badly. In the next instant, the girl drove a heavy blow into his core. Pain ripped through him, shock freezing his thoughts mid-breath. The force sent him flying out of position. Li Gangxian never expected her strength to reach that level. She followed with a flying kick, calling him unfit to inherit the gate. He barely slipped aside in time. Li Gangcheon insisted he was not weak, yet nearly collapsed from a vital hit. The blade flower surged again, blaming his carelessness as unworthy of a true warrior. Realizing the danger, he finally stopped holding back. In a flash, fists collided as they traded blows head-on. Pang Se-kyung sensed a real challenge, while Li Gangcheon felt her overwhelming force. Their battle dragged on, neither giving ground. Ha Young-woo watched in disbelief, shocked by how evenly matched they were. The blade flower shifted stance and unleashed her thunder palm technique. The strike smashed into his abdomen with brutal force. He knew one mistake meant defeat and questioned how she grew so strong. Pang Se-kyung was stunned. He stayed upright, then caught him by the hand. She stated she would not fall so easily. The declaration left him momentarily shaken. In the next move, she returned one of his own powerful techniques. There was no space left to evade. The impact sent him crashing away again. Li Gangcheon knew this could end everything, yet pride kept him standing. He released all his power and closed the distance in one rush. Ignoring pain, he poured everything into Golden Steel's soul depletion. The blow landed cleanly, finally shaking Pang Se-kyung. As the exchange ended, he felt sharp pain, realizing her body injured even his fist. She attempted another thunder palm without hesitation. He slipped past and slammed her into the ground with a brilliant counter. After enduring repeated damage, the blade flower activated her hidden power. The sight left him unable to speak. Her wounds vanished as her body fully recovered. He called out, ready to continue, when the fight suddenly broke. Pang Se-kyung collapsed onto Li Gangcheon, saying she felt unwell. He stuttered in panic as she snapped at him, both faces burning red. Li Gangqian and Qian teared up, convinced his chances had finally arrived. Every girl he met before barely noticed him, their attention always drifting toward his closest friend. That pattern followed him everywhere, leaving him stuck in the shadow of his best buddy. When she finally looked over his muscles, excitement hit him. Someone was noticing him at last. The moment shattered when he recalled she tried to kill him earlier, forcing him to pull back. The blade flower admitted his wild electric punches made her heart move strangely. Pang Se-kyung bluntly asked Li Gangchung to be her boyfriend, and as she jumped to marriage talk, he stayed silent. Ha Young-woo casually snapped a photo, capturing the strange but sincere moment. Wally Dong-cheon wanted to pick Gon, while his new partner demanded even more pictures. Ha Young-woo smiled, thinking they looked good together, imagining his friend joining the Pang family. Meanwhile, inside the palace, tension lingered beneath the calm halls. The King of Blade asked a subordinate for an opinion, but the aide had no clear answer. The family head, Pengjia Guillaume, compared that person to the family's second son. Hearing this comparison made the king visibly curious. He dismissed the advice, stating his two sons were completely different beings. The second son, in particular, carried an unsettling presence that inspired fear. Elsewhere, chaos exploded as screams echoed and blood stained the ground. Terrified cooks shouted at the butcher, ordering him to stay back. One man urged his friend to escape while he distracted the attacker. His effort failed, offering no protection at all. As a woman cried out desperately for help, her head went flying. Only then did the killer finally calm down. The Pain family's second son, Se-hyun, claimed revenge over ruined food. The emissary arrived in shock, calling the destroyed restaurant a minor issue. Suddenly, another chef leapt at him from behind. He seized the chef by the neck without hesitation, saying the food was too spicy. Not a fan of spicy, he declared he would spill everyone's blood. Later, Padding Shay looked away in disgust. It was explained that enemy forces staged the restaurant massacre. The protagonist realized exposure meant government intervention, so the war had to stay hidden. Pangzi learned soldiers would handle cleanup. As the team moved out and a sidekick sensed being used as a shield. As they departed the area, unease followed closely behind them. Someone watched their every move from dangerously close range. Only then did the protagonist sense the hidden presence. Ha Young-woo reacted instantly, shifting his position. He found nothing, the watcher already gone. The escape confused him, impressed by how cleanly the stalker vanished. Meanwhile, the stalker decided the clash could wait. The hero had to face the second son first. He understood one mistake could let the second son become Ha Jung-woo's downfall, so caution ruled every move. At the same time, the hero welcomed trouble, as long as it added danger and thrill to his day. The hired soldiers surged forward, weapons raised, committing fully to the clash ahead. An entire platoon poured in at once, overwhelming a squad that looked far too small. The Shahek Mungai mocked them openly, branding the attackers as spineless cowards. He claimed sheer numbers meant nothing, insisting none of them could even reach him. He was the scholar of Blood My Wounds, saw Hootman vice gatekeeper, breaking away from the Ebony squad. The mercenaries refused to retreat, confident their massive count guaranteed victory. The axe-wielder crushed the first attacker in a single brutal swing. He followed through instantly, cutting down the second without hesitation. His hands shifted on the handle, tightening his control for what came next. He spun forward, shredding the crowd with a violent axe storm that tore the line apart. The assault rippled outward, spreading chaos as fast as flames across dry ground. Survivors panicked, screaming monster as they watched a full platoon erased at once. They fled in blind terror, fear driving them faster than any order ever could. He laughed calmly, telling them escape was useless since his allies sealed every path. In that moment, his senses caught someone hiding just behind his back. Ha Young-woo asked Pungse about the mission, and Pungse explained they faced a vice gatekeeper today. Ma-won noticed the hero, ally of the third son, and spat insults, calling them cowards. Peng-su, aware of the enemy's strength, warned that this opponent was extremely dangerous. He urged a swift kill and immediate withdrawal before the situation collapsed. Madeline admitted their strategy had already failed beyond recovery. The enemy began calling in his entire squad to the battlefield. Seeing this force appear, the third son froze in shock. He truly believed the fight was finished and defeat was certain. Then hostile squad numbers started leaking into the air like visible wounds. Ha Young-woo erased the elite unit with a single overwhelming strike. Their leader stood stunned, unable to process what he had just witnessed. Afterward, the protagonist chose this moment to begin training his minion. He focused first on strengthening the minion's fragile and unfocused mind. Nearby, Pungsu silently questioned the true extent of his master's power. The Scholar of Blood charged at the protagonist, desperate to avenge his fallen crew. The hero cut him down effortlessly, treating the attack as meaningless. Still, Ma-won refused surrender and launched another reckless charge. A massive blast followed, swallowing the space in blinding force. When it cleared, only No Se-hyup remained standing in the ruins. Even the platoon leader had vanished without a trace. He paused, steadied himself, and briefly assessed the battlefield's grim state. A voice accused him of using an ally as bait to lure the enemy. Ha Young-woo replied that the second son was hiding dangerous secrets. He froze in disbelief when the god smiled warmly, clearly pleased that he had survived. Without warning, the second son stepped in and wrapped the protagonist in a sudden embrace. Before he could even react, the hero realized cameras were already pointed straight at him, held by an emissary whose expression carried clear and quiet suspicion. Backed by the god of death, Hebe was rewarded with a brand new dragon. This man was Paying Sejong. And back home, crowds celebrated the youth who crushed the Ebony Squad after their restaurant rampage. As the cheers echoed, he noticed his father rushing forward to meet him. The second son supported the family head, who could not hide his pride. From a distance, the youngest son understood his master was the true force behind the victory. Ha Young-woo gathered the boys and spoke firmly, warning that his brother was plotting something underhanded. Elsewhere at the ruined scene, the timid blade of magic, Chul Myung-gak, Shahukman gatekeeper, was stunned to hear the Ebony Squad blamed for everything. One commander urged immediate action, warning the god of death could strike them at any time. At this, Chulmyungok laughed loudly, mocking how ridiculous the enemy's second son's name sounded. When the infant in his arms stirred awake, he realized his voice carried too far. He quickly softened his tone, trying to calm the baby with gentle gestures. Regaining focus, the gatekeeper turned back to his commander and ordered her to summon every available soldier at once. The tinted blade of magic prepared to erase the rival family completely. The commander bowed and rushed off to execute the command without delay. Meanwhile, inside the Pang family palace, the King of Blades stood silently, staring out as heavy thoughts weighed on him. He admitted he felt steadier with his second son nearby, fearing the family's fate after losing the first. Pang Jiagyong warned the family head to stay vigilant, as the blood-gone scholar meant a deadly gatekeeper would follow. The King of Blades replied this was a rare chance to crush the enemy, since murder accusations turned the government against them. The governor added that Ha Jung-woo and his team were placed on the front line due to their strength. Hearing this, the old man sensed the long conflict was nearing its conclusion. Paying Jodyom chose this moment to reveal a crucial secret about Se Kiam to the family head. The revelation sparked curiosity, as he never expected rumors involving his own daughter. Meanwhile, downtown, after slipping past a lurking shadow, Liga and Cheon finally escaped their pursuer. While praising his own sharp instincts, Liga suddenly noticed a striking young girl nearby. Acting on impulse, he approached her confidently and flashed a playful wink. She caught it instantly, and he boldly told her she looked beautiful. Smiling brightly, she invited him to share a meal together. Li Gaishan stood stunned, amazed that his reckless charm actually worked. Without warning, a sudden strike cracked against his gate, the impact snapping the moment into chaos. The girl whirled hard on her heel, eyes locking onto whoever dared attack. A shadowy figure loomed there, voice cold, ordering her to disappear. Panic hit fast. She fled the spot without looking back. Li Gangcheon pressed Bladeflower, demanding how she managed to find him. She admitted tagging him with a scent trail, precise and practiced like a covert operation. Peng muttered as Kian seized Li Gangcheon by the ear, a sharp warning against staring at girls. He brushed it aside, refusing to entertain that kind of noise. Bladeflower casually announced to the others that she and Li Gangcheon were together. He shut it down instantly, calling her unhinged and ordering her to step away. Decision made, he turned and made a clean escape. Li Dengtiun felt the sting. While his friend drew royal attention, he was stuck beside a fierce warrior,